Chapter 1, Snake-Infested Flights. In the South Pacific, at an altitude of 35,000 feet. From Hawaii to Los Angeles, in the first-class cabin of South Pacific Airlines Flight 121, Sharon opened his eyes suddenly and looked to the left and right warily. A sturdy black man sitting across from him raised his eyes and looked at Xiaolun suspiciously. "Hi, man, are you okay?" "It's okay, Willie." Xiaolun curled his lips and gasped, "I just had a nightmare. I must have been a bit too nervous these 2 days." The black man shrugged and looked down at the female model in the clothing magazine. Unfortunately, he didn't know, at this time the soul of his partner had already changed. Xiaolun, who came from another world, reoccupied this body with the same name and surname as himself, even the same body. After devouring and digesting the memory of this body, Xiaolun stabilized his mind and looked around carefully. This is a specious world. The big frame and big pattern are similar to the previous world, but there are many differences in the details. For example, the rice country in this world does not have a 3-letter unit that starts with F. Instead, it is an organization called the National Bureau of Investigation, or NIA for short. And I'm a NIA agent. Today's task is to work with my partner Inspector Willie Finn, the black man sitting opposite, to the witness Sean Jones, the one sitting next to Willie, white brother, flew from Hawaii to Los Angeles. Because Sean witnessed the brutal murder of Daniel Hayes, the gang leader Edward King, and agreed to testify in court. In order to ensure the safety of Sean, Willie came up with a way. Use a private jet as a bait to attract everyone's attention to that private jet. Together with Sharon, he secretly took Sean on an ordinary business jet from Hawaii to Los Angeles International Airport. Is their current South Pacific Airlines Flight 121. And many more. Xiaolun squinted his eyes. How can the above plot have a sense of sight? How can there be a feeling that he has seen before? Sitting on the comfortable sofa in the first-class cabin thinking for a long time, Xiaolun suddenly remembered. Yes, just before I crossed, I had watched a movie. This is the story at the beginning of the movie. It's just that in that movie, the gangsters hid hundreds of venomous snakes into the plane in order to kill their mouths. Thinking of this, Xiaolun couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. This is an airplane. In other words, it's an iron coffin. More importantly, this iron coffin is still flying at an altitude of 35,000 feet above the ground. If a snake plague really breaks out, then there is really no place to hide on the plane. But Xiaolun thought about it and calmed down again. After all, movies are movies, and reality is reality. What's more, there are a lot of bugs in that movie, in which the gang secretly stuffed hundreds of venomous snakes into the plane. This setting is very nonsense. Imagine that it is easy to hide a bomb in an airplane, or to hide hundreds of venomous snakes of different sizes and types. Since I want to kill people, I can smuggle the poisonous snake into the plane anyway. Why don't you just put a few bombs in? Simply and neatly, to ensure that there are no sequelae. At this time, the plane shook violently a few times, and the lights in the cabin flickered. Xiaolun's body stiffened. Uncle, my crow's mouth won't work anymore? God, Jesus, Maria, Taoist priest, Buddha. Regardless of the gods, if there is a problem with the plane, I would rather encounter a poisonous snake. Ding! The detective system is starting. Scanning the host's personal data. An unfeeling female electronic voice suddenly sounded in Xiaolun's mind. Before Xiaolun could react, the plane trembled violently again, and before it recovered its stability, a glamorous stewardess hurriedly walked out of the captain's room and said anxiously, "Inspector, can you come over? There was an accident in the cockpit." Willie's face darkened, and he whispered to Xiaolun, "Thank you, you are here to protect Sean." "I'll take a look." Xiaolun nodded with an ugly expression. He watched Willie leave with the stewardess and observed it left and right. After confirming that the surroundings were temporarily safe, he re-entered his mind to experience the system functions that were just launched. The detective system, as the name suggests, can scan to find the case and events. After the host resolves it, it will give the corresponding experience points and points according to the degree of completion. Experience value can increase the host's personal level and strengthen personal physical fitness. Points can open skill treasure chests. There are 5 types of treasure chests, namely low-level treasure chest, elementary treasure chest, intermediate treasure chest, high-level treasure chest, and top treasure chest. Each time you open the treasure chest, you can randomly get a skill of the corresponding level. Note, you will not get the existing skills repeatedly. The personal qualities of the host have been scanned. Open the personal information panel. Immediately, a translucent window that only Xiaolun could see was thrown in front of his eyes. Name, Xiaolun. Grade 1. Physique, 12. Magic, 8. Power, 13. Endurance, 12. Agility, 15. The average attribute of an average adult is 8. Experience value, 0/100. Detective points, 0. Skill, none. Xiaolun took a quick look and found that besides magic power, his physical fitness was still much better than ordinary people. Probably this is the reason why I usually train as a NIA agent. Ding! The system scans the clues of the case. Yu reads the book www.yuyugonshu.com. The case code is Snake-Infested Flight. Because the host uses the system for the first time, after the host resolves the case, the system will reward a novice gift package in addition to the experience points and points. Please pay attention to the host. What is the novice gift package? But Xiaolun's hair was about to stand up after seeing the words Snake-Infested Flight. I crossed over by myself. It is really a movie world. Xiaolun quickly put away the personal information panel, held the gun at his waist, stood up and watched the surroundings vigilantly. The white brother on the opposite side, Sean, was taken aback by Sharon's actions, and asked cautiously, "What's the matter?" Without waiting for Xiaolun to speak, Willie walked back and said solemnly, "The captain has an accident, and now there is only one pilot left. And the plane line is also malfunctioning. I will now contact the headquarters and let them be prepared." Xiaolun grabbed Willie's arm and said in a low voice, "I saw a snake in the corner just now. It is colorful, with a triangular head. It must be a poisonous snake." Willie's eyes widened. "Really?" Although the poisonous snake has not invaded the first-class cabin yet, Shailun knew very well that the snakes had spread in the cabin. Whether it was the captain in the accident or the circuit failure, it was all caused by the snakes. So Xiaolun bit his head and nodded, "Although it disappeared in the blink of an eye, I did see it." "Impossible, how come there are snakes on the plane?" Willie reacted suddenly and swallowed. "Is it the ghost of the Jin family?" At this moment, in the commercial cabin under the stairs, a scream suddenly sounded. After a while, the flight attendant ran up the stairs with a panic expression, and said anxiously, "Snake, there are so many snakes below." Chapter 2, Brave Snake Group. Willie took out the electric baton he was carrying, and said in a deep voice, "I'll go down and take a look, thank you, you protect Sean." Xiaolun raised an objection, "I'm going down, you go to the cockpit." Willie glared, and before he could speak, Xiaolun said anxiously, "Think about where we are. We are on the plane. We have lost the captain, and we must never lose another pilot." Sean also leaned over at this time and said, "Don't worry, I can protect myself, you go and save others." Willie gritted his teeth and looked at Xiaolun's determined eyes. He said solemnly, "Well, you must pay attention to safety. Especially Sean, you must never leave the first class." Xiaoan nodded. He also knew that it was not the time to be a hero by himself and cause trouble to the two agents. Considering that the cockpit is full of electronic devices, Willie handed the electric baton to Sharon and used the magazine as a weapon by himself. However, Xiaolun considered that there were many passengers below, and the electric baton might accidentally be injured, and then handed the electric baton to Shan, which also gave him a little self-protection ability. "Is there a knife in the plane?" Xiaolun asked the flight attendant, and the flight attendant Julie looked at Xiaolun like an idiot. How could there be a knife on the plane? Where are the knives and forks for eating? It's all plastic. Damn it! Xiaolun walked down the stairs of the first-class cabin, and the second-class cabin below had become a mess. Countless passengers in the commercial cabin flocked to the second-class cabin. Many of them had blood stains on their bodies. It was obvious that they had been bitten by a poisonous snake. Looking at the chaotic scene below, Xiaolun stood on the stairs and took out his credentials and shouted, "I am a Nia agent, and I will be in charge of this for now." Hearing Xiaolun's big drink, the chaotic people gradually calmed down, and they all looked up at Xiaolun. "Please help from the flight attendants to get the women and children into the first-class cabin. The remaining men join me and seal all the vents in the second-class cabin, and then use luggage to build a wall in the corridor to block the crowd of snakes." Diffusion. Xiaolun remembers clearly that in the movie Willy was forbidden to go to first class from the beginning because he was worried about Shan's personal safety. As a result, because the snakes invaded the second-class cabin, the panicked passengers ignored the ban and swarmed up. Not only did a stampede occur, but the stairs collapsed. Since people cannot be prevented from entering first class in the end, it is better to arrange everything now to avoid unnecessary casualties. With Xiaolun's command, order quickly returned to normal. After all, the cargo compartment where the poisonous snakes are hidden is just below the commercial compartment, so the snakes mainly attack the passengers in the commercial compartment. At present, there are not many venomous snakes in the second-class cabin. Seeing that their wives and children go to the safer first-class cabin, the calming down men, under the leadership of Xiaolun, used fire extinguishers, seat panels, and other items as weapons, and soon killed all the venomous snakes that appeared in the second-class cabin. Kill a king cobra by yourself, you will be rewarded with 5 experience points. You helped kill a coral snake, reward 2 points of experience. After killing all the poisonous snakes, Xiaolun directed the men to divide them into 2 groups. One group used tape to seal all vents that might allow the poisonous snakes to crawl out. The other group used luggage to separate the cabin between the second-class car and the commercial class. The mouth is blocked. After everything was done, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The next step is a defensive battle. Once a poisonous snake emerges, it will face a violent blow. After all, several men were bitten by poisonous snakes, but it is impossible to get medical treatment in this high altitude. What's more, they also understand in their hearts that if they can't stand it and let the poisonous snake invade the first-class cabin above, then their wives and children will also die. So most of the men are very brave, fighting these slippery reptiles. Of course, there will inevitably be cowards in it. But in full view, those few people did not dare to make any small moves, at most hiding behind to serve as logistics. Xiaolun clutched an army boot and sat in a seat, breathing heavily. Without him, those venomous snakes could not have been wiped out so quickly. After all, as an agent, his physical qualities are much better than ordinary people. What's more, the army boots in his hand are also a weapon for killing snakes. These boots are the performance costumes of a well-known hippie singer, which were forcibly requisitioned by Xiaolun with a glance. The ordnance is heavy, and the area is so large that it can smash the snake's head in one fell swoop. What's more, the bottom of the boots is still thick, even if the snake bites them, they can't bite them through. Xiaolun relied on this boot to kill 8 or 10 poisonous snakes. Taking advantage of this panting effort, Xiaolun glanced at his personal information. Good guy, just for a while, his experience value has reached 52/100. According to this trend, if you eliminate all the poisonous snakes on the entire plane, it should be no problem to upgrade to 2 or 3 levels. But Xiaolun knew that his thoughts were whimsical. The number of poisonous snakes in the second-class cabin is small, and there are many helpers, so they can be wiped out without any danger. Wanting to go out and destroy the poisonous snakes in other cabins is definitely an act of death. Xia Lun stood up and said in a loud voice, "It is not time to relax. I need someone who has not been bitten by a snake to assist the wounded in bandaging." Yu reads www.yunsha.com and writes clearly about the bitten snake on his arm. After getting off the plane, the doctor injected them with serum to detoxify. Xia Lun took the lead just now, and most of the poisonous snakes in the second-class cabin were killed in his hands, winning the trust of most people. So after hearing his order, someone immediately took action to help the wounded with the flight attendants. At this time in the cockpit, Willie was throwing a red viper corpse into the rear cabin. Thanks to the presence of Willie, the deputy captain Rick was not besieged by the viper as in the movie. Now he is concentrating on controlling the plane safe and sound, and Willie has killed 4 venomous snakes in his left-hand magazine reel and right-hand toilet spoon. In addition, Willie also contacted the airport tower and the NIA's Los Angeles branch through the plane's satellite phone to prepare them for the plane's emergency landing and the Viper serum. "Inspector Willie," Deputy Captain Rick turned his head and said, "I'm all right here, can you go out and help others?" Willie hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "Xia is right. If there is an accident in the cockpit, then the plane is really not saved. I must guarantee your safety now, and I can only leave it to Xia for the others." Rick is also polite. After all, there is a NIA inspector to protect himself, and he feels at ease. Hearing Willie's words, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out and quickly toggled a few buttons on the dashboard, explaining, "The number 1 and number 2 engine has indicated a malfunction. I must lower the altitude and slow down to avoid losing control at high altitude." Willie looked at the densely packed dashboard in the cockpit, feeling dizzy, and said helplessly, "Now you are the boss, you can figure it out. As long as we can safely land on the ground, even if the engine is off, I don't care." Chapter 3, This is the end, only forward. Thanks to the joint efforts of Xia Lun and Willie, the plane seemed to stabilize. Except for the depressed crying, the flickering lights, and the person in charge of duty, the other survivors all sat comfortably in their seats to rest. Well-trained flight attendants began to appease the passengers and distributed mineral water, blankets, and other items. And Sharon's brave performance also attracted the attention of others. 2 tall stewardesses with blonde hair and blue eyes, at the same time brought mineral water to Xia Lun's side. Looking at the 2 bottles of mineral water that appeared in front of him, Xia Lun laughed bitterly and shook his head at the 2 blonde beauties. "Thank you, I am not thirsty now. Please give it to other passengers who need it more." 2 pairs of beautiful eyes glared at Xia Lun, and then left with a twist. The old flight attendant Julie walked over and laughed in a low voice. "It seems that some people are going to have a beautiful blessing, or double it." Xia Lun glanced at her, smiled and said, "Why, are you envious?" Julie shrugged and said, "I think when I was young, I was crazier than them. After all, there were no snakes on the plane." She turned to look at the luggage wall blocking the hatch, and sighed, "They advised me to apply for early retirement, but I want to fly for the last year." At this moment, a baby's cry came from outside the wall. Julie was taken aback, hurried forward, tiptoes to look outside, anxiously said, "I remember a passenger with a baby, I remember such a passenger." She did not have time to escape, the child is still there. "Outside," said, she wanted to open the luggage wall. Thanks to Sharon's quick eyes and quick hands, he pulled Julie away in one hand. Looking at Sharon with a serious face, the grey-haired Julie cried, "Please, save that baby. He is still crying, he must be alive, I beg you." The baby's crying, coupled with Julie's pleading, alarmed the other passengers. Whether it's the first-class cabin on the stairs or the second-class cabin in front of them, they all poked their heads to look at Xia Lun. Xia Lun sighed helplessly in his heart. To be honest, he is not the Virgin's watch. He knows very well that if he goes out to save people now, it is death. But because of my identity, I had to go again. According to my countless experience of reading movies in the previous world, like this kind of disaster survival movie, the more united the survivors, the greater the chance of survival. After my own efforts, it was hard to unite these people. But if oneself is not saved at this time, especially the opposite is a baby, then the fragile trust between these people will instantly collapse. What's more, I'm still on the plane now. Once the situation gets out of control or the plane crashes, I can't hide it no matter how much I can. So Xiaolun said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will save the child. But before that, you need to tell me the exact location of the passenger with the baby." Several other flight attendants also gathered around and identified across the luggage wall for a long time. Finally, based on the intermittent crying of the baby, Sharon concluded that the passenger with the baby might have fled to the back of the commercial cabin in the chaos. Kitchen area. Xiaolun put on a few thick coats, then used tape to roll the magazines on his arms and calves, then carried a fire extinguisher, and said to the others, "After I go out for a while, you have to pile up the wall quickly. Also, if a snake appears, you must not panic. We are on the plane. Don't forget that there are our family and children on it. If we take a step back, we will put them in danger. Also, if someone dared to escape and disrupt the order, I will personally throw him into the snake's nest after I come back. If you don't believe me, you can try it." Xiaolun looked around, the brave ones nodded one after another, and the timid ones lowered their heads with guilty conscience, not dare to look at Xiaolun's sullen eyes. As the luggage wall opened, the appearance of the commercial cabin was more clearly exposed in front of Xiaolun. No matter on the ceiling, on the seats, on the carpet, there are poisonous snakes of different lengths everywhere in the commercial cabin. Under the flickering lights, the passengers who were too late to escape, the dead bodies under Shekau, lying on their seats crookedly, appeared even more eerie and terrifying. This is the end of the matter, only forward. Xiaolun took a deep breath, picked up the fire extinguisher, blew the viper near the hatch, and then strode into the commercial cabin. As he left, the people behind, as Xiaolun ordered, quickly piled up their luggage again and blocked the passage. After Xiaolun entered the commercial class, he found that the situation was not as difficult as he thought. Snakes are actually not courageous. Generally speaking, they will not attack easily unless they are frightened or hungry. Especially poisonous snakes, because for them, the amount of venom they store is not much, it is difficult to generate, and they will not be wasted at will. The pungent fire-fighting dust filled the air, and the strong airflow blew away all the poisonous snakes nearby. Even if Xiaolun picked up a fire extinguisher and smashed a snake with a larger body occasionally, he would be honest if he didn't die. There is no danger in this way. Xiaolun went through the commercial cabin unscathed. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com came to the kitchen area. After smashing a few venomous snakes in the kitchen area with a fire extinguisher that had been sprayed out, Xiaolun observed the surroundings and found no babies or other passengers. But the baby's suppressed cry still rang. Xiaolun knelt down, looked around carefully, and stretched out his hand to carefully open a cabinet door. A woman was covering her child's mouth with her hand, looking outside in horror. Xiaolun sighed, "You really know how to hide, you can get in this place. Okay, come out, I'll take you out of here." "Thank you, thank you." Seeing someone come to save herself, the mother couldn't help crying. Hiding in this small and dark kitchen cabinet, her emotions were already suppressed to the extreme, and she almost collapsed. Is also the petite mother, so she can hide in it. But it's easy to get in and hard to get out. With the help of Xiaolun, she finally crawled out of it with the child. The question now is, how can Shailun take her and her children through the commercial cabin with venomous snakes and escape back to the second-class cabin? Perhaps it was because of the fire extinguisher being sprayed when Xiaolun came. The viper in the commercial cabin became more agitated, constantly spitting out his tongue, and wandering back and forth. While the fire extinguisher in Xiaolun's hand has been blown out, he looked around in the kitchen area but did not find any other fire extinguishers. Xiaolun frowned tightly, carefully looked at the small area in front of him, looking for a weapon in hand. Suddenly, the food delivery truck placed in the corner fell into Xiaolun's eyes. Xiaolun stepped forward and dragged the dining car out, threw out all the plates and the like inside, and turned to the mother and said, "Come on, sit on it and try it." "Hey!" The woman was stunned. Chapter 4, Dining Car Crash. Xiaolun observed that one of the two corridors in the commercial cabin was unobstructed. Although there was a dead body lying on the seat next to him, it did not prevent him from moving forward quickly. In addition, this food delivery truck is very light and fast to push up, and will not cause any burden to Xiaolun's movement. Use napkins, rags and other soft items in the kitchen area to fill the food delivery cart, and then persuade the mother to carefully stuff the baby into this pile of cotton, and then buckle the door to death. After that, Xiaolun asked the woman to straddle the dining car, leaned down, closed her eyes and grasped the handle firmly with both hands. At the same time, after receiving Xiaolun's hand gesture, the second-class cabin had already pulled open the suitcase that was blocking the corridor. Everything is ready, everyone's eyes are on Xiaolun nervously. Xiaolun took a deep breath, suddenly shouted, pushed up the food delivery truck, and rushed to the opposite side of the corridor at the fastest speed. What kind of poisonous snake, what kind of danger? In Xiaolun's eyes at this time, there is only the hatch on the opposite side. As long as you rush past, you can definitely rush past, definitely you can rush past. Xiaolun just yelled at first, clenching his teeth all the way from behind. Although there was no body obstructing the corridor, a lot of objects were still spilled because of the initial panic. More importantly, snakes continue to swim past the ground. This caused the dining car to shake very violently, several of which almost overturned, which also caused the woman lying on the dining car to scream involuntarily. A short distance of 20 meters, for ordinary people, it is only a few seconds slower. But for Xiaolun, it feels like a century of running. Just as the dining car was about to rush to the second-class hatch, suddenly the dining car vibrated violently and suddenly jumped to the side. It turned out that there was a heel of a high-heeled shoe on the ground, which happened to be stuck on a wheel. The front of the food delivery truck that jumped up hit the seat next to it, and then slammed forward. Unprepared, Xiaolun hit his chest against the pusher of the dining car, and then his head hit the seat on the other side. Suddenly, my eyes turned black, and I couldn't get up for a while. The woman sitting on the dining car, because of inertia, flew forward when the dining car fell, and landed in the hatch of the second-class cabin, and was dragged in by Julie and the others. "Thanks, Agent." Someone wanted to rush over to help Xiaolun, but a dozen snakes suddenly fell from the ceiling, just blocking the hatch. These people panicked to resist the snake's attack, and for the time being they couldn't save Xiaolun. Xiaolun shook his head and stood up laboriously holding his seat. Fortunately, this head hits the softer seat back instead of the hard armrest, otherwise the head will have to bloom. Suddenly, Xiaolun felt cold and greasy on the back of his hand. He looked down and found a red and white poisonous snake crawling from the seat to the back of Xiaolun's hand. Then he raised his head and spit out a snake letter at Xiaolun. Before the snake shot and bite, Xiaolun suddenly grabbed its tail with his backhand and threw it to the side. Hearing a muffled sound of boom, the snake fell heavily on the glass window, leaving a pool of scarlet blood. Although he solved a snake, Xiaolun found that he was surrounded by poisonous snakes. Regardless of front, back, left, or right, or at the top of the head and feet, venomous snakes of different colors and sizes spit out snakes and swam towards him. Xiaolun gritted his teeth, pulled down the upper panel of the seat next to him, moved his neck a few times, and gritted his teeth. "Okay, come on, you reptiles, I just want to upgrade the monster." While talking, a black poisonous snake suddenly ejected, opening its fangs and biting Xiaolun fiercely. Xiaolun lifted the panel, slapped it directly, and then flew a kick to kick off a poisonous snake on the ground. But there are too many venomous snakes. No matter how quick Xiaolun is, there are always omissions. Soon Xiaolun felt that his right leg was entangled by something. Before he looked down, his shoulder was tight again, as if he had been bitten by something. Ah! Has been bitten anyway, Xiaolun also gave it up. He pulled down the poisonous snake biting on his shoulder, and lashed at other poisonous snakes like a whip. He desperately stepped forward and rushed to the side of the crooked dining car. Without fear of the poisonous snake on the dining car, he directly stretched out his hand to open the door of the car and took out the baby hidden inside. In this moment, the snakes attacked Sharon's arm several times. Although there was a magazine wrapped around his arm, Xiaolun was not sure that he could completely block the snake's fangs. After taking the howling baby out of the car, Xiaolun threw it backhand in the direction of the second-class cabin. A male flight attendant with eyesight and quick hands, steadily took the baby in his arms. At the same time, Xiaolun struggling to run towards this side, shouting, "Get out of the way! Extinguish, fire, weapon!" Before he could finish speaking, he had already rushed into the second-class cabin. Fortunately, after this period of time, the surviving passengers have had some experience in dealing with these poisonous snakes. Seeing Xiaolun rushing in with poisonous snakes all over, two men with fire extinguishers bravely stepped forward and sprayed vigorously at Xiaolun. Other people also stepped forward to help, even hitting and smashing, although Xiaolun also suffered a lot of fists, but the poisonous snake hanging on his body was finally killed. Xiaolun was covered with white powder, stood up swayingly, ignoring his own situation, and said anxiously, "Come on, block the hatch first, and don't let the snake in." A flight attendant boldly stepped forward, held Xiaolun, and said solemnly, "Agent, don't worry, we are already doing it." Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, "You are safe now, it's okay." Xiaolun shook his body, suddenly his eyes went dark and he passed out. Just before he fell into a coma, he seemed to hear a cold electronic sound. "Congratulations on your achievement, dining car crash." I don't know how long it has passed, Xiaolun suddenly opened his eyes. What caught my eye was the gorgeous stewardess. Watching Xiaolun wake up, she smiled joyfully, "Thank you, agent, you finally woke up." Xiaolun felt that his face was wet, so he wiped his face and found it was water. Looking at the wet towel in the stewardess's hand, it is estimated that she just wiped it off for herself. He struggled to sit up and frowned, "How long did I faint? How is the situation now?" "There is good news, and bad news," Willie walked over and said, "Which one do you want to hear first?" Xiaolun smiled bitterly, "At this time, you still have time to puzzle me out." "Okay, I'll hear the bad news first." "The bad news is that there is no safekeeping below. Everyone has evacuated to first class." "What about the good news?" "The good news is..." Willie suddenly punched Xiaolun deeply and laughed, "You didn't have anything to do, the snakes didn't bite you at all." Xiaolun's eyes widened, "Really? How is it possible?" "That's right." Xiaoan walked over with a coat and pointed, "Thank you, agent, thank you for wearing a few more coats. Tisk tisk, look at this hole, you almost bit through it." Hearing the news, Xiaolun let out a long sigh, "Yes, this is really good news." Before the voice fell, the light above my head flickered a few times and then suddenly went out. The entire plane suddenly plunged into darkness. Chapter 5, Stuffed. In the cockpit, Rick, Willie, Shellen, who were promoted from deputy captain to acting captain, as well as the flight attendant Julie, and the deputy flight attendant Claire, that is, the glamorous stewardess, were getting together for a meeting. With the help of the flashlight, Rick carefully looked at the circuit diagram in his hand and frowned, "It must be the reptiles that caused the short circuit. If I want to repair it, I need to go down to the cargo hold to check it." Xiaolun hurriedly stopped, "You can't go, I'll go." Rick stared, "Do you know how to fix an airplane?" Xiaolun shrugged, Snakes are not humans, so how much damage can they cause to the line? It is estimated that either the switch was crooked or the plug was removed. It should be easy to fix. Rick snorted, as you say, anyone can come to repair the plane. Willie patted Rick on the shoulder, and comforted, as the last pilot on the plane, you really can't take risks. But Sharon, you just woke up, let me go down. Xiaolun just shook his head. Willie solemnly said, what? Did you forget who is the captain between us? Xiaolun curled his lips, well, Lord Captain, go down and pay attention to safety. Smelly boy. Willie cursed with a smile, picked up the walkie-talkie and self-defense weapon the toilet seat, and came to the door to the cargo hold. Because of the poisonous snake, the hatch was sealed again. Now opened it again, and as expected there were several poisonous snakes inside. Willie picked up the remodeled sticks and killed the snakes severely. Then he observed them with a flashlight and made sure that there were no other dangers before turning his head to Xiaolun and said, thank you, you must protect them. Xiaolun nodded and said, don't worry, head. By the way, I got into the cargo hold and see if I can find a real weapon. Willie glanced at the toilet seat in his hand, and said helplessly, that's for sure. Claire looked up and said, Inspector Willie, I will point you through the walkie-talkie, so please keep in touch. Willie nodded and walked down the stairs step by step. Sharon and Claire closed the hatch again. They glanced at each other and Sharon said solemnly, I'll go to the cockpit and protect Rick. Willie, please, Claire. Claire nodded and said, don't worry, Agent Xiat, I will do my best to help Inspector Willie. Xiaolun returned to the cockpit, taking advantage of this moment to check his system. Achievement of Dining Car Crash. Few people have the opportunity to push the food delivery car at an altitude of 35,000 feet and sway their youth and sweat wantonly. Achievement reward, 50 points. Points. Xiaolun's spirit came in an instant. According to the system introduction, this point can be exchanged for a treasure chest, and now it is time to try it. System, open the treasure chest. Immediately Xiaolun appeared in front of a treasure chest with white light. It takes 100 points to open low-level treasure boxes, 500 points for elementary treasure boxes, 1000 points for intermediate treasure boxes, 5000 points for high-level treasure boxes, and 10,000 points for top-level treasure boxes. Damn, isn't it? Xiaolun couldn't help rolling his eyes. I can't even open the lowest level treasure chest. Bai is excited. Xiaolun had no choice but to close the treasure chest system, reopened the personal information panel, and found that his experience value had reached 98/100. Is almost 2 points to be able to upgrade. Xiaolun came to the spirit, his eyes were bright and he looked around Rick. Once a poisonous snake dared to show his head, he would pinch it to death even with his bare hands. But wait and wait. There is no poisonous snake after waiting for a long time. Instead, Julie opened the door and said softly, thank you, Agent, something has gone wrong outside. You may need to take care of it. For the oldest flight attendant in the plane, Xiaolun still showed enough respect and smiled, what's the matter, is there a viper again? Xiaoen's brains were so good that he thought of opening the survival raft and blocking the only stairway into the first class below, basically ensuring that the poisonous snake could not invade. So Xiekai, this question is more like a joke. Julie grinned reluctantly, and said in a low voice, one passenger is very emotional, and has even started with other people. I am worried that he may affect everyone's safety, so I want to ask you to go out. Xiaolun frowned, where are so many men out there, can't it be possible to subdue one person? Julie curled her lips, you know this US law, plus that guy has some reputation. Hey? That hippie singer? Julie nodded. I know that singing that stuff, basically my mind is not normal. Xiaolun just wanted to leave, but suddenly remembered something. In the movie, the deputy captain Rick was brave, but also plagued by disasters. In the end, he seemed to be bitten to death by countless venomous snakes pouring into the cockpit. What if I leave at this moment and the Viper just takes advantage of the void and attacks Rick? The more Xiaolun thinks about it, the more he thinks it is possible. After all, aren't the plots in the movie that turn in this way? But the emotional stability of the passengers in the cabin is also very important. If someone is incited to attack the cockpit or give up on oneself, open the channel, and attract the poisonous snake in, it will cause more trouble. Xiaolun thought for a moment, and said to Rick, "Rick, how about asking you to come out and comfort the passengers with me?" Rick thought for a while, nodded and stood up. "Well, anyway, now the plane is in the autopilot stage, I also happened to go out for a stroll and move around." The two followed Julie out of the cockpit, and after arriving in the first class, they happened to see the hippie singer cursing and shoving at the male flight attendant. If it weren't for someone else beside him, he would probably have to do it. Rick coughed hard. You reading www.youcanshu.com said to the emotional hippie singer, "This passenger, as the acting captain, please sit back in your seat." "Hey? What are you talking about?" The hippie singer, who was a full head above Rick, walked up to Rick with gritted teeth, looked down at him condescendingly, and sneered, "The lights are off, and there is no oxygen. I'm almost suffocated, do you know, acting captain?" Rick said coldly, "Someone has already repaired it, and everything will be back to normal soon. Until then, I hope you can stay calm." "Shit!" The hippie singer reached out and pushed directly towards Rick. "It's because of you idiots that, Xiaolun directly hit his throat with a punch. Looking at the hippie singer who was curled up to the ground weakly holding his throat, he said blankly, "You are suspected of attacking the captain and endangering public safety, causing other people to fall into danger. According to relevant laws, I will arrest you now." Xiaolun said coldly, while picking up a panel next to him, slapped the hippie singer's face fiercely, and patted it directly on the ground. Then he pulled out his belt and tied his hands together. He drew out his shoelaces and tied his feet together. Finally, Xiaolun thought for a while, then took off the hippie singer's socks and stuffed it into his mouth abruptly. Then anyone has airplane phobia, gloom phobia, or other troublesome symptoms. Xiaolun looked around and looked at Xiaolun's fierce eyes. Everyone swallowed, and no one dared to speak anymore. "Very good, the nearest airport is already very close. Before that, I don't want to take off someone's socks anymore, okay?" Everyone nodded in unison. Chapter 6, Viper Buster. The light flickered a few times and the lighting was restored. Soon everyone felt that the air in the cabin was much fresher and their breathing became easier. Sharon and Rick glanced at each other. It was obvious that Willie had already repaired the route below, so the last obstacle before landing had been removed. Now it's time to see how Rick pilots the plane for an emergency landing. The crash landing was successful, everything is well. If you fail, then everything you did before is no use. Rick also felt the pressure on his body. He took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat beads on his forehead. He pulled Sharon to the door of the cockpit and whispered, "If such a big passenger plane is landing, I will not be the only one. There must be a helper." Xiaolun thought about it for a moment, and shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's a coincidence, Willie has experience in airplane piloting. He drove F-16 when he was in the army. Although some of the control methods of fighter jets and passenger planes are different, what can I ask for now?" Rick smiled bitterly. "I'll go ahead and prepare. When Inspector Willie comes back, he invites him to the cockpit." Said, Rick reached out and opened the cockpit door. At this moment, a green viper suddenly stuck its head out of the gap in the door and bit Rick's right hand fiercely. Rick screamed and staggered back. The cockpit door opened wide, and Xiaolun saw that the cockpit was already full of various venomous snakes. With a sound of tongue, a black venomous snake with a thin arm suddenly ejected at Xiaolun. At the same time, Xiaolun flew a kick and directly kicked the hatch shut. The heavily closed cabin door happened to jam the black venomous snake and cut off its triangular head directly. Congratulations on your achievement. Counting from 1 to 10, within 24 hours, you will encounter 10 different kinds of poisonous snakes. So please keep your distance and pay attention to safety. Congratulations on your achievement, Viper Buster. In 24 hours, kill 30 snakes in total. It looks like it should be a poisonous snake keeping a distance from you. The above 2 achievements, a total of 80 points awarded. Xiaolun didn't care about checking his own points, turned around and dragged down the green snake that had bitten Rick, and stomped him to death. He hurriedly used his tie to tie Rick's arm tightly to prevent the venom from flowing to his heart. But even so, Rick's palm swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a terrifying blue-purple. This side is busy rescuing Rick, and the door leading to the cargo hold next to him was suddenly pushed open. Willie staggered out of it, and after laboriously closing the hatch, he lay motionless on the ground. Shellen and Claire hurriedly stepped forward to check and found that Willie's lips were purple, and his face looked like a black briquette's, but now it is even darker. Seeing a white towel tightly tied to the root of his right thigh, Claire picked up Willie's trousers, and she found a wound on his right ankle that had been bitten by a poisonous snake. Brought Willie, who had fallen into a coma, to Rick's side. Xiaolun smiled helplessly as he looked at the 2 big men who had the same illness. It doesn't matter if you 2 are bitten by a snake, but the key is who will fly the plane next. Although it is said on the internet that under the command of the tower, even a newcomer can land a passenger plane. But Xiaolun didn't dare to take this risk. If the accelerator was used as the brake, it would really be crying. Xiaolun looked around, and suddenly remembered that there is a fat black brother in the movie with 2,000 hours of flying experience. Although these 2,000 hours are spent on flight simulation games, they are much better than ordinary people with their eyes open. Then 2 drivers find one, there must be one more. Xiaolun looked around on everyone's faces again, only to see panic and confusion. Even most people's eyes were locked on him. Sharon's brave performance before, they now put their last hope on Sharon. Xiaolun suddenly remembered the system prompt just now. He seemed to have accumulated enough points to open the low-level treasure chest. I hurriedly opened the treasure chest interface, and as expected, under the treasure chest, points, 130 was displayed. Heaven is spiritual and spiritual. God Maria is up. I must bless me to develop a skill that I can use now. Xiaolun secretly prayed for a long time in his heart, and finally gritted his teeth to make sure that a low-level treasure chest was opened. Congratulations on your acquisition of the skill Low-Level Aircraft Driving Specialization, do you want to learn it? Xiaolun's eyes widened suddenly, and it took a while before he recovered, and nodded hurriedly, study. You have acquired the skill Low-Level Aircraft Driving Specialization. Low-Level Aircraft Piloting Specialization, you have now understood most of the equipment buttons on the aircraft, but please note that after Subject 1, it does not mean that you can go on the road. 3. Subject 4. Xiaolun was already too lazy to complain about this skill. He walked quickly to the fat black brother who was honestly shrinking in a corner, and shouted in a deep voice, "You can fly a plane." Hey! The fat black brother looked at Xiaolun with a dumb look. After a while, he reacted violently and nodded vigorously, "Yes, I am an old driver with 2,000 hours of flying time. What's your name?" "My name is Troy." "Very well, Troy, you have been temporarily called up to be the pilot of this flight." Sharon snapped his fingers, "Come with me." Troy unfastened his seatbelt excitedly, and honestly followed Sharon behind him, and came to Rick and Willie. Xiaolun said solemnly, "Rick, how long will it take to arrive at the nearest airport?" Rick weakly said, "It's less than 5 minutes." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. "Okay," Xiaolun patted him on the shoulder and comforted, "You have a good rest, we will safely land the plane on the ground." Claire frowned, "But what about the poisonous snake in the cockpit?" Xiaolun recalled a classic scene in the movie, took a deep breath, and asked Rick again, what would happen if the plane had an opening now? Because of the air pressure, the objects in the cabin will be sucked out. Rick was taken aback, and looked at Sharon vigilantly. Do you want to take advantage of this to out all the poisonous snakes in the plane? Xiaolun nodded. Do you think this trick has the possibility of success? Rick gritted his teeth. It was definitely not possible, but in order to ensure flight safety, I have lowered the altitude from 30,000 feet to 700 feet. If you continue to lower it to 300 feet, the air pressure will remain balanced. He calculated for a while, then looked up to Xiaolun and said, as long as you can land the plane as soon as possible, I think there should be an 80% chance of success. 80%? Xiaolun smiled. I still think it's only 50%. Following Xiaolun's order, everyone quickly fastened themselves to their seats. Even the hippie singer who was trapped by Shailun was secured by a seat belt. Sharon uses a safety rope. One end is tied to the cockpit door handle, the other end is tied to himself and Troy, and then he told Troy, after I shoot, you immediately open the door. Troy nodded vigorously. There was no fear on the round and fat face, only the excitement of eagerness. Everyone prepares. 1, 2. Xiaolun drew his pistol, pointed it at a window on the back and fired it. Chapter 7, Crash Landing. In the movie, after Willie breaks the window, it seems that the suction power of the wind is not particularly strong. However, Xiaolun knew that the picture must have been artistically processed. The broken window was like a flushed toilet, whizzing out all the unfixed objects in the plane. Under the impact of those sucked objects, in the blink of an eye, the gap in the cabin changed from a window to a huge gap nearly 2 meters long. The others were okay. Although they couldn't open their eyes because of the wind, they were still fixed on their seats, and Sharon and Troy were in trouble. With his own weight advantage, Troy has not been blown by the wind, but he is also unable to move forward. As for Xiaolun, if his feet are lighter, there is a risk of being blown up by the wind at any time. At this moment, Shailun's personal information panel was released. Your current experience value is 112/100, and you have met the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Yes, you have successfully upgraded to level 2, each attribute has been increased by 1 point, and you have gained 5 attribute points. Do you assign it? Fun. Give me some strength. Xiaolun yelled, give me strength. Fortunately, everyone's ears were full of wind, and no one heard Xiaolun's roar. Obviously, all 5 attribute points have been added to strength, whether to check the latest personal information. Uncle, didn't you see that I'm busy now? Xiaolun closed the personal information panel, feeling the power surging from the void in his body, yelled, pulled the safety rope with both hands, and moved forward step by step. Soon he came to the cockpit door and tried to open the door. The poisonous snakes inside immediately whizzed out and flew out. There was even a poisonous snake in the air, biting Xiaolun. Xiaolun barely avoided the blow. Go! Sharon grabbed the cockpit door frame with one hand, and pulled Troy's arm with the other, dragging him into the cockpit almost abruptly. Then he went in by himself, and then closed the hatch with force. The terrible pressure disappeared instantly. Sharon had no time to rest, and quickly untied the ropes on his body and Troy. The two people sat on the pilot's seat at the fastest speed, and after observing the situation of getting off the plane for a while, they controlled the plane to lower the altitude while getting in touch with the airport tower. Los Angeles International Airport, this is South Pacific Airlines Flight 121. I am the newest driver, Troy, and sitting next to me is my brother of another name. For the first time to fly a plane, Troy was so excited that he involuntarily triggered his own racial talents, and started purring non-stop. Although we have different skin colors, in my heart, he is my brother. Welcome my co-pilot, great agent Xiat. My goodness, Xiaolun rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, shut up, Troy, hurry up and get business. Troy pursed his lips and said helplessly, "Well, the tower, whether the airport has been evacuated. South Pacific Airlines Flight 121 is about to make an emergency landing." A nervous echo came from the headset. "Flight 121, the tower has been received, and all runways have been evacuated. But before that, I can ask, sir, do you have experience in flying aircraft?" "Of course," Troy nodded without shame, "except for passenger planes, I have driven all F-22 and F-35. The tower was obviously relieved. "Then you are really lucky to be able to fly this time. Which flying brigade did you serve before?"
Super ace pilot."
The headset fell into deathly silence. After a while, the tower hesitated and said, "Sir, you mean, your actual flying experience is all playing computer games?" "You are wrong to say that," Troy defended. "It's a simulated flight, very realistic, almost exactly the same as the real one." The tower sighed. "Flight 121, do you have any other experienced pilots?" Xiaolun reluctantly said, "I am NIA Agent Xiaolun. The buddy you are talking to is already the most experienced pilot on the plane." "Hey, listen, I know that under the command of the tower, the landing of the passenger plane was successful. The rate is still very high. So please trust us, okay?" Troy said on the side, "Yes, tower, please tell me the VHF navigation parameters and flight vector parameters, I can handle the rest." The tower sighed helplessly, told Troy a series of parameters, and finally emphasized, "Sir, your plane is now in a tailwind state. I suggest you reverse directions and land from runways 2 to 4 upwind." Xiaolun shook his head and said, "No, the tower, the cabin of the plane has been damaged, and there are a large number of wounded people in the plane who are in urgent need of serum injections. We can't wait." "But sir, if you land like this, the speed is too fast, you will probably run off the runway. Then you'd better clean the outside of the runway." Xiaolun simply closed the communication and opened the internal communication of the plane. "Gentlemen and ladies, hurry up, we are about to land soon." Looking at Sharon, who was vigorous and resolute, Troy raised his eyebrows, gave Sharon a thumbs up, and then controlled the plane to land on the runway below. The landing gear slowly opened, and with a few violent bumps, the wheels finally fell to the ground. "Slow down, slow down. TMD, slow down." Troy held the steering wheel tightly, gritted his teeth and grumbled. Even without Troy, Sharon can tell that the UU reading www.uugonshu.com plane is indeed a bit faster at this time. "Brake it, Troy, step on the brake!" Xiaolun yelled. "I have already slowed down, and I'm still applying the brakes. Do you think this is driving a car? This big guy just can't slow down." Troy yelled similarly. Xiaolun watched the plane gradually approach the end of the runway, and at the end of the runway, a huge billboard just stood up. "Turn, to the left, there is a lot of space on the left, get this big guy out of this runway." Sharon and Troy turned at the same time. The wheels of the plane rubbed on the ground. After a puff of green smoke was released, the plane turned quickly, rushed out of the runway, and rushed to the left side of the runway. "Oh, God!" The people on the airport tower looked at the plane that was rushing here, their eyes widened, grabbing the phone and shouting desperately, "Slow down, slow down. Also use your nonsense." Sharon and Troy roared at the same time. I don't know if the roar worked, or if Troy braked correctly this time. In the end, the plane came to a halt slowly, and finally the nose of the plane was only 1 or 2 meters away from the hanging window of the tower. At such a close distance, Xiaolun could clearly see the pale faces of the staff on the opposite tower. Xiaolun let out a long sigh. Just about to relax and rest, a series of electronic sounds suddenly sounded in his mind. "You successfully rescued Inspector Willie Finn and got 5 points. You successfully rescued the witness Sean Jones and got 5 points. You successfully rescued Vice Captain Rick Niffo, and got 5 points. Flight 121 made an emergency landing. The case snake-infested flight is over, you will get 100 points of experience and 100 points. The newbie gift package has been distributed, please pay attention to check. Chapter 8, Open Gift Package. Xiaolun was lying in the hospital bed, looking helplessly in front of him, dressed in a black suit, a serious-looking middle-aged white woman, Deputy Chief Holly, I'm all right at all. The injured is Inspector Willie. I know, so now it is the doctor who takes care of him, not me. Nia Deputy Director Mrs. Hollis, a typical Western strong woman. She has a pair of blue eyes, staring at Xiaolun. Agent Xiat, do you know how much trouble you have caused? Xiaolun stretched out his hands. Trouble? Don't scare me, Master Deputy Director, shouldn't I have done meritorious service? A meritorious service? The beauty you want? Holly sneered, I ask you, what's the matter with the Zongzi-like guy who is stuffed with his socks in his mouth on the plane and bound by belts and shoelaces? You said that idiot, he is purely self-inflicted. Xiaolun said nonchalantly, on the plane, he wanted to do something to the captain. To ensure the safety of the public, I put him down. Speaking of lightness, did you know that as soon as you got off the plane, the guy accused you, saying that you violently enforced the law, and called the lawyer? Holly said viciously, not to mention that the guy has some reputation, plus his skin color. The reason, this incident has attracted great attention from the media. Hey, did he want to use this to hype himself? Xiaolun muttered softly, this bastard, I knew this. I should kill him when I was on the plane. Holly stared, what did you just say? Nothing, Xiaolun quickly changed the subject, how is the witness now? Boss Willie is all right? And that Edward King, have we arrested that bastard? Holly's eyes twitched slightly, and he said calmly, now these things have nothing to do with you. Your main task now is to heal your injuries here and reflect on your mistakes by the way. Also, you are not allowed to leave the ward without my approval. Xiaolun frowned, glanced at the police standing at the door of the ward, watching the police around him vigilantly, and suddenly asked, Jin should have gone abroad by now. Impossible, I have already entered and exited. Holly said subconsciously, but then closed his mouth and glared at Sharon. Stop making trouble, Auntie, you deliberately leaked the news to me? Otherwise, how could I be so simple and just put the words out of your mouth? Xiaolun frowned, then what is going on, Jin, isn't it what we've been staring at? Holly sighed and said in a low voice, because of this, the above suspected that there was a ghost in the game. Xiaolun's eyes widened, those who are officials, don't they doubt me? If you doubt you won't be so comfortable lying here now. Holly said in a huff. Depending on your performance on the plane and after internal investigations, you are already the most innocent agent in the Bureau. NS. But regardless of the number of flights you took, so many venomous snakes hid in the plane, and he disappeared immediately after learning that you had landed safely in Los Angeles, it all means that someone must be telling him, no, more than that, maybe some help was provided to him. Xiaolun rubbed his temples and said, so you are worried that I will be retaliated by Jin, so you specifically let me stay in the hospital. No matter what, it's safer than your kennel. Holly patted Xiaolun on the shoulder and smiled. To make sure that he will never return. Water? Feelings, you still use me as bait. Holly did not answer this question, but waved his hand, turned and walked away. Xiaolun sighed, lay down a little weakly, and looked at the white ceiling. This ending is different from the movie. The big villain Edward King ran away. Willie was seriously injured and hospitalized, and he was also protected under house arrest. It's no wonder that Holly is nervous. The King family is the premier underground gang in Los Angeles. If King really wants to retaliate, it will indeed cause a lot of trouble. But, what does this have to do with yourself? I was ordered to lie down now, as a paid vacation. Xiaolun shrugged and opened his personal information panel. After getting off the plane, I was taken to the hospital, checked and questioned, and there was no time to check my gains after completing the mission. Name, Xiaolun. Level, 2. Physique, 13. Magic, 9. Power, 18. Endurance, 13. Agility, 16. Experience value, 320/200. Detective points, 470. Skills, specialization in low-level airplane piloting. Isn't it said that there is a gift package for beginners? Xiaolun asked with some doubts, where is the gift package? With a thought, the picture before his eyes changed into a gift box with colored bars. The newbie gift package has been sent, do you want to open it? Of course it's on. Congratulations, you have obtained a high-level key, which can open the high-level treasure chest once. Do you want to open it? Xiaolun whistled softly, open. After the advanced treasure chest is opened. Congratulations on your acquisition of the advanced skill Unlimited Swordsmanship, do you want to learn it? Xiaolun rubbed his hands in excitement, learn, 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 learn quickly. Learning the advanced skill Infinite Sword requires a personal level of 30 or more, and the physical, magic, strength, and endurance all reach 50 points, and the agility attribute reaches 100 points. Because your personal level is not enough, you are temporarily unable to learn, please try to improve your personal level first. Isn't it? Xiaolun clutched his heart. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com felt like crying without tears. It feels like finding that I won the first prize in a lottery ticket, and the redemption period has passed, so painful, so tangled. After struggling in bed for a long time, Xiaolun then looked at his other attributes, points 470? Oh, it's 30 points short, you can open the primary treasure chest. Do you want to wait? Save enough points to open the primary treasure chest. But Xiaolun soon dispelled this idea. What if the skills opened by the primary treasure chest, like the infinite sword system, do not meet the level attribute requirements for learning? You can't be too greedy. As a novice, you should first try to improve your strength. Xiaolun directly chose to open the low-level treasure chest 4 times, and then chose to upgrade. After all the preparations are completed, Xiaolun's personal information at this time is: Name, Xiaolun. Level, 3. Physique, 14. Magic, 10. Power, 19. Endurance, 14. Agility, 22. Experience value, 120/450. Detective points, 70. Passive skills learned: low-level airplane piloting specialization, low-level pistol shooting specialization. When using a pistol as a weapon, the shooting accuracy is increased by 10%, low-level close combat specialization. In close combat, 5 points of strength and agility are added respectively. Low-level language specialization, basically master the languages and scripts of the 5 major countries in the world. Learned active skills: facing fear. Low-level active skills, consume a certain amount of magic power, tap the deepest fear in the target's heart by looking directly at the target, and activate it. The effect lasts for 3 seconds, and the cooling time is 10 hours. Skills to be learned: Unlimited Sword System. Chapter 9, Special Agent. Ahem. Xiaolun coughed vigorously, leaning on the door of the ward, looking at the 2 people inside with a smirk. Willie and Claire separated after hearing Sharon's cough. Sorry, did I come at the wrong time? I know it's not time, don't hurry up. Willie stared, that old black face turned red for the first time. The charming flight attendant Claire stood up and smiled dryly, it just so happens that I should go, and I will see you tomorrow. After finishing speaking, she nodded at Xiaolun and left quickly. Okay, don't look at it. It's all gone. Xiaolun deliberately blocked Willie's stunned eyes. He laughed, the doctor said you just woke up. I am still worried about your body. Now it seems absolute it's okay. Hey, brother, you are all drooling. Willie subconsciously reached out and wiped the corners of his mouth, and then immediately realized that he had been fooled, staring at Xiaolun viciously. You bastard! Unexpectedly, Inspector Willie, who has been single for a lifetime, will bloom in the middle of life, and the iron tree will bloom, glowing with the second spring. Xiaolun walked to the bedside, unceremoniously picked up a peeled apple, and took a bite. Said, yes, it's really sweet, my teeth are sour when it's sweet. Let it down, Claire peeled it for me. I want to eat it and peel it by myself. Willie snatched the apple in Sharon's hand and said in an angry voice, how does that oriental proverb say, like a mouth spit? No ivory. It's because the dog can't vomit ivory. Xiaolun sat on the side of the bed nonchalantly, frowning, listening to the doctor. Your condition is not particularly good, what's the matter? It's nothing, that snake just bit the nerve in my foot. I'm afraid I won't be able to do field work in the future. Willie sighed lonely, but soon he cheered up and raised his head and smiled at Xiaolun. But thanks to you, the plane landed successfully and the serum was injected in time. Otherwise, if you delay for a while, you may have to amputate your limbs. Xiaolun patted Willie on the shoulder and comforted, it happened to take advantage of this opportunity to be promoted to supervisor, so that you can be considered as middle management. Just like Holly, it turns out that you two are partners. Later, they seized the opportunity and transferred to logistics and management, and now they are all promoted to deputy director. Of course, this also shows that my aunt is capable, and has nothing to do with my uncle who works in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Listening to Xiaolun's words that almost didn't want a face, Willie rolled his eyes helplessly. Well, for business, you must not come to me to show off your background, right? How can you say that? You are in the supervisor, so I have another thigh in the game. Xiaolun smiled, and suddenly lowered his voice. Head, I want to become an independent agent. Willie frowned and looked suspiciously at Xiaolun. Are you crazy? The independent agent said it nicely. Don't you know the real situation? That position is for the agent who made the mistake. Xiaolun smiled bitterly. He didn't know this situation, but he had to do it. In the past few days, while lying in the ward with nothing to do, he has a deeper understanding of his system and the world he is in. First of all, it is not a case of ordinary cats or dogs. Experience points and points can be obtained. The system needs to scan and search for clues of the case, and then Xiaolun rushes to the designated place and contacts people or things related to the case to activate the case. And Xiaolun is under the jurisdiction of the Los Angeles branch, and the tasks that he is usually responsible for are all assigned by the above, and there is no freedom to rush to other places to pick up tasks at will. Of course, Xiaolun wouldn't bother to change places if it was a mere restriction. After all, he was backed by a big tree to enjoy the cool. With Holly here, he could be promoted to senior detective after a few years. But the point is that this world is not right. The inventor, philanthropist, and billionaire who brushes his presence on TV every day, needless to say, Tony Shit has a big poop, and Xiaolun remembers the handsome face that was later covered with pleats. The key is the latter, Gotham, Wayne Enterprise. Although it is only 2005. Tony is still in the mold and has not become Iron Man, and the Big Bat is still wandering outside and has not returned to Gotham. But Sharon still feels full of malice from this world. It will be very difficult to deal with a Thanos in the future. Why is it still mixed with DC players? What sin has been made in this world? In order to have the strength to survive in the dark future that has been determined, Xiaolun has no choice but to complete various cases through the system and improve his strength as soon as possible. But if you want to travel around the world freely, you can only leave from the Los Angeles branch and become an independent agent under the headquarters. Of course, there is no way to explain the above reasons to Willie. Xiaolun can only smile bitterly. No way, the independent agent is safe. Willie was taken aback. The expression on his face changed for a while before he whispered, "Are you sure? You know that independent agents are almost impossible to promote. But what's the price? Head, even if we can retire safely, we are all injured. But for those independent agents, although the salary is low and promotion is difficult, they are safe and hardly encounter any dangerous cases. Although that is said, independent agents have been on business trips almost all their lives. Not only are they hard work, but they don't have time to take care of the family. Isn't that right?" Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Apart from Aunt Holly's family, I have no other relatives, and now I don't even have a girlfriend, and I don't have family concerns. Willie sighed. "Then have you told Holly these things?" "I called her last night, and then she called me bloody. That's why I came to you. I hope you can help me persuade her." Willie felt his unconscious right leg, unable to close his eyes, and whispered, "I will try my best." Xiaolun nodded, seeing that Willie was in a bad mood, so he stopped disturbing him, got up and left and returned to the ward where he lived. "My own in this world, my father is an authentic Chinese, who came to study in the United States to meet my mother. As a result, not long after we got married and had children, the family suffered major changes. Sharon was raised by his mother's sister Holly. Holly treated him like his own son, so he and the Holly family were very close. Because of this, Sharon is confident that under his own soft and hard soaking, coupled with Willie's persuasion, Holly will eventually agree to his request." As expected, a week later, Holly said blankly to Sharon, who was standing upright, "Agent Sharon, in view of your brave performance on Flight 121, the Bureau approved a reward of $50,000 after tax for you, and promoted you to Special Agent. Member." "Yes." After Xiaolun saw the other colleagues leave, he leaned forward with a smiling face, "And, what is a Special Agent?" Holly snorted, "I am in charge of the newly established agency in the Bureau." Xiaolun's eyes lit up, "My deputy director, are you using power for personal gain?" Holly didn't answer, and slapped it directly. Chapter 10, Woman in White. Arizona, on a secluded highway. Jack just sent his first girlfriend home, and was talking on the phone with his second girlfriend while driving the car. In the dark night, lights flashed, just illuminating a sign beside the road. 28th. The two were chatting in deep water, and when they wanted to see each other and roll the sheets, suddenly the mobile phone signal was interrupted. Immediately afterwards, the radio in the car also made a crackling noise. Jack frowned and turned off the radio, and then he found that his breath had condensed into a white mist, and the temperature in the car had dropped a lot strangely. "You know, it's summer now." The lights in the car flickered a few times, and suddenly a woman's voice sounded from behind Jack, "Please, send me home." Jack shivered all over his body in shock, and the car suddenly drifted on the highway, and finally stopped at the side of the road with great difficulty. After taking a few breaths, Jack turned his head to look back a little distracted, only to find a blonde woman in a thin white pajamas was sitting steadily in the back seat, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Jack. You. Jack stammered, "When did you get in the car?" The woman leaned forward slightly, against the front light, revealing her beautiful face and the spring light under her thin pajamas. "Please, send me home." The strap of the pajamas suddenly slipped from the incense shoulder. Jack swallowed, his eyes could hardly move away. "Okay, but where is your home?" The woman leaned back on her seat, and said quietly, "Forward." Jack blew his whistle lightly, stabilized his mind, and started the car to drive along the road. Drove for more than 10 minutes. Under the guidance of the woman in white, Jack finally drove the car onto a very dilapidated steel structure bridge. Jack fell down the window, looked around, frowned and said, "Madam, are you sure the way is right? It looks like this is not a place to live." As he said, Jack turned his head, but the woman did not know when he appeared in the passenger seat next to him, and he frightened Jack again. But this time before Jack recovered, the woman rushed over, pressed against Jack, and put a pair of small hands into his clothes. After a while, the car shook violently with a screaming scream. But after a dozen shakes, the car returned to calm. Deathly calm. Sharon drove the Cadillac black bulletproof SUV specially distributed in the game, humming a little song and galloping along the road. As the saying goes, there are people in North Korea that are easy to handle. With Holly's turnover and Sharon's credit on Flight 121, he successfully transformed himself into a special agent. This special agent is similar to an independent agent, and he is also traveling around the world. The only difference is greater power, higher salary, better treatment, better prospects for future promotion. Well, there really isn't much difference. Almost a month has passed since the snake-infested flight incident. Edward King never showed up. It is estimated that he had gone abroad. Therefore, Holly's protective house arrest on Sharon was also cancelled. During this time, Xiaolun was not idle, except for eating and sleeping. He almost lived in the shooting range and training range. After continuous training, he has completely adapted to this body. Prior to this body has been specially trained by the Nia and has mastered shooting and fighting skills, but under the influence of attribute blessings and passive skills, Sharon's strength is several times stronger than before. Especially under the influence of the agility attribute, Xiaolun draws his gun far faster than others, which greatly increases Xiaolun's chance of victory in a gun battle. Sure enough, his decision to add all the attribute points after the second upgrade to agility was correct. When Xiaolun approached the coordinate position provided by the system, he saw that a warning belt had been pulled up on the iron bridge ahead. A group of local police are at the scene, either looking down on the bridge or holding a police dog along the river under the bridge to search. Xiaolun parked the car, hung his ID on his chest, got out of the car and walked towards Taikiao. When he arrived at the security zone, he said to a police officer who was responsible for maintaining order, "Special Agent Nia." The police officer glanced at the ID on Xiaolun's chest and raised an eyebrow slightly surprised. "Are you Nia so idle now? Your two colleagues have just left, and you are here." Xiaolun followed the police officer's line of sight and turned his head to look. As expected, not far away, two men, one tall and one short, were leaving quickly. Xiaolun also thought that these two were agents of the local branch, and did not take it seriously, and asked the police officer, "What's the situation now?" The police officer led Xiaolun to the car on the iron bridge. "The car is still there, the people are gone, and no traces of blood or fighting were found. The preliminary guess is that he got off the car and jumped off the bridge." Xiaolun leaned down, from the fallen car window, saw the car key still inserted in it, frowned and said, "Has a corpse been found under the bridge?" The police officer shook his head. "The sheriff is searching. The river under the bridge is very turbulent, and it may have rushed downstream." Sharon put on his gloves and gently pulled the car door. Just when he touched the handlebar of the car, the system prompted the sound. "The clues of the case are detected. The case code is Woman in White. After the case is solved, experience points and points will be awarded according to the degree of completion. Please pay attention to the detectives." White clothes. Woman. Xiaolun frowned, raised his nose and sniffed hard in the car. "I didn't smell the fragrance of perfume or cosmetics, but there was a faint fishy smell." The officer looked at Xiaolun with a weird look. Xiaolun didn't take it seriously. He closed the car door and asked the officer, "What's the situation with the missing person?" Jack George, 21-year-old UU, reading www.uugonshu.com, a local, lives in a small town not far away. A middle-aged police chief walked over and reached out to Shaolun. "Owen, local police Long. Nia Special Agent, Sharon." Sharon shook hands with Sheriff Owen and frowned. "Then Mr. Sheriff, how is this Jack's private life? Are there any women around him who like to wear white clothes? You look young, and you don't think your eyes are very vicious. It's really not easy to get into the Nia. Owen handed a folder in his hand to Sharon and sighed, I know Jack this boy. The other thing is good, it's a private life. It's just a bit messy. As for the women he associates with, whether they like to wear white clothes, this still needs to be investigated. Owen frowned, but agent, how do you know this? It's nothing, based on the analysis of his car interior decoration. Xiaolun made a haha and handed his business card to Owen, I will accept this document first, and I will investigate the woman in town. What's the follow-up search on the spot? Please let me know if it makes progress. Owen shrugged. Dealing with this kind of disappearance was already very tricky. There was a Nia agent who intervened, and he couldn't ask for it. In the end, there is no result, and the above is not easy to hold accountable. After leaving Owen, Xiaolun drove to the small town in front of him. After entering the town, Xiaolun planned to go directly to the police station, but after seeing a fast food restaurant by the road, he decided to go to eat first. After pushing the door into the fast food restaurant, Xiaolun looked around the shop habitually, but was attracted by the two young men sitting in the corner. Whether it is the back or the head, it seems that they are the two Nia agents who have just left the scene. Chapter 11, Wen Jiashuang Shat. Xiaolun thought that although he and the two buddies were not in the same department, they were Nia agents after all, and they were considered colleagues, so he stepped forward and sat down opposite them with a smile, and said with a smile, good for you too. This is Special Agent Xiaolun. Said, Xiaolun showed his ID. Looking at the documents in the hands of Sharon and Sharon, the two men glanced at each other and took out their IDs, Johnny Joy. Bobby Walker. Xiaolun glanced at the documents in the hands of the two, raised his eyebrows, and looked at them carefully again. For some reason, he felt that these two buddies were familiar, but perhaps because of the crossing, Xiaolun's memory of the last world was a bit vague. Seeing Xiaolun looking straight at him, these two buddies were a little uncomfortable. One of them, a shorter man with short hair, smiled and said, Inspector Xiat, I don't know what you are doing here. Is there a case? Xiaolun ignored him, still watching them carefully. After a while, he suddenly said ha, pointing to the two people who were startled by himself and said, Wen's Shuangsha. The two buddies on the opposite side glanced suspiciously at each other, and suddenly a faint feeling appeared in their hearts. Xiaolun laughed, he finally remembered where he had seen these two handsome rivals. The two male protagonists in the rice drama Evil, Power I watched in the last world. The TV series has been broadcast continuously for more than 10 years, but Xiaolun was crossed before it was finished, and he didn't know how it would end. Although Xiaolun can't remember the plot clearly because of the long time span of the TV series, coupled with the crossing, he still has an impression of the appearance of the two male protagonists. Dean Winchester. Sharon smiled at the short-haired man, then looked at the tall long-haired man next to him, Sam Winchester. Dean and Sam were a little embarrassed when Sharon revealed their true identity. Dean leaned forward and said in a low voice, Hey, man, are you in our business too? See you, newcomer. Xiaolun changed his mind and simply followed Dean's words and nodded, I'm not a newcomer, I have been working for several months. Seeing Sharon admit it, Dean and Sam let out a long sigh. The true identities of the two of them are hard to see, so Sam will leave it alone. He has been in college for these years and has no record. However, his brother Dean was different. He was on the list of most wanted criminals in several states just because of his grave digging. Not to mention stealing credit cards. Don't get me wrong, these two brothers are not tomb thieves, but very magnificent demon hunters, who specialize in destroying the dark side monsters. It's a pity that this profession doesn't come with money. In order to survive, they have to walk on the edge of the law. After recognizing the two brothers, Xiaolun understood that this woman in white case was definitely not simple, and perhaps it was one of those elusive cases. It's okay to catch a few fugitives now, but he has no experience in dealing with evil spirits. Then the Wen brothers can just be his helper. Only a few months. Dean, who had been with his father since he was a child, said to Xiaolun in the tone of an old man. People will be killed in time. Newcomer Xiaolun expressed his kindness and deep gratitude for the teachings of the old predecessor Dean. And in order to maintain the gratitude of his newcomer, Xiaolun decided to treat him for this meal. Dean expressed his gratitude for the newcomer Sharon to be so on. Even though he and Sam had just eaten it, under Sharon's repeated persistence, he still ordered small meals such as steak and pizza. The younger brother Sam expressed a little embarrassment to his elder brother who was devouring. However, he raised his head and looked at the opposite, Shaylin, who was also very heroic. He opened his mouth, and finally didn't say anything, just reluctantly covered his eyes. After eating and drinking, Dean wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then he let out a long burp in Sam's disgusting eyes. "Oh, I'm full for this meal today." Dean touched his belly and smiled with satisfaction, then, "Waiter, the biggest black pepper steak pizza, packet." Sam, who had just stood up, almost fell on the table when he heard Dean's words. He pressed Dean's head fiercely, and smiled at the waiter who was walking by excitedly. "He is joking, don't take it seriously." "Dinner, that's our dinner." Dean was still muttering, but Sam was abruptly dragged out of the restaurant. After Sharon checked out, Dean had been stuffed into the car by Sam. Sam stepped forward and laughed in a low voice, "Sorry, thanks, how much money was spent just now, we are AA." "You are polite, Sam, this is just a trivial matter. If you feel uncomfortable, then you are responsible for dinner, how about?" Sharon patted Sam on the arm, smiled and walked to the car of the Dean brothers, the 1967 Chevrolet Black Buck. This is a very classic muscle car, so that in Dean's heart, this car is even more important than himself. "Senior Dean," Sharon smiled at Dean who was picking his teeth with a toothpick, "what should we investigate next?" Dean was taken aback. What to investigate? The disappearance on the Iron Bridge? Isn't that a special case that we are responsible for? It looks like an ordinary disappearance. Seeing Xiaolun's stunned expression, you read www.youcanshu.com. Dean laughed, "Just kidding, there is a problem with that case." Sam walked over and frowned, "What's the problem?" Dean took out an instrument that looked like a small radio from his arms, and shook it in front of the two Sharons. "Do you know what this is?" "This is science. This instrument can sense the abnormal changes in the surrounding magnetic field. If a spirit body has really appeared, then this thing will call the police. And when I was on the bridge just now, I secretly scanned the car with this thing. You guys guess what?" Sharon and Sam did not know, looking straight at Dean. Dean touched his nose a little boringly, and hummed, "Yes, there is an abnormal change in the magnetic field in the car, and according to numerical analysis, it should have been in contact with a spiritual body in the last period of time." Xiaolun rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "No wonder I smelled a faint smell in the car. Thinking back now, it should be a corpse smell." "Then you have a very good nose," Dean laughed, but seeing Sam glared at him, he stopped his smile immediately and said in a deep voice, "Then it's very simple. Let's find out the evil spirit body, and then wiped out, that's it." Xiaolun nodded and said, "I and the police officer at the scene found out that the private life of the missing Jack seems to be quite chaotic, so I plan to go to the police station and check the files of those people." No. Dean shook his head like a rattle. "Don't forget who we are, man. Those fake evidences are occasionally shown out at the scene to scare the newcomers. It's okay. But if you really want to enter the police station, but it's easy to get out." Chapter 12, Clue. Unlike Dean and Sam, these two fakes, Sharon is a genuine NIA agent, so he doesn't have the natural fear of rats and cats in the police station. Generally speaking, people like Dean and Sam used gossip newspapers in addition to visits to obtain information when the internet had not yet risen on a large scale in 2005. For Xiaolun, the most convenient and quickest way to investigate someone is to enter the police station and file. Don't think that the United States has no personal files. In fact, the file information here is the most detailed and clearest in the world. Sharon apparently obeyed Dean's suggestion, but said that he was used to investigating alone, so the two parties exchanged contact information, and they parted ways after they met in this restaurant at night. Xiaolun drove the car around the town. After making sure that no one was following him, he turned around and drove into the town police station. The size of the national police station is closely related to the development of the local town community. If the town is big and the community is affluent, then the police station will be magnificent and the police officers will be well equipped. If the opposite is true, just look at Detroit. The town is not small, so the police station is well built, and the supporting facilities are also very complete. Even the big head computers are equipped for the police officers. You know, this is 2005, and in the last year of 2019, there were remote police stations in the United States that used this kind of computer. The reception staff of the local police department confirmed Sharon's number and identity through the internal special line between the police department and the Arizona NIA branch, and then allowed Sharon to enter the police department's archives. With the help of civilian police officers, they checked related files. From this series of procedures, Xiaolun understood why Dean and the others did not dare to come to the police station. No matter how realistic their documents are forged, the police station only needs to make a call through the internal line to reveal their identities. The identity of the NIA agent is still quite good in the police station below, especially after Sheriff Owen specifically called to inquire. The police officer who assisted Sharon was even more dare not care. Soon a stack of files was placed in front of Xiaolun. The little police officer who wears glasses and looks like a newcomer, some breathlessly said, "Sir, all cases of missing persons within 10 years are here." "Okay," Xiaolun picked up a file, blew the dust on it, and said solemnly, "Now we need to find out from it, similar cases to this disappearance. For example, the date and time, all men who are alone and many more." Sharon can't do anything about it. He doesn't remember the plot of the TV series starring Dean and Sam. He can only find clues in this old way. After more than an hour of investigation, Xiaolun and the little policeman found 16 files from the pile of small-sized files. The basic situation of these 16 missing cases is very similar to this time Jack disappeared. First of all, the dates of these people's accidents are between July 15 and 21 of each year. The people who had the accident next were men who walked alone late at night, and there were no witnesses at the time of the accident. It seemed that the world had evaporated without knowing it overnight. Spread out the 16 thin files, one by one in front of Xiaolun. Xiaolun carefully checked, hoping to find clues, especially when it comes to women, to see if there are any women who like to wear white clothes. After investigating for a long time, Xiaolun didn't see anything. After all, in the United States, missing persons is simply too normal. Just look at the homeless people on the streets and you will know that running away from home at every turn is the unique scenery of the American people. Therefore, after the police station receives such a report, it usually ends in a hasty manner and does not spend a lot of manpower and material resources on searching. Like this time Jack is missing, the police station can dispatch helicopters and police dogs, but it still depends on Jack's stepfather as the mayor. Strange. While Xiaolun was thinking about it, the little police officer on the side suddenly said, "Sir, I followed your instructions and marked the route of these people when they disappeared on the map. I found this," said, the little police officer spread the map in front of Xiaolun. The map uses pencils of different colors to draw a route, but these routes are eventually drawn on a highway. Route 28. Xiaolun narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Mark the location where these missing vehicles were found." The little police officer immediately pointed with a pencil, but after only 3 clicks, his face changed. After the locations where the 16 missing persons vehicles were abandoned are marked, it can be clearly seen that these small spots are around Highway 28. Xia Lun stared at the road line on the map that was thickened because the pencil was constantly drawn. Suddenly he remembered something and rushed into the pile of files like a hill. After turning over it for a while, I found out a dust-stained file. Cole Fuggan, on July 21, 1996, was reported by his wife Beth Fuggan that he was missing. After several days of investigation by the police, there was no result. The next year, on July 15, 1997, Beth was found to have committed suicide by jumping into a river, and when the police searched her residence, they found that Beth's 2 children, a man and a woman, had already drowned in the bathtub. Perhaps because this disappearance case involved a life lawsuit, you read www.yuyugonshu.com, so the investigation of this file is very detailed. There are not only detailed survey transcripts, but also on-site photos and so on. Sharon's eyes quickly locked on a photo, where Beth jumped into the river to commit suicide, and this place happened to be the iron bridge where Jack was driving the vehicle. Subsequent photos and autopsy report confirmed Sharon's guess that Beth did commit suicide, and when she committed suicide, she was wearing a white pajamas. As for her 2 children, Xia Lun slowly closed the dossier, sighed silently, and handed the dossier to the little police officer. "Take a copy of this dossier, I want to take it away." Just as Sharon made a major breakthrough in the case, Dean and Sam also made new progress. I have to say that the 2 of them also have a set of clues for investigation. They cut down the missing persons notices published in the newspapers in the town over the years and put them together. Soon they also found the clue on Route 28. Then they followed the 28th highway, and soon found an article similar to a ghost story in a gossip tabloid in the 2000 edition. It is said that Korf was not missing, but eloped with a woman from outside. After Korf disappeared, Beth's mental state has been unstable and often desolate, but she has always refused to look at her psychology. Dr. Sam read the article while frowning and said, on the night of July 15, 1997, when the 2 children were bathing, Beth had mental problems again. She was in a trance and did not pay attention, causing the 2 children. She accidentally got electrocuted while taking a bath. Beth completely broke down. She ran out of the house with her bare feet and wearing only a thin pajama. She ran for more than an hour at a stretch, and finally jumped off an iron bridge. Chapter 13, Clever Dean. Another fast food restaurant in the small town is also in a remote corner. Dean smiled at Sam while eating a sandwich. "I bet you, Sammy, that kid must be eating jail in the police station at noon now." Sam flipped through the gossip magazine in his hand, and said in a bad mood, "I just asked you to have a meal at noon, and you let others dove in the evening. It's not authentic." Dean shook his head and said, "You don't understand the sinister heart, Sammy. If the kid couldn't resist the police and confessed the 2 of us, wouldn't we go to the restaurant to make a fool of ourselves?" Sam snorted, "Then we can't help but die like this." Dean shrugged, "If that kid didn't confess us, then after solving this case, we can find a way to save him." Sam's expression was startled, and he stared at the magazine in his hand. After a while, he blinked and put the magazine in front of Dean. "I think we might not need to save him." Dean frowned and looked at the magazine suspiciously. Fear. At an altitude of 30,000 feet, there were even more venomous snakes. According to the description of this gossip-style article, a month ago, on a flight from Hawaii to Los Angeles, thousands of venomous snakes were secretly put in by terrorists. Fortunately, there was a NIA agent on the plane. Under his leadership, the passengers worked together and managed to escape under Shekau. Judging from the plot, this article is very outrageous. The agent described is almost omnipotent, just like the lonely hero and invincible agent in the movie. What is surrounded by a group of snakes, using a food delivery truck to save people? What fired on the plane, using the air pressure difference to the poisonous snake out. In the end, the agent managed to make an emergency landing and rescued everyone. Dean stuffed the last bite of bread into his mouth, then shrugged, and said vaguely, "What's wrong? Do you think this kind of plot is true?" Sam didn't speak, just reached out and turned the impurities a page. A photo that was obviously taken from a long distance and was magnified after restoration, appeared in front of Dean. Dean's mouth grew so large that the crumbs in his mouth fell out without even noticing it. The young man in the photo is getting off the plane, although his facial features are a bit blurred because of the distance. But Dean can still tell that the person in the photo is almost exactly the same as the new person who invited him to dinner at noon today. Sam came over and whispered, "Now you know why I am surprised, right?" Dean pointed to the photo, stuttering a bit, "This photo is fake. No, it should be the person in the photo, not the newcomer kid at all. You know, Asians look the same to us." "Hey, Dean, do you know how awkward you are now?" Sam lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. "You know in your heart that the person in the photo is the same person as that buddy." "Well, I apologize for what I just said." Dean curled his lips. "But Sammy, you should think so. Maybe, the kid happened to be on that plane that day, so he should be a passenger, not that NIA agent." Sam was a little speechless. In the United States, do you think the gossip tabloids and the regular media, who exposed the photos more real? Dean spread his hands and was speechless. "So Dean, that buddy is a NIA agent at noon." Dean pursed his lips. "And you asked him to invite him to lunch?" Dean has sweaty beads on his forehead. "More importantly, you deliberately released his pigeons at night." Before Sam could finish, Dean stood up and gritted his teeth and said, "We should go now, Sammy, we must go now." But then, Dean quickly sat down again and let out a long breath, "But it's probably too late." Sam followed Dean's eyes and saw Sharon, who was wearing a black suit, black leather shoes, white shirt and blue tie, appeared at the entrance of the restaurant for some time. "Damn it, I know how it is possible for people in our business to dress so neatly. Even if they wear a suit, they are all cheap stalls, but Sammy, look at his suit, it costs $5,000. Above." Dean gritted his teeth and muttered, "No, at least $10,000 or more, not including his pair of leather shoes." Sam answered very calmly, "These who only waste taxpayers' money, fac, he came over here, Sammy, calm, keep calm, don't forget this guy sees the difference." Sam looked at Dean with a nervous face, and some helplessly covering his eyes. "Dean, he can find it here, it means that our identity has been exposed." "Oh, that's right. Maybe now this restaurant is surrounded by NIA agents, maybe there are snipers outside looking at our heads." While Dean was talking about it, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, Sharon had already walked up to them and smiled, "I remembered it wrong, or you said it wrong, we agreed to meet not at noon. Restaurant." Dean opened his mouth, speechless. Sam had no choice but to say from the side, "Excuse me, agent, thanks, my brother was a little too excited when he knew your true identity." Xiaolun raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise, and scanned the magazine on the table. After seeing the photo, he instantly understood what was going on. Although NIA has tried its best to suppress Sharon's personal information in order to protect the personal safety of the agents, it has not carried out large-scale reports. But there is no impermeable wall in the world, let alone gossip tabloids that are famous for digging the truth. It's just that most people in the US treat news in tabloids as daily entertainment, and only guys like Dean and Sam take this kind of thing seriously. Although such things are generally true. Sure, it's excited? It's not that I'm scared to be speechless. Now that his identity was exposed, Xiaolun stopped explaining anything. After sitting down across the table, he smiled generously, "As far as I know, Dean and your father, John, is wanted in several states, right?" Dean shuddered all over, and he was about to flee. Sam held him down and hurriedly said, "Thanks, agent, please listen to my explanation, my brother and them." Xiaolun waved his hand and smiled, "It's just a joke. By the way, Sam, isn't it your treat for dinner? Then can I order dinner now?" What can Sam say? Even though he and Dean have already eaten, they can only obediently call the waiter over to order, but this time only Sharon gobbled it up, and Dean couldn't eat any more. Chapter 14, Fishing. Xiaolun took a tissue and wiped his mouth, pushed the plate in front of him to the side, and then slowly said, "Close to the subject, you two have been looking for an afternoon, what's the gain?" Sam and Dean looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Xiaolun curled his lips, "Really? It's a pity that I found something, but since the two are unwilling to cooperate, then I'll leave." Seeing Sharon stand up and want to leave, Dean sighed and said, "Route 28, Beth Fuggan." Sharon laughed, stretched out a hand and took a piece of paper from his arms and placed it in front of Dean and Sam. This piece of paper is a photocopy of a photo of a female corpse. The black and white pattern, matched with the corpse, looks very eerie and scary. "She is Beth Fuggan." Sharon sat down again and said in a deep voice, "The real name is Beth Arnold, an Ohio native. She moved to this town with her husband, Corf Fuggan, in 1992, and gave birth to one boy and one girl with 2 children. Xiaolun said as he put the copy materials on the table. "I have collected information on missing cases in the past 10 years. Among them, there are 16 cases that are similar to Jack's disappearance, and the incident dates are between July 15 and 21 each year. But Beth reported that Corf was missing. It was July 23, 1996, and she committed suicide on July 15, 1997. From this date alone, it can be seen that this is too coincidental." Dean and Sam looked at the photocopy that Sharon took out, and Sam frowned. "Then the source of this series of disappearances should be this Beth, then we will excavate her body, burn it, and it will be over." "It's not that simple." Sharon once again took out a certificate and frowned. "According to the will left by Beth and Corf when they got married, her body has been cremated and scattered into the sea after an autopsy." Dean was taken aback. "If this is the case, then Beth shouldn't be the one who made trouble." "No, it must be her," Xiaolun affirmed, "although I don't know why her spiritual body still exists after the body is cremated. It is definitely this woman in white that caused this series of disappearances." "Woman in white?" Dean picked up the file, looked at it carefully, and wondered, although she did wear a white pajamas when she committed suicide, how can you be sure that she is the murderer? "Nonsense, because I opened it." Xiaolun murmured in his heart and explained, "The husband is missing, suspected to be an elopement during marriage, and then the child died in an accident, and he committed suicide by mental breakdown. Every year after that, the missing men were late at night, alone traveling alone. It doesn't look like full of anger. Woman, crazy revenge on men." Dean and Sam chirped a few times, and for a while neither of them could say anything against them. In fact, the two brothers also thought that Beth should be the real culprit, but just because Sharon said the answer, they just rebutted subconsciously. It's like a schoolmaster in the class, who has scorned all Xiong from the beginning of school, and the whole class has no better learning than the two of them. The answer they said is correct, even more correct than the standard answer. But on this day, a transfer student suddenly appeared in the class. He looked shameless and no one took him seriously. But all of a sudden, everyone discovered that this guy was actually tall and handsome, and the family had money and power. More importantly, he is still a high-achieving student, and at a glance he can see the problems that Swiba hasn't understood yet. In this case, what can the Swiba brothers do? Dean and Sam chose Shinobu. After all, there is no easy word in the adult world. As a wanted criminal, it doesn't seem ashamed to bow to a privileged department like Nia. Dean coughed twice and whispered, "Well, head, even if you are right. But now that the woman doesn't even have a corpse, how can we destroy her?" Xia Lun frowned and said, I think we should do it step by step. For example, first find a way to find her, and then think of a way to eliminate her. Well, head, then, how do we find her? Xia Lun scratched his forehead. I have an idea, but I need courage. Dean smiled and said, don't underestimate people, agent, this one sitting in front of you, but he can kill a vampire warrior alone at the age of 10. That's great, Xia Lun said with a smile. You see, from 1997 to 2004, 2 people will be missing every year. And this year, only Jack has just disappeared. So my plan is, starting from this evening, the 3 of us will drive separately and wander around on Route 28. Xia Lun's finger lightly traversed the highway line on the map. Sam frowned. Are you going to fish? To be precise, it's ghost fishing, Xia Lun smiled. What do you think of this plan? Dean and Sam rubbed their chins at the same time and fell silent. Although both of them feel that this plan is very feasible, the dignity of being a student tyrant still makes them want to defeat and resist. After thinking for a long time, Sam finally managed to think of a reason. Thanks, what if Beth attacks other pedestrians on that road? After all, the single male driving late at night must not know the 3 of us. Xia Lun nodded. I also thought about this difficulty, so I notified the local police station. From the beginning of sunset every day, they will close the entire Highway 28, leaving only the 3 of us. On the way, Dean and Sam were completely convinced. You have won, Agent. Thanks, just do as you said. 3 days later, late at night, Sharon drove his Cadillac SUV slowly on the highway, with the deafening heavy metal CD playing, but even so, he still couldn't stop his eyelid fighting. After a big yawn, Xia Lun picked up the ice-cold coffee next to him, took a deep sip, picked up the intercom on the side and said, 0203, I am 01, please report the situation. After a while, Dean and Sam rang in the intercom, and they replied lazily, 01, I am 0203, there is no situation, everything is normal. After Xia Lun yawned again, he frowned and said, I said, guys, is it because the 3 of us are so handsome and don't suit her? Hee. There was an awkward smile in the walkie-talkie. Of course, maybe that woman saw through our tricks and is hiding in the dark, watching our jokes. Xia Lun shook her head, and then said, if this is the case, then from tomorrow, I will let the police. The members are also on the road acting, what do you think? Hey? Guys, did you hear that? There was dead silence in the intercom. After a while, a piercing electronic noise suddenly sounded from the intercom. At the same time, the cash register that played music also malfunctioned, the lights began to flicker, and the surrounding temperature began to drop rapidly. Xia Lun breathed a sigh of relief, forming a white mist visible to the naked eye. Please, send me home. The strange, cold woman's voice suddenly sounded from the back seat. Chapter 15, Please take me home. Xia Lun shrugged his nose with a faint fishy smell wafting in the carriage. Well, it's exactly the same as the smell I smell in Jack's car. Xia Lun glanced at the rearview mirror, and the back seat was impressively reflected in the mirror. I don't know when there was an extra woman in a thin white pajamas. Blonde, blue-eyed, fair-skinned, hair and clothes wet with dew or sweat, clinging to the body, outlined a beautiful figure. Yes, know why those men are missing. Xia Lun curled his mouth calmly, and reached out very calmly, turning off the noisy walkie-talkie and radio, and then said, Excuse me, madam, this car is not diddy downwind, so please get off, okay? Please, send me home. It was the same sentence, but during this time, the woman's shoulder suddenly slid to the side automatically. If you have the ability, just strip off. Xia Lun sneered in disdain. She had seen the photos in the file. Don't look at her sultry now, but when she thinks of the appearance in the photo, she promises to have no idea at all. Xiaolun simply leaned the car to the side of the road, stopped the fire and turned on the light to pull up the handbrake, turned his head and said to the woman sternly, "Bah, you shameless, am I the kind of person who can't stand the temptation? Get out of the car, ask for otherwise I will call the police." The woman looked at Xiaolun with a little astonishment. After a while, a hideous smile appeared on her pale face, her eyes moved slightly, and the stalled car even started by itself, and then the autopilot mode was turned on. "Well, I also know how to double flash. This woman also abides by the rules." In front of him, Xiaolun turned the steering wheel around without panic in his heart. He knew that with the interruption of communication, Dean and Sam should soon notice something was wrong, and should come to support them soon. What's more, he is not without countermeasures. Xiaolun quietly put his hand in his pocket and touched the hidden a bag of table salt. According to Dean Winchester, a senior demon hunting expert, gold, silver, iron, and salt have a restraining effect on those unclean things. The higher the purity, the better the effect. Although Xiaolun didn't know whether this matter was reliable, he still bought a bag of salt and put it in his pocket. And secretly vowed in his heart that if the woman leaped over like a mad dog, she took out this bag of salt and sprinkled it on her face. But if it doesn't work, then when you go back, you must put this bag of salt into Dean's mouth. He died alive. The SUV drove along the highway for more than 10 minutes, suddenly turned to the right, got off the highway, and drove into a very rugged dirt road. After driving along this dirt road for more than 10 minutes, the car drove to an abandoned farm before slowly stopping. A typical American-style wooden 3-story building stands in front of Xiaolun's eyes. It's just that this small building looks very dilapidated, the wooden walls are mottled and covered with trees, vines, and plants. All the doors and windows were gone. I don't know if it was stolen or blown away by the wind. Anyway, the window with a black hole was exposed, just like the eye socket of the eyeball that was dug out. In the dark night, under the lighting of the car lights, this small building is like an unknown beast crouching on the ground, with a black mouth, waiting for the prey to come. Beth's house. Xiaolun glanced at the woman in the back seat with some confusion. Does this girl really just want to go home? Could it be that those men were so upset before that they didn't send her home, that's why they disappeared? Xiaolun frowned, clenched the salt bag in his hand, and made up his mind. If this woman really just wants to go home, then as long as she doesn't do anything to herself, then she can let her go this time. Home, my home. The woman's figure flickered, and she suddenly appeared in the passenger seat, looking at the small building in front of her. My beautiful home, warm home. Xiaolun gave a dry cough and said solemnly, "Well, now that you are home, you should get off the car." I'm home, I'm home." The woman murmured, but her tone gradually became cold and cold. "It's a pity, a pity. I can't go back again." A black air suddenly radiated from the woman, and she suddenly turned her head to look at Xiaolun. Her face was originally pale, but now it was directly twisted. "Fuck you, uncle." Without saying anything, Xiaolun directly took out the salt and sprinkled it on the woman's face. Hearing a screaming scream, when the white salt grains swayed on the woman, it was like a spoonful of cold water poured into a frying pan with blue smoke. After the woman's figure was violently distorted for a moment, she disappeared in an instant. Xiaolun breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the remaining salt in his hand, and raised an eyebrow lightly. "I didn't expect this thing to really work." Just about to change direction, quickly leave this ghastly place. However, at this moment, the vehicle turned off automatically, and no matter how Xiaolun started it, the vehicle just couldn't start. Xiaolun immediately unfastened his seat belt and wanted to get out of the car, but the door suddenly locked automatically. No matter how hard Xiaolun tried, he couldn't open the door. Xiaolun felt bad, knowing that the woman hadn't left yet, still lurking in the dark staring at him. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com stretched out his hand to grab a handful of salt from his pocket, and drew a pistol with his other hand, watching the surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly a cold wind hit, and the woman in white suddenly appeared in front of Xiaolun. Xiaolun's face changed, and he just wanted to throw the salt over. However, the woman just waved her hand, and the salt and pistol in Xiaolun's hand were shaken by an invisible force. The woman seemed to be straddling Xiaolun's waist in an ambiguous relationship, and the invisible force pressed Xiaolun firmly on the driver's seat, her eyes gleaming with cruel bloodthirsty cold light. "Damn it, why haven't those two bastards, Dean and Sam, come?" Xiaolun roared in his heart, seeing Beth pinching her neck with both hands. Xiaolun hurriedly shouted, "Beth, you can't kill me, I didn't cheat. But if you are a man, you will betray if you are a man." The woman smiled cruelly, "So Korf damn, you all damn." The extremely cold hands pinched Xiaolun's throat fiercely. At the same time, Xiaolun took a deep breath, closed his eyes abruptly, and opened them again. "Beth, look at me, look at my eyes." At some point, Xiaolun's pupils had turned scarlet. Scarlet like blood. The woman was stunned. Through the weird red pupils of Xiaolun, she actually saw a picture that she could not look directly at in her entire life. Fear, a low-level active skill, consumes a certain amount of magic power, taps the deepest fear in the target's heart by looking directly at the target, and activates it. The effect lasts for 3 seconds and the cooling time is 10 hours. Ah! The woman screamed in horror, covering her face with her hands, and disappeared instantly. Xiaolun also closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils had returned to normal. But he now knew how to eliminate this crazy woman. Chapter 16, Reunion? Do you want to go home? Okay, I'll let you go home. Xiaolun tried to start the car again. This time the car ignited smoothly. Then Xiaolun put up the gear and stepped on the accelerator. The modified SUV roared loudly, like a wild horse, and was suddenly installed into the small building. The decayed wooden wall has long lost its protective function and was easily knocked out of a big hole by Xiaolun. There was a muffled sound of crackling, and countless pieces of garbage were flying in front of the car. Finally, with a bang, the front of the car slammed into the fireplace before it stopped. The airbag popped out instantly, and Xiaolun, who was not wearing a seat belt, slapped his head on the airbag. Fortunately, Xiaolun had a much stronger temperament than ordinary people at this time, otherwise he would have to faint. But even so, Xiaolun's eyes are still spinning. After struggling to open the car door, after getting out of the car staggeringly, he settled on the door frame. Then Sharon drew another pistol from his back, pointed it around, and shouted loudly, "Beth, don't you keep saying that you want to go home? So now you are back, why don't you dare to show up?" Before the words fell, a white figure flickered a few times, and Beth appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the stairs not far away. Looking around with an incredible face, he murmured in his mouth, "I'm back, yes, I'm home. I'm home finally." The expression on Beth's face was constantly changing, and suddenly she looked at Xiaolun viciously again, and the facial features on her face began to twist. "Oh, it!" Sharon immediately raised his gun and aimed at Beth. At this moment, the sparse living room that was hit by Xiaolun's car suddenly made a buzzing sound of electricity passing by. Immediately afterwards, the chandelier that should have been out of power also suddenly lit up. It just seems that because of the insufficient voltage, the chandelier is dimly lit and flashing constantly. Then a few weird children's laughter suddenly sounded from the top of the stairs. Following the laughter, I saw a few streams of water flowing down the stairs, and then the ceiling above Beth's head began to drip ticking. Beth's hideous and distorted expression disappeared, replaced by an expression of extreme horror, and even her body began to tremble. One tall and one short, two small figures slowly walked down the stairs along the water. It looks like a boy and a girl, but the two children have blue faces, their bodies are soaked, and water drops are dripping constantly on their bodies. "Mother!" The two children stood at the top of the stairs, looking at Beth, and shouting in unison. "Do not!" Beth shook her head desperately. She turned around to escape, and then her figure flashed. She was hugged tightly by the two children. "Mom, you are finally back. Our family can be together again. Let's go, Mom, Dad is still waiting for us." "No, no!" Beth screamed desperately, but no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get rid of the embrace of the two children. Along with her screaming, all the electric lights around the living room smashed to pieces, and the small building plunged into darkness again. When Sharon turned on the flashlight, she found that Beth and the two children had disappeared. Just where Beth stood just now, leaving behind a pool of fishy black water. The case Woman in White has been solved, rewarding 120 experience points and 50 points. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Xiaolun, who was still a little nervous, let out a long sigh. 10 minutes later, after receiving Xiaolun's call, Dean and Sam, who came in urgently, stared at the SUV that crashed into the small building, and hesitated. "Thank you, what did you do? Can't you see it? Send that woman home," Xiaolun said in a huff. "What's the matter with you two? Didn't you tell me to follow me? Why should I be killed by that woman, you two?" None appeared. Sam laughed bitterly and raised his hand. "Sorry, Agent X, we didn't expect your car to disappear in just a blink of an eye. We drove 2 laps along Highway 28, but we didn't find you. We were preparing. I notified the police before I received your call. That woman is not easy. Not only can it cut off all communications, but it can even make the car drive itself." Xiaolun looked at the SUV in the small building and sighed helplessly. "This is a new car, Holly. Knowing this will definitely kill me." Dean took a gun and walked around in the small building. After he was sure there was no danger, he walked out and asked, "What about Beth? How did you kill her?" "It's not me, but her child." Sharon sighed. Analyzed based on Beth's reaction to seeing her two children, Beth's two children should not be an accident, but Beth killed. "What?" Dean and Sam stare at the same time. "According to my guess, Korf's disappearance was not an elopement, but was hidden after being killed by Beth. Later, in order to get rid of suspicion, Beth took the initiative to report the crime. Then it may be because of guilt or fear. Beth's mental condition is getting worse and worse. Finally, a year later, she can't stand it anymore. She killed her two children and finally committed suicide by jumping into the river. After that, you two will know the situation. Beth is still unwilling to be reconciled after death. From July 15 to 21 every year, she wanders on Route 28. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com specifically targets those solo men. Although she keeps saying that she wants to go home, deep down in her heart, she has deep guilt and fear for this family and her two children, and her children have been in the small building all these years, waiting for her inside. Xiaolun turned to look at Xiaolo, sighed and said, "Now she finally goes home, and her child has finally waited for her." Of course, the above is not a guess, but Xiaolun uses the pre-fear skill to see the truth. Of course, Xiaolun will not tell this secret, only his own guess and analysis. After listening to Sharon's words, Dean and Sam also fell into silence. The three of them looked at Xiaolo quietly. After a while, Xiaolun suddenly slapped his thigh and said to Sam, "Where's your car key?" Sam subconsciously took out the car key. "Here, what's wrong?" Xiaolun stretched out his hand and took it over. "As punishment for your failure to support in time, you two are responsible for dragging my car out." Sam was taken aback. "How about you?" "I go back to sleep. After all, staying up late is the natural enemy of a man's body." Xiaolun waved his hand, got into the car temporarily rented by Sam, caught fire, turned around and drove away. Looking at the car in the distance, and then turning to look at the SUV in the small building, Dean sighed and said to Sam very seriously, "You said if we both drive and run now, what will happen next?" "I don't dare to say anything else, at least that guy will definitely make the two of us wanted all over the country." Sam patted Dean on the shoulder, turned and walked towards the Chevrolet Black Buck. "I'll get the rope, you go and see can that car still drive." Dean sighed again and obediently went to the small building to check the status of the SUV. Chapter 17, Borrow. Until noon the next day, Xiaolun opened his eyes on the bed. "I slept for such a long time, naturally not because of staying up all night yesterday, the day before yesterday, and the day before yesterday. Well, there is a little connection. But the more reason is that every time Xiaolun uses the fear skill, he will feel a strong headache, the kind of headache caused by an extreme lack of sleep." Xiaolun once asked the system because of this problem, but unfortunately the system seems to be just a system and does not have intelligent functions. So Xiaolun can only guess whether it will cause headaches after using the skills, or it is because his magic power is too low. Maybe when the personal level is improved in the future and the magic power is high enough, then this headache will disappear. Although the headache has been greatly relieved after sleeping for so long, Xiaolun can still feel as if he had been hit by a hammer on his forehead. But Xiaolun knew that he couldn't sleep anymore, at least he had to get up and eat lunch before continuing to sleep. In this way, we can gain better weight, cough cough, it is to restore energy. Xiaolun rubbed his temples and got up weakly. After a brief wash, he opened the door and walked out of the room. In the United States, there are no decent hotels in a small town like this, but there are motor hotels everywhere. For example, where Xiaolun and Wen brothers live. Seeing Xiaolun going out, Dean, who was wiping the car on the open space outside, waved and smiled, "Sleepy, you are finally awake. To be honest, if you didn't see you still breathing, I would really be afraid that you would die." "Shut up, Dean, can't you expect me to order it?" Xiaolun lazily said, "Where is Sam? By the way, and my car, where did you put it?" Sam went to the rented car. Dean continued to wipe the car. "As for your car, we tried it last night and it can still be driven. The front bumper is broken. You can find a place to fix it." "Well, I'll go to dinner first. You tell Sam to ask him to make more invoices, I'll go back and get the reimbursement." Sharon patted Dean on the shoulder and walked to the fast food restaurant across the road. "Oh, these moths that waste taxpayers' money." Dean took out his cell phone and dialed Sam's number after looking at Xiaolun in the distance. "Sammy, where is it?" "Great, remember, open more. A few invoices, anyway, I will be reimbursed by the wrongdoer." Unlike Dean, who had been out of school since he was a child, unlearned and illiterate, Sam is a top student in the law department of Ivy League University. Had it not been for the disappearance of his father John Winchester this time, he would not have followed his brother Dean on a trip. Sam is very clear in his heart that anyone can work against the tax in the United States, but don't fight against the tax, otherwise it will be ugly to guarantee you to die. So he didn't follow Dean's arrangement, and honestly paid and received invoices according to the normal procedures, and did not dare to open more. When he came back, the sun had already set. Sharon has ordered pizza for takeout, and Dean has also bought beer. It's a pity that there is no barbecue. Xiaolun sighed in his heart, opened a bottle of beer, touched the bottle with Dean and Sam, then drank the bottle directly with his neck back, and then let out a long breath. "Cool," said. He reached out and opened another bottle of beer. Dean looked dumbfounded. He thought he was good enough to drink, but Sharon was not so perverted. Seeing Sharon drank another half a bottle, Dean suddenly felt that the 2 packs of beer he had bought might not be enough. "To be honest, thank you, I still don't believe that you are really an agent of the NIA." Sam took a sip of his drink and chuckled. "How do I say, you and the detectives I imagine member, it feels really different." Dean, who was eating pizza, nodded, chewing and vaguely said, "Yes, not to mention the detectives, even ordinary police officers, almost no one would believe what we did. Sharon drank the second bottle, and in Dean's distressed eyes, opened the third bottle again, and smiled. Okay, don't sing and agree with each other. I can tell you that Nia didn't pay attention. You too, it's just that I, as a special agent, happen to know some secrets of your Winchester family. Dean was relieved when he heard the words. Sam frowned and said, Secret? What secret? Xiaolun glanced at Sam, sighed silently, and whispered, I can't tell you the specifics, but Sam, I want to solemnly warn you, don't believe in demons, especially female demons. It's not that Sharon can't say it, but that he almost forgot the plot of the TV series, but vaguely remembers that the tragedy of the Winchester family was a yellow-eyed demon. And Sam was eager for revenge, and seemed to be used by a female demon. Hearing Sharon's words, Sam's face changed drastically. Just about to ask more, Sharon changed the subject and said to Dean, Is your father John missing? Dean's eyes lit up and he nodded and said, Yes, do you know the whereabouts of my dad? Xiaolun shook his head and said, If I am not mistaken, John should be following the demon who killed your mother. But it should be fine. When the time is right, he will contact you. Dad is too impulsive. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is such an important thing, why don't you bring me? Dean bitterly drank all the beer in his hand. Sam said solemnly, Thanks, you must know the specifics of that devil, right? Except for a pair of yellow eyeballs, I forgot everything else. Xiaolun muttered in his heart, watching the solemn expressions of Sam and Dean, he suddenly smiled, You want to know more? It's not impossible, but... Dean and Sam said at the same time, Just what? Xiaolun spread his hands, Join Nia and become a special agent just like me. Stop! Dean and Sam spit out a vulgar word at the same time. Xiaolun shook the can and said with a smile, Just kidding. In fact, Nia has just established the position of special agent. I don't know as much detail about your family as you think. But I can help you collect John. If there is the latest news, I can let you know, okay? What else Dean and Sam can say, they can only nod their heads. After drinking and eating, Xiaolun just wanted to return to his room. When he walked to the door, he seemed to think of something, and turned back to Dean and said, John seems to have left a sheepskin book with the information on the anomalous creatures he encountered. Can you lend it to me for a night? Dean pursed his lips, What if I refuse? Xiaolun shrugged, It's just borrowing for one night, don't you need to be so stingy, Dean? Even though he said that, Sharon stared at Dean with his eyes fixed. Dean hesitated for a long time before he took out a red sheepskin book from his backpack and handed it to Sharon. Remember, you only have one night. And don't tear it up. Chapter 18, New Skill. Because there is no smartphone yet, Xiaolun can only use a camera to take pictures of the sheepskin book inside and out, one page after another. To Sharon's surprise, after he completely remade the sheepskin book, he actually achieved another achievement. Congratulations on your rare achievement, John's notebook. As an important prop in the first 5 seasons, it contains many important clues. It is useful to look through it when you are fine. Reward rare items, Universal Item Repairer. Universal Item Repairer, only limited to non-living items, whether artificially manufactured or not, as long as a certain amount of points is consumed, the target item can be completely repaired. You should know that points are important. Xiaolun looked at the extra golden ring in his hand, feeling a little speechless. The function of this ring looks very powerful, but it also consumes points, which makes Xiaolun a little bit reluctant. It was hard to solve a case by myself, and only awarded 50 points, which is not enough to open the lowest level treasure chest. Speaking of points and treasure chests, Xiaolun remembered that he had 70 points left, plus the 50 points he was rewarded, so he can open treasure chests again. Xiaolun did not hesitate, and immediately spent 100 points to open a low-level treasure chest. Congratulations on acquiring the active skill Spirit Catching. Do you want to learn it? Learn. Spirit Catching, a low-level active skill. After using this skill, there is a chance to permanently capture an abnormal creature with no spirits as a pet. The skill is instantaneous, and the cooling time is 1 hour. Special note, the lower the target's mind, the higher the chance of success in catching, and every time you use this skill on the same target, you will accumulate and increase the chance of success. Once the capture is successful, you cannot use this skill on other targets, unless you give up the captured pet, but the pet pair after giving up will immediately attack you. Early the next morning, after Sharon returned the sheepskin to Dean and Sam looked very worried and drove on the road without even having breakfast. Sharon secretly sighed as he watched the classic Chevrolet Black Antelope drove further and further away. Although the specific plot has not been remembered, at least Xiaolun knows that if the TV plot is to be developed in the future, then the two brothers will probably have to spend the next 10 years in this car. Sharon arrived in front of his Cadillac SUV, just about to pull the door to get into the car, and suddenly thought of it. He reached out and put the ring on his left index finger on the body. System, how many points does it cost to repair this car? Scanning, 50 points are required to restore this car to the factory mode, and 5 points are required for repairing to the time you just received the car. After opening the treasure box, there are still 20 points left. Even if it is restored to the factory settings, there is no money. Xiaolun shook his head. Repair to the state when I first received this car. An extremely faint blue light burst from the ring, and with the sound of subtle metal friction, the blue light flashed across the body of the car in an instant. Repair is completed. 5 points are deducted. You currently have 15 points remaining. At the same time, Dean pulled out the earphones that suddenly made a harsh noise in his ears. He threw it aside and said in a bad mood, "That guy found the bug that I installed." Sam, sitting in the passenger seat, lazily said, "That guy is a NIA agent. His counter-reconnaissance methods and awareness are definitely stronger than us." Dean snorted, gritted his teeth and said, "It's not all to blame that guy." He deliberately concealed his words. "It's about Dad's safety. Of course I am impatient." "Don't worry," Sam closed his eyes and said lazily, "Didn't that guy tell me, Dad is okay, he will contact you when he needs it." "Hey, of course you don't worry, the future barrister justice." Dean said irritably, "Don't forget it, Sammy. That guy warned you to be careful of female demons." Sam was lying on the seat, almost falling asleep. "It doesn't matter, anyway, I will only help you this time. From now on, it has nothing to do with me." Dean's face is very ugly, but for his only brother, he really can't open his mouth to scold him, and he can't beat his hands, so he can only sulk himself. But Sam didn't know that after he returned to school this time, he would see a horror picture he would never forget. But this has nothing to do with Xiaolun. At this time Xiaolun embarked on a new journey after having a simple breakfast in the small town. The tightly closed curtains made the room very dark. An old man with grey hair, sitting on a solo sofa, was crying. "Felisa, I'm here to accompany you, wait for me." The cold barrel of the gun was resting on his chin, like old fingers like dry bark, slowly pressing on the trigger. After a while, from this somewhat dilapidated building, a bang shot suddenly came out. The crows that fell on the roof soared into the air. From the perspective of the flying crows, you can see the endless cornfields around the small building. Dingmingtu is a small town on the border between Arizona and Mexico. Judging from the name, this town seems to be very powerful, but in fact, it is a small town that cannot be smaller. As small as Xiaolun bought the latest version of the map of the United States, the name of this small town could not be found. That is to say, Xiaolun found this place according to the coordinates provided by the system. Read the book www.yuyuganshu.com, and saw the sign beside the road before knowing the name of the town. The small town is not as big as an ordinary village in China. Xiaolun drove slowly through the town in 5 minutes. No abnormality was found. Xiaolun frowned, and drove the car to the door of the police station. The police station here is very rudimentary. Open the narrow door. In a small room, there are a few tables randomly placed, without computers, only landline phones and a few typewriters. Looking at the empty police station, Xiaolun raised his eyebrows, reached out his hand and tapped the table, and shouted, "Hello, is there anyone?" "Who? A nap will not make you quiet. I don't know if it's Saturday. Is the police station closed?" The door of the inner room opened, and a female police officer with a ponytail came out cursingly. She looked up and saw Xiaolun in a suit and leather shoes. She was taken aback for a moment and frowned. "Who are you? What are you doing here at the police station?" Xiaolun showed his ID with a cold face. "Special Agent, Nia, is the sheriff here?" "Nia." The female police officer was agitated, and quickly tidied up her clothes, and then slapped Xiaolun as a salute. "Excuse me, sir, sheriff, now he should have lunch in the opposite restaurant." Xiaolun nodded, and just about to turn around and leave, suddenly there was a man's cry for help. "Help, sir, they have illegally detained me. They have detained me for several days. Help!" The female police officer's face changed drastically. Before she could say anything, Xiaolun had already drawn out her pistol and pointed it at her. "What's the situation inside?" Facing the black hole's muzzle, the policewoman quickly raised her hands and said with a wry smile, "Sir, don't listen to that guy's nonsense, that Oliver is a drug addict." Chapter 19, Last Stand 1. Of course, Xiaolun would not believe the female police officer's explanation, so he shot her gun and pushed her into the police station. Came to the detention room inside. Unexpectedly there was more than one person in it. A sturdy white brother sat in the corner, looking dismissively at the man lying on the iron railing of the detention room and crying outside. At the sloppy and dirty look of the man, Xiaolun had already believed the female police officer 3 points in his heart. However, out of caution, he still leaned over and said solemnly, "Sir, please stretch out your hand." The man stretched out his hands happily and shouted, "Sir, look at the wounds on my hands. They were the ones who hit them. Save me quickly. If I don't go out again, I will die, really." Xiaolun squeezed the opponent's wrist, but did not receive the system prompt, snorted, and said out of breath, "Do you think I am blind? Did the injury on my hand and pierce it by myself? No, sir, please listen to me. I was really wronged. I was arrested for no reason at all." From the pinholes on the man's arm, the deformed teeth, and the dilated pupils, Xiaolun could see that this guy is definitely a drug addict, or that kind of long-term drug addict. For this kind of social scum, Xiaolun has no sympathy at all. He stood up and ignored this guy, looked up at the little brother inside, frowned and said, "You, come here." The little white brother glanced at Xiaolun, then languidly got up and walked over. "What's the matter, sir? What's the matter with you? Drunk driving? Put out your hand." Xiaolun also grabbed this buddy's wrist, but still did not receive the system prompt, could not help being a little discouraged, frowned and said, "Looking at the calluses on your hand, you should touch the gun for a long time." "Iraq 12 Cavalry Division," the white brother said lazily, "but this is a disgraceful war, and I am ashamed of it." Did not find the clues he wanted, Xiaolun ignored the two men, returned the guns to the female police officer, and said solemnly, "Sorry, police officer, professional habit." The female police officer took her own gun and smiled reluctantly, "It's okay, sir, I know how we work." Xiaolun was too lazy to say something, and just wanted to go out. At this time, the door of the police station was pushed aside, and a sergeant with grey hair but a tall and sturdy figure walked in. The female police officer hurried forward and introduced Xiaolun, "Sir, this is the sergeant of our police station." "The sergeant, this is an agent from Nai." Looking at this familiar old sheriff, Xiaolun showed his ID, and said in a deep voice, Nia Special Agent, Xia Lun. The sheriff took a close look at Xie Lun's credentials before he took the initiative to shake hands with Xie Lun. Sir, I'm the sergeant of this town, Ray Arnold, just call me Ray. An important witness of the case, Chief Ray Arnold, was detected, and the case code is Legacy. After the case is solved, experience points and points will be awarded according to the degree of completion. Please pay attention to the detectives. Well, Sergeant Lei, just tell me to thank the agent. When Xia Lun heard the system prompt, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Can you go to a quieter place and have a chat? Sorry, please come to my office. Lei hurriedly led Xia Lun to a small but very tidy office. Please sit down. He came to the door of the office again and asked the female police officer, Penny, go make 2 cups of coffee, remember, use coffee beans, don't use it to melt like cat feces. Penny shrugged and whispered, Sheriff, you should know that our bureau doesn't even have instant coffee right now. Oh, yes, it. Ray took out 2 banknotes and handed them to Penny, then let the restaurant across the street bring them. Remember, the best, hurry up. Xia Lun pretended not to hear Lei's whisper at the door, and saw Lei close the door and sat across from him. Then he smiled, Don't be nervous, Chief Lei, I'm just here for a routine business to see if there are any difficult cases in the local area. That's it. Then you came to the wrong place, Sheriff Lei said with a smile, our town has nothing but corn and potatoes. There are no surprises or crimes. Really? Xia Lun frowned. Is there no missing or suicide cases? There is no suicide. If I disappeared, it has been more than 10 years since I came here. There are only a few cases in total, and they are all young people who have run away from home, and most of them have contacted the family later. Lei Jinglong shrugged and said, but now Nia still manages the disappearance case. Xia Lun groaned for a moment, and then asked, so has there been anything strange in the town recently, or any stranger? I haven't heard of strange things, but the words of strangers, Lei curled his lips. Just when I went to the restaurant to eat, there really came a group of strangers. One by one, they didn't look like good people. But after passing by my warning, they have left the town. Xia Lun came to his senses in an instant, and asked in a deep voice, tell me about the specific situation. At the same time, Fairy Pux was struggling to get out of the cornfield, looking at the 2-story building full of American style in front of him. He spit on the ground with dusty saliva. www.readaloud.com No Good Air said, this neurosis actually built the house in the cornfield. As he said, he stepped forward and knocked on the door, and said loudly, Mr. Cows, I am Fairy from the New York Investment Bank. We spoke on the phone before. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the room. Fairy raised his eyebrows suspiciously. Could it be that this old guy is out and not at home? He knocked on the door 2 more times, and finally lost his patience and waved his hand at will. Immediately a dozen or so armed men in black, armed with guns, rushed out of the cornfield, kicked open the door, and rushed into the small building in an extremely standard tactical formation. After a while, a big guy poked his head out of the room and said to Fairy, who was standing outside smoking a cigar, Head, it's safe inside, but there is a situation, you better take a look. Fairy just walked into the room door, but a stench rushed towards him and almost smoked him out again. He hurriedly took out his handkerchief and covered his nose, frowned and looked in the direction the man pointed. The curtains have been opened by the big guys, and the sun shines in, exposing the situation in the living room clearly before Fairy's eyes. Looking at the corpse lying on the solo sofa, Fairy snorted, Are you sure it's old man Cows? The big man behind Fairy nodded and said, although his head is half missing, it should be him. From the perspective of the degree of decay, it has been dead for at least 2 or 3 days in such a hot, ghostly weather. Fairy looked at the shotgun in the hands of the corpse. Suicide? Suicide. Very good, we can do it again in this way. Fairy turned around and walked quickly out of the small building, took a deep breath, and breathed in the fresh air outside for a long time, before exclaiming, "Gentlemen, let's start, there are only less than 24 hours left." Chapter 20, Smuggling. If you look down from the sky, you can see a long, naturally formed rift valley, right on the border between Arizona and Mexico. Such a natural barrier almost prevented illegal activities such as smuggling, trafficking, and crossing. This is also the main reason why the small town of Dingmingtu is so safe for so many years. But today, there are a group of ambitious people with guts and strategies who just want to break through this natural danger and transform it into a free and unobstructed thoroughfare. Well, to put it simply, a group of desperados chose the narrowest spot on this rift and prepared to build a temporary floating bridge. Heavy machinery roared from the Mexican side, and the folding pontoon with the Mexican military logo on it was slowly unfolded and steadily erected on the rift valley. The armed men who had been waiting for a long time on both sides swarmed up and used other tools to reinforce the bridge. After confirming that it could be opened to traffic, trucks came along. "Hurry up! We must build a road that leads directly to here within the next 20 hours. Ferry took the loudspeaker and stood on top of the truck and shouted, "The eldest master has said it." Everyone was rewarded with $100,000, so I was quick to work hard. Seeing these big guys, stimulated by money, they rushed to the cornfield in excitement. Ferry jumped off the truck and whispered to a man behind him, "Be careful, don't go wrong at this time." The subordinate sneered and said, "Don't worry, head, brothers are all thrown out. Anyone who dares to come and take a peek will be executed on the spot." Ferry nodded, "Where is the town?" "There are also people in the town, but you are too careful. Just the 3 police officers in the town and a few small broken guns can pose any threat to us. You know what a fart, there is a proverb in the Far East, be prepared for a rainy day, take precautions before you happen. Ferry glared and closed his eyes. "I will determine the position with the young master, and you have to keep an eye on it. I can't spare you what went wrong." Ferry Pucks, the top fighter of the Gabriel family, has made great contributions to the Gabriel family who occupied half of Mexico. From the top of his half-bald head and the scars all over his body, I know how much Ferry has put in for the Gabriel family. Originally, according to the regulations, most elderly people like Ferry's age should retire and support them all. It is a pity that there is an heir in the Gabriel family who does not let him worry. Edmund Gabriel, the eldest son of the Gabriel family, is also the first heir. They were taken care of by Ferry since they were young, and the two have a very deep relationship. "Master," Ferry got into his car and asked in a deep voice to the satellite phone, "How are you doing now?" The voice on the other side of the phone is a bit noisy, but a young man's voice can still be heard clearly. "Don't worry, Uncle Ferry, I'm already on the road, but the Nia trash is still following me." "Then be careful, I will prepare this place before you arrive at Dingmingtu town." Hung up the phone, Ferry looked out of the car window with some worry. Not far away, a large bulldozer was roaring into the green corn field. Large tracts of corn stalks were ruthlessly shoveled by the bulldozer and then flattened by the track roller behind. The 2 Mexican buddies who are in charge of driving the bulldozer are driving the car while chatting in Mexican. "Jimmy, my grandmother said that waste of food will be condemned by God. Let's overthrow all these corns. We won't get retribution, right?" "Shut up, aye. Boss Ferry said that we can do whatever we want, not to mention that we still have US dollars when we are done. 100,000 US dollars, even if we spend a lifetime, we can't make so much money. Master Gabriel has always been very generous. By the way, Jimmy, how do you plan to spend this time when you make money? All my sisters took it over and lived together. You are satisfied with this little money? I won't be as stupid as you. I will use this money as starting capital, and continue to do business with the boss of Faye, and I will become a small boss in the future, so." The two were chatting with joy, when suddenly a group of crows were frightened and rushed out of the field in front. A few even flew too fast and hit the front window glass of the tractor heavily. The two screamed in fright and stepped on the brakes to death. Seeing the scarlet blood stains on the large cracked glass, the two looked at each other, and no one dared to speak for a moment. The road roller behind it blew its whistle to protest. Soon two armed men with guns ran over and shouted at the drivers, "What's the matter? Why did you stop suddenly?" The two buddies shrank their necks, did not dare to reply, just pointed carefully at the front window. The two armed men walked around in front of the bulldozer and saw the car window and the dead crow falling to the ground. Why do so many crows suddenly fly out? The two militants were wondering when they suddenly heard a piercing croak from behind, and several crows flew out of the corn bushes. The two militants were so scared that they turned around abruptly, and almost went off fire with the rifle in their hands. But when they got back to their senses and saw something in the corn bushes ahead, the fingers on the trigger could no longer control them. Boom boom boom. The sharp and rapid gunfire www.readaloud.com resounded throughout the cornfield. Inside the police station, Xiaolun and Lei leaned to the desk and looked at the local map spread out on the table. Xiaolun frowned. "Do you think they are not like investors?" Lei shrugged. "At least investors will not have a gun in their waist. Although they are covered with clothes, they are bulging around their waists, obviously hiding things." Xiaolun slid his finger along the only road route on the map, past the small black spot that represents the small town, and finally stopped on the border line, saying in a deep voice, "You said they don't want to cross the border illegally." Lei shook his head and said, "Thank you, agent, you don't know the local situation. This is a long and big rift valley, which can neither pass people nor traffic. They want to smuggle things or people unless they can fly." Xiaolun took a picture of the empty place on the map, then from the border to the small town, "Is there anything valuable or suspicious?" Lei shook his head again, "Except for the farm, it is wasteland. There is nothing else, even the basic roads are not repaired. They are ordinary country dirt roads. I always feel that something is negligent." Xiaolun frowned and stared at the map. After a while, he picked up the cool coffee on the side and drank it. "I decided to go around. See what those guys want to do." Lei picked up the car key, "Then I lead the way, and there is such a group of strangers wandering around on my sight, and my heart is not at ease." However, Xiaolun and Lei didn't know, just after they drove one after another and left the police station. In the alley diagonally across from the police station, a man hiding in the car dialed the phone. "Head, there is movement in the police station." "Yes, the sheriff took the people out of the town. It's not clear where to go. Do you need me to follow?" Chapter 21, Scarecrow? Don't act rashly, continue to stay in the town to watch. Fairy hung up the phone, walked quickly to the bulldozer, and slapped one of his men on the back of the head. "MD, what are you doing? Who fired the gun?" Although the slapped man is 5 big and 3 thick, but at this time, like an angry little widow, he grieved and said to Fairy, "Head, come and take a look, this place is a bit weird." Fairy looked in the direction of his hand, and saw a wooden stake standing in the corn bush in front of him, and a scarecrow with a weird and scary shape hung on the stake. Although Fairy could be considered to have crawled out of the dead, and had seen any murderous scenes, he was still shocked by the appearance of the scarecrow. Because this scarecrow really resembles a real person, or a real person with a broken belly, with a tattered black cloak on his body, and a slender wooden stick with the thickness of an arm stuck in his chest. If you look closely, the scarecrow was actually nailed to the upright stake by the stick. Coupled with the crows that fell on the scarecrow, this scene is indeed a bit oozing. Fairy settled down, and suddenly felt that his fear was simply funny. He was just a scarecrow. Even if he looked like a human being, it would be fake. Could he really jump down and eat people? Backhand slapped another slap in his hand, and Fairy angrily said, "It's just a scarecrow, so I'm so scared?" Fortunately, there are still all the shameful things that claim to be the first killer and the strongest gunner. Work quickly. I will kill you by myself. After cursing his subordinates with Head, Fairy left angrily. There is a change in the police station. He needs to deploy manpower to take precautions. After all, what if the policemen in the town really touch this side? Ping Bai received a slap in the face and a scolding subordinate, and also angrily confronted Jimmy, who was driving the bulldozer, and cursed, "Fack, isn't it just a scarecrow? I was so scared that I was beaten, After vomiting thousands of words that must be silenced, the hand waved his hand and shouted in a huff, "What are you still doing? Drive quickly and flatten that hapless thing." The two of Jimmy, who had already been scolded, didn't dare to talk back, and immediately restarted the bulldozer. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the weird scarecrow connected to the surrounding corn stalks, all tossed down. Immediately after, the road roller followed. Everything was flattened, as if nothing happened here. But everyone didn't notice that the slender wooden stick inserted into the chest of the scarecrow was embedded in the ground intact. And around the sticks, there was no trace of scarecrow. Night falls. Lei stopped the car by the side of the road, picked up the intercom and said, "Thanks, Agent, we have already checked the western area. Then let's go back to the town for dinner and rest overnight, and then check the eastern area tomorrow morning. What do you think?" Xiaolun looked at the cornfield in the distance under the night, and he pondered for a moment, and replied, "Well, if those people are really unkind, then we search at night, the danger is too high." Lei breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately turned around, leading Xiaolun to the town. Dirt roads are potholes and bumpy, not easy to walk, coupled with the night, the speed of the car is fast. Two cars drove one after the other for more than an hour before reaching the town police station. The monitor, who was curled up in the car, gnawing on Hamburg, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly called Fairy, "Head, those policemen are back." "Well, yes, it's the two cars, the two people." "Well, rest assured, I will continue to stare here." As soon as Lei and Xiaolun walked into the police station, the female police officer Penny greeted him quickly, handed a document in her hand to Lei, and said in a deep voice, "Sheriff, just received from the NIA and the police headquarters 5 minutes ago. According to the announcement, it seems that there was an important criminal who was taking hostages and escaped while being escorted. The above requests that all police stations near the border must increase their vigilance." Lei took the file, read it again, and sneered softly, "Edmund Gabriel? This is a big man. I didn't expect to come to our poor country." Said, he changed hands and handed the file to Xiaolun, "This guy seems to have held one of your colleagues." Xiaolun took it over and took a look, and found that the situation in this announcement was not detailed. Think about it, if the criminals really escaped from the NIA and held a NIA agent, such a shameful thing, the NIA Arizona branch would definitely not be willing to publicize it with much fanfare. "I can issue an investigation notice to the police station here, indicating that this matter is already very tricky. Maybe Edmund Gabriel has arrived near the border and may escape to Mexico at any time. At that time, NIA wanted to catch such a big leader of a transnational criminal group, it would be as difficult as the sky." Xiaolun took out his cell phone and said casually, "Sergeant Lei, in the alley diagonally across from the police station, do you often park a car?" "What?" Lei instantly understood what Xiaolun meant, turned around carefully, and looked out through a window with the curtains closed. After a while, he suddenly cursed "Fack." Xiaolun walked over slowly and sneered, "Dare to keep someone to monitor the police station? It's not an ordinary thief who dares to do it. But the other party is not smart enough and won't change places all day. www.readaloud.com, let alone change vehicles. Car, don't you be noticed if you pay attention to it." Lei's old face was a little red, and Xiaolun's words seemed to slap him. "What does it mean to be careful? I didn't notice anyone in the police station. Could it be that my police station is full of rice buckets?" Lei both clenched his fists and creaked, then suddenly turned and walked towards the back door of the police station. "Just look at it, thanks agent." 5 minutes later, "This kid promises that even his girlfriend will be clear when his aunt comes." Shoo! Xiaolun looked at Ray, who rushed away angrily, smiled, and dialed a certain call. Deputy Chief Hollis, I didn't interrupt you to rest. Hey, okay, then I'll just say it. Ed. What is going on with Monday, Gabriel? Well, yes, I am in Arizona. Some clues, not sure. Don't worry, I will act after I am sure. After hung up, Xiaolun looked out the window. In the alley under the dim street lamp, a tall and sturdy figure faintly flashed. After a while, that figure dragged a thin figure and disappeared into the darkness. Xiaolun laughed, and he really deserves to be a character who has been a Terminator. Although he is a lot older, his skill is still not bad. It's a pity that this tough guy has no other impression in Xiaolun's memory except for acting as a robot and acting as a governor. Could it be that he also acted in a movie called The Last Stand? Just as Xiaolun tried to remember, the back door of the police station opened, and Lei dragged a thin man in like a dead dog. Hey! Lei let out a long sigh and shrugged at Xiaolun. Xiaolun curled his lips and suddenly asked, Sergeant Lei, have been governor before? Chapter 22, Cornfield Horror. Although the note is going home temporarily, we still can't be paralyzed. There are only less than 11 hours left before the scheduled time. During this time, you must be refreshed and make sure that there is no error. Under the illumination of high-power incandescent lamps, Fairy and his loyal subordinates assigned tasks. Let the road-building guys work harder, and stay up late to open up the road from here to the town. The rest are ready to raid the town in the early hours of the morning, and be sure to control the town before the young master arrives here. Finally, Fairy clapped his hands. Okay, that's it, everyone should act separately. All the subordinates should be all together, scattered around to do their own work. At this time, Jimmy and AI have already pushed the cornfield out of a path. Then, the bulldozer is not needed for the time being, and they are handed over to others to take charge of the road hardening work. So Jimmy and AI parked the bulldozer aside and sat on the roof of the car for dinner. Dinner is very simple, 1 box lunch and 1 bottle of mineral water. 3 or 2 mouthfuls pulled the dry boxed lunch and drank the mineral water. Jimmy jumped off the roof of the car and walked into the cornfield. AI was taken aback. Hey, why are you going? Nonsense, after eating and drinking enough, of course I was ready to go to bed with a pee. Hey? Then wait for me, I will go too. You follow me when you go to the toilet. I am afraid. Jimmy laughed when he heard the words, lifted his shirt, and showed the gun attached to his waist. I'm afraid of a fart if I have this stuff. AI picked up a flashlight and chased after Jimmy. 2 people just got into the cornfield one after the other, and the corn bushes as high as one person might not be able to figure out the direction in the day, let alone in the dark night. AI held a flashlight, followed closely behind Jimmy, and walked deep and shallow into the cornfield. After walking for a long time, when Jimmy didn't listen to him, AI was anxious. Hey, you don't have to run this far to go to the toilet, right? Why are you so troublesome? Do you want those old men outside to see? It's all men, so what happens when I see it? AI grumbled a few words, then stopped. I don't care, I can't hold it anymore. All right. Jimmy in front also stopped. AI looked around, and hurriedly resolved. After finishing the work, he quickly put on his belt and shouted to Jimmy, I'm done, how about you? Jimmy, who turned his back to him, didn't say a word. Oh, you are so slow, hurry up, there are a lot of mosquitoes in it. AI waved his arms a little nervously to prevent mosquitoes from attacking. Suddenly, his whole body was agitated, and his hairs were erected. It's too quiet. Yes, the cornfield is too quiet. Is so quiet that no mosquitoes can be heard at all, or even the sound of Jimmy going to the toilet. AI hesitantly looked at Jimmy, who was not far away, with his back facing him. Could it be that he just stood there during this time and didn't go to the toilet at all? Jimmy! AI tremblingly shouted. But this time, Jimmy didn't reply. AI swallowed heavily, and sweat beads the size of soybeans rolled off his forehead like money. He raised his flashlight and slowly reached out his hand to Jimmy. "Jimmy, don't scare me." Put his hand on Jimmy's shoulder lightly, but Jimmy seemed to have no weight, and fell to the ground with a light touch by AI. Until then, AI could only see with the light of the flashlight that this was Jimmy. It was basically a scarecrow in Jimmy's clothes. "What?" The screaming scream suddenly sounded. Jimmy, who was squatting on the ground, humming a small song, was frightened by the cry and shivered all over his body, and almost sat down. After finally stabilizing his body, Jimmy roared without looking back, "I, you bastard, go to the toilet, what are you crying and howling? Feel sorry." Behind Jimmy diagonally, the voice of I, who also squatted on the ground, was a little fluttering. But Jimmy didn't care. Just about to stand up after he was done, he suddenly saw a dark thing on the ground in front of him. Jimmy reached out and picked it up, leaning in front of him to see that it was a flashlight. Looks at the appearance, it's quite new, similar to the appearance of this distribution. I, guess what I found?" Jimmy laughed, stood up and shouted to I not far away, "A flashlight is quite new, I don't know if it will work." Said, Jimmy turned on the flashlight. A white beam of light shot out and fell on I. The smile on Jimmy's face solidified, and he watched blankly as he stood up slowly, turned his head to look at his I. His whole body couldn't stop trembling. After a while, he yanked out the gun, aimed at the terrorist creature in front of him, and squeezed the trigger. Papa papa! The crisp shots cut through the night sky. He was lying in the car with his eyes closed, and Fairy, a jealous spirit, grabbed a pistol on one side, sat up, and sternly shouted, "What's the situation?" The sliver hits the door. Other militants also searched the surrounding area, and soon discovered that Jimmy and AI were not on their posts. "TNND, these two again." A big man with a big beard and a beard opened his rifle insurance, angrily said, "Let me find these two bastards, I have to kill them suddenly." "Jimmy! I. You two get out of here." There are two shadows in the cornfield. www.readaloud.com. Two figures flashed in a trance, and a voice floated out from the inside, "We are here. Come here." "Okay, I'm so courageous, dare to call the old words? Don't run away, you two, let you cry when I catch you," screamed with an angry beard, rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush into the cornfield. At this time, a hand stretched out, grabbed his collar, and yanked him back. Fairy said with a cold face, "You rubbish, if you don't know anything, you dare to drill in." Slapped the beard to the side, and Fairy carried the gun and said coldly at the cornfield, "Jimmy, AI, or anyone else, I only give you 3 seconds to come out. 3, 2. Before Fairy yelled a word, a scream suddenly came from behind him. Everyone looked back abruptly, and under the lights, a militant who was in charge of guarding in the distance disappeared. On the ground there is only one spear still shaking slightly. "Fack!" Fairy quickly backed away, pulling away from the cornfield. "Alert, everyone is careful, the enemy is in the cornfield." Before the words fell, there was another scream. This time Fairy saw that an militant seemed to be caught by something on his feet and was quickly dragged into the cornfield. Like Fairy, everyone raised their guns, aimed at the cornfield in front, and quickly backed away. Finally retreated to the dilapidated small building in the middle. Even if there are corpses in it, the smell can make people spit out the overnight meal, and Fairy can't care about it. While carefully retreating into the room, he ordered his opponent, "Turn off the lights, turn on the night vision, and dig out those for me." Turn off the lights. Chapter 23, Monster. The night wind blew across the corn bushes, making a clattering noise. Under the night, in the corn bushes as high as one person, there seemed to be countless shadows hidden. The militants drove around the small building to form a simple line of defense. Set up the gun and carefully aim it at the cornfield not far away. The two snipers who came to the top of the building were condescendingly observing everything below. After a long time, a sniper pressed the earphone in the ear hole and whispered, "Head, no abnormalities were found. I saw them drag a brother into the cornfield with my own eyes." Fairy grabbed the walkie-talkie and yelled fiercely. With eyes wide open, who knows how many people are hidden in the cornfield? Listening to the roar in the earphones, the sniper subconsciously pulled the earphones away from his ears. After Fairy finished roaring, he hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, Head, we are staring." Just after yelling at the sniper, another walkie-talkie next to it suddenly made a harsh noise, "Boss, help, help, boss. Is the group responsible for guarding the floating bridge?" Fairy's face changed, and he picked up the walkie-talkie and said anxiously, "Roken, what's the situation?" In the intercom, there was only a heavy gasp from a man, and the sound of gunfire almost without stopping. After a while, the call was interrupted with a scream. "Fuck." Fairy almost dropped the walkie-talkie and immediately contacted the sniper, "Taylor, see what's going on over the bridge." Head, the lights over there are off, but it's dark and there doesn't seem to be any signs of movement of objects." The sniper hesitated, "Head, do you need to send someone to investigate?" Fairy was a little crazy. In order to protect himself and these people's only retreat, he left 2 modified pickup trucks on the pontoon, and 5 well-armed elites. He just wanted to order someone to check it out, when the sniper on the roof suddenly exclaimed, "God, what is that stuff?" Fairy also didn't care about protecting himself, so he rushed to the top of the building and leaned over to the sniper's side. "What did you find? Did our people show up?" The sniper named Taylor palely gave up his position, and motioned Fairy to look at the scope on the sniper rifle. Although the night vision telescope in Fairy's hand is also very high-end, this professional sniper scope is still much worse. Fairy didn't talk nonsense, and he leaned forward, then he glanced at it, and then took a breath, "Walt mail fac." In the high-power night vision scope, Fairy clearly saw a huge monster slowly moving in the darkness in the distance. Although due to the distance and darkness, it was impossible to see the specific appearance of the monster, but it could be roughly distinguished that it was a big spider with a dozen legs. Before Fairy woke up from what he saw, suddenly the walkie-talkie pinned on his waist exclaimed, "Head, those cornfields seem to be moving." Fairy gave a chill, shook his head vigorously, and leaned in front of the scope again. After looking at the monster wriggling in the dark, he gritted his teeth and picked up the walkie-talkie. "What cornfield is moving? What do you mean?" "Head, look at the road we rolled out in the cornfield," the voice in the intercom trembling, "the corn on both sides of the road and thinking about it in the middle, the road is already a lot narrower than before." Fairy didn't need the scope on the sniper rifle this time, but directly looked downstairs with his night vision binoculars. Soon he discovered that something was wrong, and what his subordinates reported was correct. The road pushed out with bulldozers and other large machines was indeed narrowed at this time. For example, the bulldozer that was parked on the side of the road has now been swallowed up by cornfields. "The corn is moving." Fairy felt his head swish. "They want to block the road and trap us in it." Regardless of whether Fairy believes in his eyes or not, he knows well after all the battles that he can no longer be trapped here. Whether it is a human or a monster hiding in the cornfield, you must leave, otherwise once the cornfield closes the surrounding area, let alone rescue Master Edmund, I am afraid that you will also fold in. Kara, take the 4 brothers to the bridge and destroy any suspicious targets. Fairy thought of the monster's shape, and added, "Remember to bring the bazooka. There may be a big guy on the opposite side. Carrie, you stay here for cover first. Tyler, you get in the car with the rest of you and rush out with me." Following Fairy's order, his already panicked subordinates began to act quickly. A series of modified pickups roared and rushed towards the pontoon. The rest of the people sat in other cars, led by an SUV that had also been modified, and rushed toward the road half engulfed by cornfields. The long corn leaves, like a hand that stretched out to stop, slapped on the car body. Fairy discovered with horror that the leaves, which should be very fragile compared with the iron sheet, left a series of shallow scratches on the body and windows. It seems that those outside are not corn leaves at all, but small sharp blades. Fairy couldn't imagine what he would be like if he broke into this cornfield on foot without a car. Perhaps because of the sudden intrusion of the convoy, the cornfield suddenly made a sound like a torrential rain, and the speed of its movement to the road also increased a bit. www.readaloud.com. Fairy also noticed it immediately and hurriedly took it. He picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Carrie, what's going on inside?" The signal was disturbed by unknown, the voice in the walkie-talkie was looming, and a crackling noise, "Persevere, damn, be careful, it's straw." The squeaking electronic noise rang out, forcing Fairy to turn off the walkie-talkie. Taylor, who was in charge of driving, felt heavy. He knew very well that Carrie, his comrade in arms and friend, might be more ill-advised. After a while, several huge explosions came. Although the occlusion of the corn made it impossible to see the fireball rising in the distance, these elite killers could all hear the sound of a rocket launcher exploding. Fairy squinted his eyes, tapping his fingers lightly on the intercom. It seemed that the people who went to the pontoon had already encountered the monster and used the bazooka. "I just don't know what the situation is, whether the monster has been wiped out." When he thought about it, the SUV led by the team had already rushed out of the cornfield and drove on the dirt road outside. By the time the last car rushed out, the cornfield was completely closed, and there was no way to see a road pushed out by a bulldozer. Looking at the still rustling cornfield, Fairy felt chills. Let's go to town." Seeing Taylor's puzzled eyes, Fairy gritted his teeth and said, "Things have changed, we must change our plan. Occupy the town, collect weapons and vehicles, and after meeting with the young master, we will start with heavy vehicles and re-enter the cornfield. Launch a road. If it doesn't work in the end, we can still use those people in the town as hostages and coerce the US government to provide us with helicopters." Chapter 24, Check. Dingmingta Town Police Station. Sheriff Ray Arnold looked at the long table in front of him with a serious face. The table was full of various weapons and ammunition. These are all the weapons currently in stock in the police station. If you change to the previous one, Lay will feel that his police station inventory is still quite sufficient. After all, there has never been a vicious case of theft and robbery that requires drawing a gun here, and there has not even been a smuggling. The main job of a police officer throughout the year is to issue tickets for parking violations. But now Lay feels that he is wrong, which is very wrong. "I have too little inventory in the police station, and I can't even fight a small war." That's right, Lay has asked the Watcher to confess everything he knows. Their purpose, number, and equipment, as well as attacking the police station and occupying the town. When he thinks that he is about to face a dozen well-armed elite assassins with dozens of gunmen and horses, Lay has a headache. Is this a war or something? Compared with well-equipped, large numbers, and fierce and cruel enemies, the police station is much more vulnerable. Not only the weapons are scarce, the ammunition is insufficient, but more importantly, the manpower is not enough. The entire police station, including the Sergeant Lay, has only 4 officers, including a probation officer who can't even use a gun, and a drunkard deputy sergeant who is addicted to alcohol. Penny walked over with a sullen face. "Sheriff, I have notified the deputy sheriff and Lay, they will be there in 10 minutes. Lay rubbed his forehead. "Is that guy Boyle drunk?" Penny curled her lips. "Listen to the tone, at least I can shoot." "Damn it," Lay shook his head helplessly. "What about the support? What did the NIA and the police headquarters say?" Penny sighed. "It will take 10 hours at the fastest. The nearest state policeman was attacked and suffered heavy losses. The NIA was even worse. I heard that the helicopters were all bombed by rocket launchers. Bazooka." Lay feels that his head hurts even more. At this time Xia Lun walked in from outside. Lay and Penny took a casual look. and their eyes widened. Seeing that Xiaolun had taken off his suit, he was wearing a bulletproof tactical vest, lower body tactical pants, a pair of leather boots, all over his body with long guns and short cannons, almost armed to the teeth. Penny stammered, "Sir, are you going to fight?" Xiaolun took off the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and frowned, "Aren't we going to fight?" "Yes, Penny, this is a war." Lei sighed, picked up a shotgun, and clicked on it. "This is a war to defend the town and prove his honor." Penny did not speak, but walked to the long table with her head down, and began to press the bullet. "But you are really exaggerated," Lei looked at Xiaolun and smiled bitterly, "That's fine, at least we don't need to support you with weapons and ammunition." "Is it exaggerated?" Xiaolun shrugged, "Not just 2 grenades, 10 magazines, 2 Grove pistols around his waist, 2 M9 pistols in his thighs, and an HK-416 assault rifle in his hand. For the firepower-phobic Sharon, he feels that he still lacks guns and ammunition. So he also has a backpack full of ammunition. These weights may be inconvenient for ordinary adults, but for the strengthened Sharon, they are just right." The mobile phone vibrated. Xiaolun and Lei looked and found that it was a mobile phone found from the monitor. Xiaolun hesitated, and quickly stepped forward to connect. A middle-aged man's voice full of majesty and oppression came from the phone, but his voice was trembling slightly. "Jim, what's the situation on your side?" Xiaolun pursed his mouth, looked at each other with Lei, and said, "Fairy Pucks, really admired the name for a long time." The phone fell into deathly silence. After a while, Fairy laughed strangely, "It seems that Jim's idiot has been exposed. No, he voluntarily surrendered under the inspiration of my glorious image. Soon he will act as a taint witness to testify against you bastards, including the young master you want to rescue, Edmund Gabriel." Toot. The phone hung up directly. Xiaolun snorted, then dropped the phone aside, and said in a deep voice, "They should act, otherwise Fairy won't contact that kid at this time." Lei nodded, gritted his teeth and said, "We are running out of time." Xiaolun picked up the backpack and said in a deep voice, "I will go out to make preparations. The town security and civilian evacuation will be left to you." After watching Xiaolun turn and leave, Lei Chong sighed and walked to the door of the detention room with the shotgun. "Adams, do you want to pick up the gun and go to the battlefield again?" Xiaolun looks like an ape, flexibly climbing up to the top of the 3-story restaurant, the tallest building in the town. I picked up the binoculars and looked outside the town, and soon found the lights of the motorcade approaching the town in the distance. "Lei, they have already arrived, and they are expected to arrive in the town in less than 20 minutes. Xiaolun dialed Lei's cell phone and said in a deep voice, "I will find a way to hold them and buy you time." "What?" "Thanks, don't do stupid things." Lei was taken aback, and just wanted to stop it, but the call was already hung up. Calling back, she found that Xiaolun's phone had been turned off. "Damn it, how come Boyle and Lei have not arrived yet?" Lei slammed a fist on the table, and directly smashed a deep fist mark on the long steel table. "Don't wait for them, Pan. Ni, you have the best marksmanship among us. You are a sniper. Adams, go and sound the alarm and inform all residents not to go out to hide at home. www.readaloud.com. If Boyle and they come, let them go to the street to find me. I will block the intersection with vehicles and create obstacles." In the convoy, Fairy squeezed the phone and chuckled, gritted his teeth and said, "Jim's idiot has been exposed. The police department already knows our plan to attack the town. Tell the brethren, the sneak attack will turn into a storm, and all the heavy firepower will be revealed. I still don't believe it. Can we still stop the elite of our Gabriel family by relying on the small broken guns of the police station?" Unfortunately, before his subordinates passed the order, the SUV at the front of the team suddenly burst into countless sparks. Military bullets with extremely strong penetrating power easily shot through the car window glass with wire mesh, sifting the two people sitting in the driver's seat and the passenger seat of the SUV. Lost control of the SUV and suddenly walked in a serpentine manner on the road, and finally landed on the road. Half of the body rushed into the cornfield on the side of the road. "Don't stop! Rush over, rush!" Amidst Ferry's roar, a dark thing flew out of the cornfield and landed in the second car in the convoy, which was the back of the pickup truck where Ferry was sitting. With a loud bang, along with a ball of fire, the pickup turned over and slipped to the ground, just blocking the not wide dirt road. There are cornfields on both sides of the dirt road. After the vehicles behind have got off the roadbed, they just rushed past the cornfield. But based on the fear of the cornfield, none of the vehicles behind dared to do so. So Xiaolun didn't even think about it. He fired a few shots and lost a grenade, which actually trapped the entire convoy. Even when he shot himself in the cornfield, the so-called elite assassins just curled up in the car, sticking out their guns from the window, and fought back indiscriminately. Chapter 25, That End Number 039, It. Although I don't know why a group of elite gang killers suddenly turned into a group of shivering turtles, but this happened to be cheaper for Sharon. He has reached 21 agility, squatting, holding the HK-416 firmly in front of his eyes with both hands, while aiming, while moving his two long legs at an incredible speed. No matter how powerful the Gabriel family is in Mexico, it is impossible to install bulletproof glass on every car. What's more, Hollis was worried about the safety of his only nephew, and Sharon was equipped with superstandard weapons for public favors. 5.56 45 mm caliber bullets easily penetrated the modified thickened body, then twisted and deformed and flew randomly in the cabin. As a result of this, the killers hiding in the car suffered even more deadly injuries. Perhaps they won't die immediately, but the stray bullets stuck in their bodies not only made them lose their combat effectiveness, but also made them miserable, and eventually they bleed to death. You killed a member of the Gabriel family and gained 5 experience points. You wounded a member of the Gabriel family and gained 3 experience points. When Xiaolun moved to the last car of the convoy, the 2 rifle magazines he was carrying had all been used up. He quickly pulled out the Grove pistol from his waist. With the addition of passive skills, low-level pistol shooting specialization, he accurately shot the 2 killers who wanted to reverse and escape one by one. Inside the pickup truck that rolled over on the ground, the Ferry slowly opened his eyes, and the sudden explosion of the grenade made him dizzy with tinnitus. It took a while before he could see what was around him. I saw a shard of glass stuck in the shoulder of the driver Taylor, stuck on the steering wheel. And in the walkie-talkie next to Ferry, the cry of help from his subordinates is constantly being heard. "Help, monster, that's a monster. Monster shit." Ferry grabbed the walkie-talkie, spraying blood and stars, while shouting, "How could a monster use a gun? A group of idiots, the enemy is lying in ambush in the cornfield, fighting back and giving me a vicious beat. It is a pity that as the gunfire weakened, in the end, apart from the painful groaning in the walkie-talkie, there were other noises." Ferry clenched his teeth, pulled out the pistol from his waist, and kicked the car door. Then just about to crawl out of it, suddenly a round, dark thing flew in, bounced back and forth in the car body, and finally landed in front of Ferry. Fuck! Ferry closed his eyes helplessly. With a bang, this pickup truck, which had been damaged by 2 grenades, was completely turned into burning scrap. You killed Tyler, Gabriel's elite killer, and gained 8 experience points. You shot down Gabriel's senior boss Ferry Pucks and gained 12 experience points. That's it. Xiaolun was still vigilantly lying in ambush in the cornfield. He frowned suspiciously as he watched the fleet that had been unable to resist. This is the end? Is this the so-called elite killer? Waited patiently for a while, seeing the groaning noise from the vehicle full of holes getting lower and lower, Xiaolun felt a little relieved. Just about to carefully drill out of the cornfield, suddenly a cold wind swept across the cornfield, and the corn leaves that had been slumped softly, suddenly stood up, like a energized blade, and rolled toward Xiaolun fiercely. Passive skills, low-level close combat specialization was activated. After temporarily gaining 5 points of attribute bonus on strength and agility, Sharon's 2 guns quickly shot around, and stormy bullets interrupted all the cornstalks around him. And finally a circular open space with a diameter of 5 meters is formed. What's the situation? Xiaolun was unprepared. A dozen slender wounds were cut on his cheeks, neck, and arms. The blood quickly soaked the tattered body armor and pants that were also scratched. This is also fortunate that Xiaolun has surpassed ordinary people in physical fitness and endurance in addition to strength and agility, but even so, he has become a blood man at this time. Looking at the clattering around, the corn bushes that seemed to be shaking at a certain frequency, Xiaolun felt a chill. He seems to understand why the Gabriel killers are so embarrassed. Why are they so timid as a mouse? It seems that those people, like themselves, have encountered some weird things in this cornfield. Another cold wind blew, and the sudden drop in temperature caused the goosebumps on Xiaolun's body to float. At the same time, the surrounding corn bushes seemed to receive some kind of instruction, and suddenly swayed from side to move closer to Xiaolun. Really weird. Too late to change the magazine, Xiaolun simply pulled out the M9 pistol inserted in his lap, and fired on the corn bushes in front of him while charging. After barely making a passage, Xiaolun jumped from the ground to the dirt road outside. Within a few seconds after Xiaolun jumped out, the corn bushes closed. Then the corn bushes, which were still making noise, began to erode toward the road, but their moving speed was much slower than when they were in the field. Xiaolun panted heavily and took out his mobile phone, only to find that the signal was lost. Looking around in desperation, he found that if he wanted to escape, there were only 2 options. The first is to move forward and head to the town. But the burning pickup truck blocked the road to the town. If you want to bypass the pickup truck, you have to get off the road through the cornfield. The second is. Xiaolun turned his head and looked behind him where he could not see the end. www.readaloud.com. Feeling the burning pain all over his body, he gritted his teeth and walked to the SUV at the back of the team. Instead of fleeing in an unknown direction, Xiaolun would rather fight to the death. Fortunately, he aimed at the window and hit the last car without hitting the engine or tires. The car should still catch fire. Waiting for Xiaolun to pull down the body in the driver's seat, start the car, and when the seat belt was fastened, the leaves of the nearest corn had almost touched the left side mirror of the car. As soon as Xiaolun engaged in gear, the SUV first retreated more than 10 meters, then the engine roared, and the car rushed into the cornfield on the right. If poor Fairy were still alive, he would be surprised to find that the corn leaves at this time were much sharper than when he fled. Previously, at most, it left shallow scratches on the body, but now it is possible to shred the windows. But even if the glass splashes, the blood has dripped from the eyelids, making him unable to see the road ahead, but Xiaolun still gritted his teeth and stomped on the accelerator and rushed forward. Escape before the battle will only die faster, and go forward will win the final victory. Xiaolun remembers this ironclad rule for most horror movies. What's more, the convoy is not long. Even if the fields are soft and the corn bushes are blocked, Xiaolun has already rushed to the side of the burning pickup truck in less than 10 seconds. But at this moment, a thick black shadow suddenly flew from the cornfield, and it hit the car body heavily. Xiaolun only felt his body lighten, and the scene in front of him began to spin rapidly. After a while, with a loud bang, Xiaolun plunged into endless darkness before his eyes. Chapter 26, Capture Failed. In the small town. In a hurry, Lei only found 2 buses, and they lay across the road, acting as a temporary refusal. However, the belated Deputy Sheriff Boyle brought a helper, and the warehouse of a World War II weapon collector in the town was almost completely removed by him. In addition to a few more rifles from World War II in the police officer's hands, Lei also put up a machine gun on the roof of the street. Although it is the kind of water-cooled Gatling that the army has long eliminated, it is also a machine gun, isn't it? Now everything is ready, just waiting for the enemy to come. Standing at the highest point in the town, on the top of the restaurant, Lei looked into the distance with the binoculars. At such a distance, he could only see the fireball rising up and the vague shots of gunshots in the air. Lei knows very well that Xiaolun must have already been on fire with Fairy and the others at this time. In order to buy time for himself, Xiaolun alone blocked the convoy full of armed assassins. Even if he is well trained, I am afraid he can't withstand 20 or 30 guns, right? Lei wanted to support him, but rationally told him that even if he arrived at such a long distance, it would be too late. As expected, the sound of gunfire like fried beans soon calmed down. Except for a blazing fire, Lei couldn't see anything else clearly. Blow up a car. Lei Yuyu sighed, thank you, agent, you have done your best. Rest in peace. Just when Lei thought that Xiaolun had died and was about to ask his subordinates to prepare to resist the coming militants, he suddenly saw something in a daze, and suddenly rose into the sky and flew across the night sky. Although I can't see it clearly, the shape seems like a car. Lei Yu forced, what's the situation? Xiaolun found himself standing in a clearing, surrounded by darkness where he could not see his fingers, only the white mist condensed from his breathing. Because of the cold, Xiaolun rubbed his arm subconsciously, and then he reacted violently. The wound on his body disappeared at some point. Xiaolun let out a ha, rubbed his fingers, and sneered, dreaming? Or am I dead? A cold wind blew from behind, and Xiaolun Tang turned around. A little girl in a white dress appeared behind him at some unknown time. The pale face without the slightest blood color was staring at Xiaolun, her purple little mouth was squirming quickly, and she didn't know what she was muttering. Well, this is the situation now. If I dream now, then you can't pose a threat to me at all. But if I die, then I don't need to be afraid of anything. Xiaolun rubbed his chin and thought for a while, and finally shrugged, strode to the little girl, leaned down and said, well, what do you want to say to me? But no matter how close Xiaolun was, he couldn't hear what the little girl was saying. Finally, Xiaolun almost put his ears on the little girl's mouth, and suddenly a deafening roar burst from the little girl's mouth. Open your eyes, open your eyes, open your eyes. The huge sound shook Xiaolun's whole body, but the next moment, he opened his eyes. The blood smeared his eyes, causing the foreground objects to be red, but it still did not prevent Xiaolun from seeing that he was still sitting in the car. Although all the windows were shattered and the body was recessed in a large chunk, it is a miracle that the car is still on the ground with 4 wheels after it vacated and rolled over. Xiaolun wiped off the blood in front of him, just about to unfasten the seat belt and crawl out of the car. Suddenly a few thick, black objects fell from the sky and landed on the ground around the car, making a muffled noise. After a while, a black object approached the front window. Xiaolun took a deep breath. The mysterious monster in front of him was as high as 2 stories and grew out of a dozen long black legs. It slowly circled the car, just like a spider that found its prey. If it's just a mutant spider, it's fine, but through the hazy moonlight, Xiaolun can see that this monster seems to be a combination of corn stalks, straw and other plants. After the monster turned around the car twice, the huge body suddenly turned over, turning the belly below it up. A steely face suddenly appeared in front of Xiaolun, and Xiaolun was so scared that Xiaolun almost shot. But after he saw the facial features of his face, he hurriedly stopped his fingers. Although that face was terrifying and broken, Xiaolun still recognized that it was the face of the little girl who awakened her eyes. The closed eyes opened slowly, but there were no white eyes inside. There was only a straw sticking out from the eye sockets like the tentacles of an octopus, which looked particularly terrifying. Do you want me to help you get rid of all this? Xiaolun sighed as he looked at the straw that was slowly stretched out towards him, and suddenly opened fire with both guns in his hand. The 9mm bullet shredded that face instantly, and in the blink of an eye, numerous fist-sized holes were opened in the monster. But this monster bazooka couldn't blow up, not to mention the two small broken guns in Sharon's hand. The monster made an inexplicable noise, and its body suddenly turned over again. The faceless side turned to Xiaolun, and then the surface of his body cracked, revealing a big mouth with a fishy blood basin. Crab! Xiaolun looked at the big mouth enough to swallow the entire car, unfastened the seat belt, and leaped out of the car window at the last minute. After rolling on the ground for a few times, Sharon didn't look back and wanted to run outside www.readaloud.com, but the cornfield, which was still motionless just now, began to shake frantically and stopped Shay. Front. Behind Xiaolun, the monster swallowed the entire SUV in one bite, chewed a few times in his mouth, probably because it didn't taste right, and opened his mouth again, spit it out. Xiaolun turned around, looked at the monster who was sneezing and spitting out car parts, and smiled bitterly. The monster seemed to be pinched up by straws and corn stalks, and there was no eye at all. Without eyes, then the skill fear cannot be used. Xiaolun was stunned, and now he has learned another active skill besides the skill fear. Active skill, catching spirits. Although this skill is not 100% successful, but now this kind of thing can only be used as a living horse doctor. Catch the spirit, start. Xiaolun raised his hand and pointed it at the monster who was still coughing. Then the system prompt sounded in his mind. Failed to capture, the spirit catching skill cools down for 1 hour, and the target flesh scarecrow has a higher chance of success in the next capture. Dry. Xiaolun turned his head and ran without hesitation. Not to mention the cornfield ahead, Xiaolun would have to rush even if it was a sea of flames. He would rather be ground into meat sauce by these corns, and never hope that after being swallowed by the monster, he would eventually evolve into a part of it. However, just after Xiaolun rushed into the cornfield, the corn that was trembling frantically evaded one after another and gave Xiaolun a way out. Before Xiaolun had time to be happy, a long black tentacle shot over, wrapped Xiaolun in the waist, pulled him back upside down, and threw it into the monster's open mouth. Chapter 27, Cocoon. Xiaolun turned over several somersaults, and finally caught something in the dark before he stopped the tumbling. Then countless slender things stretched out and quickly wrapped around Xiaolun's body. Passive skills, low-level close combat specialization, activated. Xiaolun let out a low growl, struggling to separate. Although in the dark, I can't see what those slender things are, but they are very fragile. Regardless of the large number, under Xiaolun's brute force struggle, one after another torn apart. In this way, in the darkness where he can't see his fingers, Xiaolun didn't know how long he struggled. Anyway, Xiaolun felt that there was a piece of burning carbon in his throat, and his hands were sore and weak that he almost couldn't hold on. Those things finally stopped attacking. Xiaolun didn't care if there was any danger below, he just sat down and gasped. After all this tossing, the gun was gone, and the phone dropped. I fumbled all over the body for a long time, and finally took out a small flashlight in his pocket. As soon as the flashlight was turned on, a hideous and distorted face appeared in front of Xiaolun's eyes, and Xiaolun almost threw the flashlight in shock. Settled down, after careful observation, Xiaolun discovered that this man was covered in straw like a cocoon, with only one face exposed. There was no need to stretch out his hand to try his breath, Xiaolun could see that this man was already dead. Took the flashlight and swept left and right, Xiaolun couldn't help taking a breath. In a small space, people standing or lying down are full of such cocoons. Xiaolun touched his neck uncomfortably. If he hadn't resisted desperately just now, maybe he would be wrapped in a cocoon just like these people, right? The space made up of straw and corn stalks swayed slightly, probably because the monster was moving. Xiaolun stabilized his figure, walked around these cocoons, looking for entrances and exits all around. Assuming that this space is the stomach of the monster, then this stomach is not small, it must be dozens of square meters. Xiaolun had a deep foot and a shallow foot. It took a long time before he turned around, but he didn't find any place to go in or out. If I wipe it, I don't care if I don't go in, don't I have to go out? Are you Pai Yao, you can't just go in and out. Xiaolun didn't believe in evil, and when he was about to search again, suddenly there was a spirit all over his body, and he suddenly turned his head to look diagonally across. I saw a cocoon standing diagonally opposite to each other. From the outside, this cocoon seemed to be no different from other cocoons. But if you look closely, there is no human face on the surface of the cocoon. Everyone else is inside, but what is inside this one? Xiaolun grabbed a flashlight, inserted both hands forcefully, and then slammed it outward. Hearing the crackling sound of hay cracking, the whole cocoon was torn apart by Xiaolun. At the same time that the cocoon was torn apart by Xiaolun, the entire space shook violently. At the same time, tentacles made of countless straws ejected from all around and grabbed Xiaolun. Xiaolun knew that he had found the monster's fate, and hurriedly stabilized his figure and looked inside the cocoon. I saw inside was a decayed pear, and it was still vaguely recognizable as the corpse of an old woman. What makes Xiaolun horrified is that the corpse's eyes were actually open, emitting a faint green light, staring at him firmly. Is this the real monster? Too late to confirm, Xiaolun's pupils suddenly turned blood red. Active skill, facing fear, activate. In an instant, in front of Xiaolun's eyes, segments of fantasy films flashed quickly. A grey-haired old man was kneeling in front of a grave with a cross and weeping. On a rainy night with lightning and thunder, the old man dug up the grave. Under the dim light, the old man was muttering a word while wrapping straw around the corpse. The old man, holding a cane and coffee, looked at the cornfield not far away with relief. And beside him, a scarecrow with a black cloak and a scary look was lying on a deck chair slowly shaking. The coffee cup smashed to pieces, and the dumbfounded old man stood in front of the window, looking at the scarecrow, and devouring a little girl in a white dress. The old man picked up the thin and long crutches in his hand and stabbed it into the scarecrow's chest, and then hung the scarecrow high on a cross wooden stake. The last picture is that the bulldozer roars, flattening the stakes, and the scarecrow confined by the cane is free. Xiaolun clutched his forehead, and the familiar headache struck again. However, it seemed that the monster had a much greater reaction than him. With the decaying corpse as the center, the surrounding space made up of straw and corn stalks began to turn black, decayed, and finally turned into patches of black and grey. As the space disintegrated, Xiaolun fell out of the monster. Standing on the ground and looking up, you can see the whole picture of the monster's decomposition more clearly. It didn't take long for this two-story monster to almost turn into black and grey. There is only one scarecrow who is as tall as a person, falling in front of Sharon. Before Xiaolun could react, the scarecrow suddenly turned into a black shadow, flashed into the cornfield, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Obviously, the monster is not dead, and we must find a way to get rid of it before it grows and becomes stronger again. Xiaolun clutched his forehead and endured a severe headache. www.readaloud.com ran out of the cornfield a little staggeringly. With the disintegration of the monster, the cornfield seemed to have returned to normal. So Sharon easily rushed through the cornfield, ran to the dirt road, and came to the pickup truck that is now the last in the team. The system will restore this car to a starting state. Scanning. If the target can be repaired to satisfy the use, it will cost 5 points. Do you want to repair it? Repair. Deduct 5 points, the target has been able to meet the basic needs of use. Without waiting for the system to finish, Xiaolun started the pickup, quickly turned around, and galloped away in the direction where the convoy came. Through those flashing images, Xiaolun has found a weapon to restrain the scarecrow. Now he could only pray that the weapon could still be used, and that he could find it before the scarecrow attacked again. After rushing along the dirt road for more than half an hour, Xiaolun finally found a small intestine path caught in a cornfield on the side of the road. He drove directly into the small road and drove for more than 10 minutes before arriving at the small road. Farm. Looking at the dilapidated small building in front of him, Xiaolun distinguished from memory that the old man drove into the cornfield again after he nailed the scarecrow to the wooden post. Where is where? After driving to the approximate location of the wooden stake, Xiaolun got out of the car and searched the surroundings carefully. However, as time passed, Xiaolun remembered the location, but after all the stake had been leveled by the bulldozer, and the corn bushes had moved, it was still very difficult for him to find it. The mysterious cold wind passed by slowly, and the corn leaves that had been motionless began to tremble slightly. Xiaolun's hair on his whole body was erected, and it was obvious that the scarecrow had returned. Chapter 28, Guide the Way. Looking at the white mist condensed from his breathing, Xiaolun frowned, then suddenly raised his head. The little girl in a white dress did not know when she would appear in front of her again. It's just that this time she didn't mumble anymore, but stood there blankly, with her right hand pointing straight to the side. Xiaolun immediately understood what she meant, nodded vigorously at the little girl. Xiaolun ran in the direction the little girl was pointing. When ran for more than 10 meters and lost his direction, a man in a checkered shirt appeared in front of Xiaolun. If Fairy is still alive, then when he sees this plaid man, he will exclaim, "Jimmy!" Jimmy, like the little girl, pointed his finger in a certain direction without expression. In this way, under the guidance of these spirits, Xiaolun went deep into the cornfield step by step. Every time when he loses his way, there will be a person to show Xiaolun the direction. The last person who appeared in front of Xiaolun was a grey-haired old man. This time, the old man did not point Xiaolun again, but after seeing Xiaolun walk over, he slowly looked down at the ground. Just under the feet of the old man, on the very flat ground that was pressed by the road roller, a thin and long wooden stick was inlaid. Is the cane that the old man pierced the scarecrow's chest. "Thank you, thank you." Xiaolun solemnly nodded to the old man, bent over and stretched out his hand to pull out the stick that was pressed into the soil. But at this moment, the old man who had not spoken, suddenly shouted, "Be careful behind." The old man's body suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared in this world. And at the moment when the old man issued a warning, Xiaolun stabbed the stick back with his backhand. Hearing a muffled sound, it felt like he had pierced something. Xiaolun looked back slowly, and saw that the wooden staff was just inserted into the scarecrow's chest, and the claws extended by the scarecrow were only 2 centimeters away from Xiaolun's head. Looking at the scarecrow that seemed to have been pressed the pause button, Xiaolun let out a long sigh. However, the system reminder was not refreshed in his mind, which means that he did not really subdue or eliminate the scarecrow. Fortunately, the spirit catching skill CD has ended. Use spirit trapping skills. Failed to capture, the spirit catching skill cools down for 1 hour, and the target flesh scarecrow has a higher chance of success in the next capture. Dry. Xiaolun rolled his eyes, grabbed the stick and sat down cross-legged, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, it's a big deal. I'll wait another hour to see which one of us can survive." Time passed in the big and small eyes of Xiaolun and the scarecrow. Perhaps because of the presence of the scarecrow monster, the cornfield had no mosquitoes, and it was quite cool. Otherwise, Xiaolun is now covered in blood, leaning in the cornfield for a night, not being sucked by mosquitoes, and having to get hot rash. The sky is bright. Lei, who also stayed on the roof for a night, rubbed his red eyes, and then yawned long. He was not as well treated as Xiaolun. He was surrounded by natural air conditioners and mosquito-repellent incense. The mosquitoes in this night almost broke him. Scratching the neck where countless red bumps had been bitten out, Lei gritted his teeth and said, "Why aren't those gangsters coming?" Penny, who is acting as a sniper next to her, has a bubbling nose from her sleep. Lei picked up the binoculars. The flaming pickup truck that was burning last night has now gone out. Except for a black smoke rising into the sky, Lei did not see any unusual movement. Those elite killers of the Gabriel family, where did they go? It's impossible to go back and make up for it, right? Only looked at the opposite side, but did not pay attention to behind him. The other police officers were basically the same as Penny. Even if they were not asleep, they were too sleepy to open their eyes. So none of them noticed that a silver-white sports car was rushing towards the town at a fast speed. Waiting for the sports car to rush into the streets of the town, Lei heard the roar of the engine. But now it's too late to react. Lei can only be on the top of the building, watching this sports car, and drifting on the street with clouds and flowing water, and avoiding the two buses that cross the street. Patted his and walked away. What's the situation? The speed was too fast. Lei only vaguely saw a blonde man driving a sports car, and beside that man, there was a woman with blonde hair in the passenger seat. Could it be that some boring and painful rich second generation brought a woman to have fun? Lei shook his head, and subconsciously looked in the direction the sports car was coming from, and then his expression froze. Because he saw a thick smoke rising from a distance, there seemed to be countless cars rushing towards the town. At the same time, Xiaolun was still in a stalemate with the scarecrow. During this period of time, Xiaolun used the spirit-catching skill on Scarecrow twice, but they all failed without exception. So now, he wants to use it again, and this is the 5th time he has used this skill on Scarecrow. Catch the spirit, start. Successful in catching spirits, congratulations on getting the pet Scarecrow. You can check the pet's attributes in the pet window. Please note that you can only bring one pet at the moment, so you can no longer use the spirit catching skill until the flesh scarecrow is released. As the system prompts the sound, the scarecrow, who has been stuck on the stick, shakes. After a while, those straws turned into strands of green light and merged into Xiaolun's body. Only the decomposed corpse was left, and after it fell to the ground, it quickly turned into patches of black and grey. Xiaolun breathed a sigh of relief. www.readaloud.com casually threw the useless wooden staff aside, rubbed his shoulders and walked out of the cornfield, and turned on the system to check the attributes of the flesh scarecrow. Pet name, flesh scarecrow, name can be changed. Category, magic. Grade 1. Physique, 13. Magic, 12. Power, 12. Endurance, 9. Agility, 10. Experience value, 0/100. Skill 1, Devour. Skill 2, Resurrection, passive skill. After receiving fatal damage, it will enter a state of suspended animation. After a period of time, it will resurrect, but it will enter a state of weakness for up to 3 months. It can be swallowed and eaten to speed up the escape from the state of weakness. Status, not playing. Xiaolun changed his status from not out of the station to out of the battle, and a scarecrow surrounded by a black cloak immediately appeared next to him. It's just that this time the scarecrow did not launch an attack on Xiaolun again, but obediently followed Xiaolun. Your name is too ugly, can I change your name? Xiaolun rubbed his chin and thought, since you are called a flesh scarecrow, it feels like a little grass, forget it, what do you think? Scarecrow did not respond. You really think it's good, right? Xiaolun laughed, so little grass, I have a question now, I hope you can explain it. That's why I have already taken you down, why is this case still not? Is it over? What answered him was a roar of engines from far and near, and a silver-white sports car suddenly rushed out of the corn bushes and ran straight into Sharon. Chapter 29, Dry. What kind of situation? The sports car clung to Xiaolun's thigh and wiped it, directly scaring Xiaolun out of white hair and sweat. It is estimated that the guy who drove didn't expect that there was a person standing in the cornfield, and he subconsciously turned down slightly before he did not hit Xiaolun. However, she avoided Xiaolun, not the other one. To be precise, at the moment the sports car appeared, Xiaoko rushed over and guarded Xiaolun. So I just listened to a loud boom, seemingly small grass woven from straw, forcibly smashed the front cover of the sports car into a deep pit. A billowing white mist came out from under the hood, and after the engine wailed a few times, it went on strike and turned off. At the same time, Xiaolun's system reminder sounded in his mind. Your pet Xiao Cao has been fatally injured and has entered a state of suspended animation and is expected to resurrect in 10 days. Water. Xiaolun's eyes widened. I spent so much energy, staying up the whole night, and caught the pet. As a result, he was to death before he covered his heat. Was killed by a brake pen driving a car in a cornfield. Xiaolun's bloodshot eyes because of staying up all night are now even redder. The door of the sports car was kicked open. The driver's blonde brother, clutching his forehead, staggered out of the car. After standing up blankly and looking around, his eyes finally fell on Xiaolun. "MD, I blame you for ruining my car." There are some handsome blonde buddies who drew their pistols and aimed them at Xiaolun. Unfortunately, before he pulled the trigger, Xiaolun's figure flashed and appeared beside him. With a crisp sound, the blonde boy raised his gun's arm and twisted it into a twist. "Can't beat the scarecrow before the conquer, can't beat an ordinary person like you?" Xiaolun snatched the pistol, and then brutally beat the blonde brother who was holding his arm in a terrible way. "Let you speed up the car, let you kill my pet, let you scare me." The guy who had been beating him was dying and couldn't get up when he fell to the ground, so Xiaolun stopped. After searching from that buddy, he confirmed that he had no other weapons except a mobile phone. Xiaolun took a deep breath and turned to look at the scared blonde girl beside him. Looking at the blood-stained and tyrannical Sharon, the blonde sitting in the passenger seat quickly raised her hands. "I am a hostage kidnapped by him, and I'm a NIA agent with me in my pocket." "Documents." "Are you a hostage?" The blonde woman nodded. "Are you still an agent?" The blonde woman nodded again. Xiaolun rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed. "I don't care about the hostage agent. I only know that you are a woman or a very beautiful woman." While talking, Sharon walked towards the blonde woman. "In our poor country, you can't find a beautiful woman like you. It's cheap for me to fall into my hands today. Come home with me, Mr. 10 and 8 children." Seeing Sharon approaching step by step, the blonde couldn't help screaming, "I warn you not to mess around, I'm the real NIA agent. Also, that guy is Edmund Gabriel, it's Gabriel the heir of the Lai family, if you mess around, the Gabriel family will not let you go, and the police are chasing us behind." Xiaolun knocked the woman unconscious with a punch, and the scream was interrupted instantly. "Bah, I said that as a hostage, why didn't that guy tie you up? It turns out that you two belong together." Xiaolun took a bite at the peach-faced woman who had been beaten by herself. Just when Xiaolun was humming a little song, rummaged through the rope, and was about to tie the two dog men and women together. The blonde brother, the heir of the Gabriel family, Master Edmund, slowly woke up. "Hi, buddy, as long as you let me go, I can give you $5 million. Edmund also thought that Sharon was just a local farmer, gritted his teeth and bewildered, "You have never seen $5 million, right? That's a lot of money, so you can be happy for a lifetime." Xiaolun ignored him, because he did not find the rope, so he considered whether to make up one on the spot. 10 million, 1,000 watts, Edmund panicked seeing Xiaolun ignore him. "Give me a cell phone. I only need one phone call, and the 10 million can be transferred to any account in the world." Xiaolun thought for a while, took out his phone and shook it in front of Edmund's eyes. $20 million. "What?" Edmund's eyes widened. "Are you too dark here? So you don't think you are worth 20 million? Xiaolun shrugged. "Anyway, the woman said just now, you seem to be a wanted criminal. If you hand you over to the police, maybe you have to be given a bonus." "Don't, 20 million is 20 million. Give me your phone, and I'll transfer it to you." Edmund howled. Xiaolun smiled, threw the phone to Edmund, and then said a series of numbers, "Put the money into this account." Edmund held the phone tightly and looked at Sharon pitifully. "If I transfer the money, will you really let me go?" "Of course," Xiaolun said casually, "if you have money, you will get out." It happened that I went home with that woman to have a baby. www.readaloud.com. This idiot, when I go back, I will definitely bring someone to kill your whole family. Edmund swears viciously in his heart, but on the surface he still calls obediently. After finishing the matter, he smiles flatteringly at Xiaolun. It's finished, are you not sure about it? Xiaolun took his cell phone and dialed someone's phone, and didn't care what time it was now. Hey, aunt, it's me, what time is it? And I'm still sleeping, get up quickly, don't hang up, don't hang up, yes business. You check if there is more than $20 million in our public account, hey? Right? That's good. How did this money come from? Master Edmund thinks that our NIA agents are working hard, and the sponsored activity funds. Yes, this buddy is right next to me, his arm just twisted by me. Don't worry, how can I? Maybe I will let him go. I have to rely on this guy to get more bonuses. Yes, I also have a share of the 20 million. Okay, first of all, you can go and make up for it. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Xiaolun curled his lips, hang up the phone without waiting for someone to finish talking. Really, didn't I just go to bed at 2 o'clock last night? I haven't closed my eyes yet. Edmund stared at the dumb Sharon. You turned out to be a NIA agent? Xiaolun nodded. You just found out. Edmund cautiously said, then will you let me go? Xiaolun rolled his eyes and broke Edmund's legs neatly. MD, hit my pet to death. I haven't settled the bill with you yet. Do you want me to let you go? Speaking, Xiaolun broke Edmund's last intact arm just to be safe. Live together, Xiaolun slapped his hands with satisfaction. I see how you run this time. Chapter 30, Back to the Water. One battle detected. A helicopter landed on the open space on the street of the small town. Before the helicopter stopped, a tall and sturdy black man jumped off the helicopter and walked quickly to the mine that had been waiting for a long time. Senior Director of NIA, John Bannister. Ding Ming to Police Department Sergeant, Ray Arnold. After the two shook hands, Bannister asked eagerly, according to the latest news, Edmund has driven through the town. Lay smiled helplessly, sorry, sir, it was our mistake. But the car was so fast that it rushed past in the blink of an eye. No, you have done a good job. Bannister looked at the bus on the street in the distance, frowning, but no one thought that Edmund's other identity turned out to be a professional racer. Lay secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, when the car passed by, besides Edmund, there seemed to be a woman sitting in the passenger seat. That was our NIA agent, Delisa, but according to the latest intelligence, she should have been bought by Edmund, otherwise Edmund would not escape so easily. Bannister sighed, turned his head and shouted to his subordinates, where is the National Guard? Those who came to meet Edmund must be the elite killers of the Gabriel family. We don't have the current equipment strength alone. The ability to attack frontally. 5 minutes, the man called and slapped Bannister. Head, it only takes 5 minutes. The National Guard's support is in place, including 2 armed helicopters. It's too slow, Bannister looked at his watch and frowned, I don't know if it's too late. At this time, Lay next to him said cautiously, Sir, there is one more thing. There is a special NIA agent. Last night, in order to give us a longer preparation time, he left the town alone to attack Gabriel's convoy. Did not return. Is there still such a situation? Bannister sighed, such a brave behavior, really worthy of our NIA. By the way, Chief Lay, what is the name of that great guy? Xiaolun. Hey. Bannister widened his eyes. Is it a tall and handsome Asian guy with black hair and dark eyes? Lay nodded. Fack. Bannister yelled at his hands, when will the gunship arrive? Before the voice fell, everyone heard the roar of the helicopter propeller in the distance. Under the guidance of ground personnel, an armed helicopter fell, and Bannister rushed up first and said anxiously, hurry, and set off now. The subordinate who followed him immediately asked with some doubts, "Head, what's the situation in such a panic?" Bannister gave him a blank look, and said with a sullen expression, "Deputy Chief Holly's nephew went out to snipe the Gabriel family's assassin last night, and has not returned yet." The expression of the subordinate instantly solidified. "Did you mean that the deputy chief who is in charge of property and logistics and is known as the Iron Thorns?" "What do you mean?" Bannister sighed sadly, "But isn't that kid arranged in Los Angeles and Willie is in charge of taking care of him? Why did he suddenly come to us?" With the support of 2 armed helicopters equipped with rockets and heavy machine guns, the morale of the police force was greatly boosted, and it was too late to wait for the armored vehicles of the National Guard. A convoy of police vehicles, pulling on the shrill siren, drove out of the town mightily. Soon, Bannister and the others discovered the Gabriel train team that was ambushed by Sharon and crowded on the dirt road. After a general search by the police, it was found that the dead were all militants from the Gabriel family, and no trace of Sharon was found. After leaving the 2 teams to search in place, Bannister led them to move forward. When they finally found the dilapidated small building, Xia Lun was lying on the couch in front of the small building, sipping beer. "Hi, guys, you guys are really slow." Xia Lun shook the beer bottle in his hand and smiled at the police officers who were swarming. "By the way, the beer is gone. The old man in the house who committed suicide, there is only 1 bottle left in the refrigerator." Bannister looked at the blood-stained, but full-blooded Sharon, exhaled a long sigh, and said with his arms akimbo, Sharon, you are in big trouble, you know." Sharon spread his hands, "That guy Edmund is in the basement next to him. There is a blonde beauty and countless cockroaches to accompany him. The other Gabriel killers are all killed by me. So I don't know that I have nothing but honor, and besides the bonus, what can be troublesome?" Bannister smiled mysteriously, "Hollis is heading here by plane." The smile on Xia Lun's face disappeared instantly. "The things are all done, what is she doing here?" Bannister smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just that the superiors inspect the work normally." "Come on, Bannister, don't you tell me any more. What do you mean by this?" "It is obviously that Deputy Director Hollis is worried about the safety of his subordinates, so he specifically called me to inquire. I'm just telling the truth." Bannister looked at Xia Lun, curled his lips and said, "But it seems that I am still not accurate enough. Looking at your appearance, you simply crawled out of a sea of blood." While talking, other police officers had already taken out Edmund, who had broken his limbs, and the female detective who had defected from the basement. At the same time, Xia Lun finally sounded a long-lost system prompt in his mind. "The case of legacy has been detected. You will be rewarded with 150 experience points and 100 points, because the pet is in a suspended animation state, so you cannot get experience points." In fact, Xia Lun was very serious this night. www.readaloud.com. Whether it was the whole body injury or the consumption of mental energy, it was very serious. In particular, he still has a severe headache, but he has been gritted his teeth in order to wait for support. Now that the case is over, Xia Lun felt relieved and fell asleep altogether. Before he lost consciousness, he faintly heard Bannister's exclamation, "Damn it, the paramedics, there are agents injured here." When Xia Lun woke up, 3 days had passed. As soon as he opened his eyes, he received a slap in the face. "God, you finally woke up. If you have 3 long and 2 shortcomings, how should I explain to my poor sister?" Looking at Hollis, who was crying on his chest, Xia Lun smiled helplessly, "Aunt, don't do that. Anyway, you are also the deputy director of the Dignity. If you are seen by others, where is the majesty of your iron thorns?" Hollis wiped his tears, straightened up and coughed dryly. The NIA agents surrounding the door of the ward disappeared instantly without a trace, and the door was intimately brought. "Boy, the wings are hard, and I really want to rebel. It was so dangerous that day, why didn't you tell me?" Xia Lun shrugged, "The situation is urgent, I forgot. Hollis raised his hand. Xiaolun shrank his neck abruptly. I was wrong, Aunt, I won't dare any more. Hollis snorted, if you worry about me again, I will fire you from the NIA and let you go home and open a small restaurant. Then do you have to support the cost of opening a store? By the way, I solved such a big case this time and I made $20 million for our team. How much bonus do you plan to reward me? Looking at Xiaolun's scornful look, Hollis finally couldn't help but slapped it again. Chapter 31, 3 Shots Back. The Arizona branch of NIA was in a tight underground confinement room. There are 2 people in the room where there should be only 1 prisoner. One is lying on the bed, covered in mummy-like Edmund Gabriel. The other person deliberately sat in the shadows, hiding his face. That yellow-skinned monkey, I must kill him, I must kill his whole family. Looking at Edmund, who was extremely excited while lying on the bed, the mysterious man chuckled, don't think about it, that kid has a different background, it's not something you can move now. What about you? Edmund said fiercely, with the strength of your organization, wouldn't it be easy to kill that kid? We can get rid of him, but it is not necessary, because the follow-up cleaning work is too troublesome. Edmund snorted, if I don't go back, my dad won't cooperate with you. Yes, but luckily your father is not the only son like you. Edmund's eyes widened, what do you want to do? I warn you that if I die, my dad will avenge me. The mysterious man stretched out his hand directly to cover Edmund's mouth, and said with a smile, don't get excited, young master. Don't worry, we promise to let you live and we won't let you die. But considering that you may be in jail for the rest of your life. It's been here, so it's better to keep your mouth shut forever. While speaking, he took out a bottle of potion from his pocket and sprayed it on Edmund's face. Sharon drove his Cadillac bulletproof SUV, galloping on the highway. After more than half a month, he finally gained freedom. In fact, in the past half a month, Xiaolun has spent more time writing reports in addition to recovering from injuries. No way, I don't know what happened. After Edmund and the female agent were taken back to the Arizona branch, they quickly became insane and became fools. Considering that Edmund and the female agent were both seriously injured, in the NIA, some people believe that it was because Sharon made the attack too hard and broke their brains. In addition, Sharon's record is too abnormal. He swept a convoy of 20 or 30 armed men alone. It feels like it was performed in a movie. Anyway, for various reasons, Xiaolun had to frequently accept inquiries, submit written reports, etc., almost driving him crazy. Fortunately, in the face of solid evidence, coupled with Hollis backing him, Xiaolun was finally innocent, and he was also awarded a prize of $200,000. In fact, Xiaolun is not satisfied with this bonus. After all, he has earned 20 million sponsorships for the game. In the end, the above only rewarded myself with 200,000 yuan, which is too stingy, right? I can't twist my arms but my thighs. What's more, Hollis comforted him. $20 million is too much. Each department is divided into 1 point, and it can't rise much. In the end, it's pretty good to be able to drop 200,000. So Xiaolun could only curse the corruption of the US government while driving again on the road to the next mission coordinates. So, while Xiaolun was on the way, let's briefly talk about his current personal situation. First of all, there is no change in personal level, and the experience value is stuck at 430/450, which is really close to leveling up. Next is the skill aspect. Because the last task directly rewarded 100 points, Xiaolun opened a low-level treasure chest and obtained a new passive skill. Passive skill, low-level Mozambique shooting technique. When using this shooting technique, the closer you are to the target, the higher the accuracy, and the maximum increase will not exceed 50%. Is another very practical skill. The so-called Mozambique shooting technique is simply the shooting technique used by the big Marshal Baikonur Reeves in the movie Quick Hunter. First fired 2 shots at the enemy's torso to produce a stiff effect, and then headshot to make up the knife. Of course, in fact, this shooting technique contains a lot of theory and requires a lot of practical practice. Therefore, during the half-month period, Xiaolun spent all his time on the training ground except for writing reports. In addition to mastering Mozambique shooting skills as quickly as possible, but also to improve the accuracy of his marksmanship. Although passive skills will improve your shooting accuracy, you originally deviated from the target by 10 meters. After you increase it by 50%, you deviate by 5 meters. Isn't it the same as not hitting the target? After this short period of crazy training, Xiaolun did not become a sharpshooter, but within 20 meters, holding a pistol with the blessing of various passive skills can achieve a gunshot headshot. Within a range of 100 meters, a handheld rifle can be fired without any bullets. New Mexico, in the almost uninhabited Gobi Desert. If it weren't for the sign hanging next to him, Xiaolun would not believe that the place in front of him, comparable to a garbage dump, turned out to be a gas station. But the coordinates provided by the system are here. Xiaolun can only get off the car and check it out. Shaking the bell hanging on the refueling equipment twice, and then knocking on the rusty oil gun, Xiaolun doubted whether the thing could still be used normally. After a while, a sloppy middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth walked out, and said in a bad mood, "How much oil?" There is no self-service refueling function in the United States. Some states have even introduced laws that force refueling to pass through gas station staff. But looking at the environment of this place, Xiaolun really didn't dare to refuel. God knows whether it is gasoline or waste oil coming out of the oil gun. Xiaolun gave a dry cough, and stretched out his hand first. "Hello www.readaloud.com, I'm just lost, I just want to ask for the way." Unexpectedly, the man looked at Xiaolun's extended hand and took 2 steps back vigilantly. "Ask for directions? I don't have this kind of service here. If you don't cheer, get out of here, don't bother me," said. The man's hand has touched his waist. Sharon didn't care about the man's attitude. After all, in such a desolate place, and easily believe in the stupidity of strangers, I am afraid that he would have been fed to wolves a long time ago. "Well, then I will add $100, but instead of adding a car, I will add it to the tank." Xiaolun took out a banknote and shook it at the man. The man hesitated, and after a while, he leaned carefully. "Put one hand behind you, and the other hand to receive the banknotes. You provide the oil barrel by yourself, but I don't have one here." The moment he took the banknote, the 2 of them lifted their fingertips lightly, and then, the system did not respond at all. "Isn't it him?" Xiaolun raised his eyebrows lightly, and said a little discouraged, "Well, since I don't even provide this service, then I can consult some news. Is this always okay?" The man shook the banknote in his hand. "You can only ask one question." Xiaolun stretched his hands, thought for a while, and smiled. "So, is there any thrilling place nearby? For example, have people often died or disappeared?" Before he finished his words, the man's face changed drastically. He pulled out his hand hidden behind him, holding a revolver in his hand. Boom boom boom. What this man ushered in was that Sharon shot back 3 shots faster, more fiercely and more accurately than him. And as the man was knocked down, the bushes in the distance let out a roar, and a black shadow suddenly sprang out of it, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chapter 32, There Are Eyes on the Mountain. "Fuck, what is that?" Xiaolun watched the surroundings vigilantly. Is it a wolf? Or a dog? After a while, Xiaolun came to the man who was knocked down after seeing that there was indeed no abnormal movement around him. The man was already dead and couldn't die anymore. 2 shots in the chest, 1 shot headshot, and his skull opened. However, Xiaolun cautiously confiscated the revolver, searched his body again, and made sure that there were no other weapons or other valuable clues before approaching the house carefully. As soon as he opened the door, a fishy smell came on his face. But it's not the smell of corpses, but the smell of rotten garbage. The small house is just like the man outside. It is dirty and messy, full of garbage, and sewage flows. I don't know how that man endures it. Xia Lun frowned, with flies flying in the sky, quickly searched the room, and soon made important discoveries in the compartment. This compartment should be where the man slept. Under a simple wooden bed made of planks and bricks, Xia Lun found a black suitcase. When I opened it, it was filled with wallets, jewelry, car keys, and other items. These things are old and new, and the prices are different, but without exception, they are more or less stained with blood. There is no cash in all the wallets, but judging from the photos inside, none of them belong to the man with the open head outside. Is that guy a serial murderer? These are stolen goods. Xia Lun sighed, repacked the suitcase, and when he got out of the cabin, he happened to see an aged white man standing next to the corpse. The old man saw Xia Lun in a black suit, sunglasses, and a black suitcase in his hand. He trembled and stretched his hand quickly to his waist. It is a pity that a bullet that hit the ground under his feet interrupted his movements. Xia Lun held up his gun and said sharply, "Nia, hold your head in both hands." "Nia." The old man quickly raised his hands, held his head according to Sharon's instructions, and shouted loudly, "I'm a former New York City Crime Squad detective." "Don't shoot, the detective. This is a misunderstanding." Xia Lun cautiously stepped forward to search the old man's body, but when he touched the old man's clothes, a system prompt sounded in his mind. "An important person in the case is Detective Bob Carter. The case code is there is an eye from the mountain. After the case is solved, experience points and points will be awarded according to the degree of completion. Please pay attention to the agent." Although the system prompt sounded, Xia Lun still did not let go of his guard, handed over the old man's gun, and searched it carefully. After confirming that there was no other danger, he stepped back and asked in a deep voice, "You are a New York City worker?" "Detective, what are you doing here?" Without Sharon's permission, Bob still didn't dare to let go and smiled bitterly, "It's a former police officer. I'm retired. Because I'm bored, I organized a family road trip to go to California. Pass here." Xia Lun also vaguely recalled this movie called An Eye Behind the Mountain. It seems to be an old film, but it is very bloody. It is a typical American plasma horror film. Although I can't remember the detailed plot, I vaguely remember that there was a family who was attacked by some kind of monster in a large Gobi desert. Xia Lun motioned to Bob to put down his hand and frowned, "Then your family, why are you here alone?" Bob sighed, "Our RV broke down in front and lost its signal, so I walked back here to seek rescue. I didn't expect." He looked at Xia Lun suspiciously, "Agent, what's the matter?" Sharon threw the suitcase in front of Bob, "You will understand when you open it." As a former crime squad old detective, Bob quickly woke up and looked at the man's body in surprise. "Is this a trap?" "From the evidence, it should be correct." Xia Lun frowned, "Did he show you the way?" "Yes, he said there is a shortcut to go through this Gobi talk faster." Bob suddenly slapped his thigh, "My family is still there, they are in danger." "Wait." Sharon returned Bob's pistol and said in a deep voice, "I'll go with you." "Thank you so much, Mr. Agent." "Just ask me to thank you." "The corpse." "What? He pitted your family, do you want to bury him?" Bob spit on the man's corpse, got into the car with Sharon in a panic, and hurried to the depths of the Gobi Desert. On the top of the mountain in the distance, a person is holding a telescope to observe the situation here. Seeing the two of Xia Lun drove away, the man twisted his hair and let out a few unexplained roars, and a dozen black shadows flashed across the rocks. In the car, Sharon showed Bob his ID. Bob also assured Xia Lun about his family's situation in detail. The Bob family drove an RV with a trailer attached to the back. In addition to Bob, there are his wife Ethel, eldest daughter Lynn, son-in-law Doug, granddaughter Catherine, second daughter Brenda, and younger son Bobby. Not counting the 1-year-old baby Catherine, there are already 6 people in this family. However, this is not over yet, because Bob also brought 2 shepherd dogs he raised www.readaloud.com tisk tisk, an RV plus a trailer, and 6 adults and 2 dogs. Xiaolun felt squeezed just thinking about it. Drove forward about 5 kilometers, and under Bob's guidance, the SUV turned into the so-called shortcut. Not to mention, although the road is a bit rugged, it is fairly smooth. It's no wonder that Bob's old fritters are not suspicious. This road is obviously really a road, but it's in disrepair for a long time. While driving, the car suddenly shook violently and leaned to the right abruptly. When this happens during driving, never slam on the brakes, because it is very likely that you will roll several 360 degrees along with the car on the road. Xiaolun squeezed the steering wheel, after controlling the car, gently stepped on the brakes, and slowly stopped the SUV to the side of the road. Bob was in shock, clutching the handle tightly, and said anxiously, "What's the matter?" Xiaolun narrowed his eyes, "It should be a flat tire." Bob was taken aback, and then his face changed drastically, "Like my touring car, my car has a flat tire like this. Obviously some people don't want us to rescue your family." Xiaolun sneered, and suddenly stepped on the accelerator. "It's a pity that those guys forgot. It's not impossible to open the tire if the tire is flat." The engine roared, and the exhaust pipe emitted a puff of black smoke. The SUV with its right front wheel deflated was like a reawakened beast, roaring and hitting the road again. Listening to the sound of chucking and feeling the more violent bumps of the car, Bob's face turned pale. The road conditions are too bad, and the wheels will not be able to stand it like this. "What are you afraid of? Anyway, it's a public car. It happened to be replaced by a new one if it broke down," Xiaolun said lightly, and Bob almost vomited blood. Chapter 33, Situation 5. At this time, the Carter family, trapped in the Gobi Desert, have not yet felt the danger. Bob's wife Ethel is preparing dinner. The eldest daughter, Lynn, takes care of her daughter, Catherine, who is just 1 year old, in the car. Her husband, Doug, went to find the way ahead, and has not returned yet. Second daughter Brenda moved a lounge chair and sunbathed outside. Younger son Bobby took the 2 shepherd dogs and explored the nearby rocks. Western families who are accustomed to free-range raising of children have not noticed that Bobby has gradually fallen out of the sight of the adults and entered the rugged and ferocious mountains. Poppy held a wooden stick and waved it in the air at will. At just 14 years old, he is in a rebellious period and hates such so-called collective family activities. The car parked in such a wilderness, but it gave him some free time. It's a pity that at his age, he only cares about his own bare children, and he still doesn't know how dark and cruel this world is. The shepherd dogs who had been guarding Bobby's sides loyally, suddenly heard something, the hair on their backs stood up, and they barked desperately at the front. Poppy was taken aback and looked forward. "I saw a little girl in a dress standing next to a huge rock not far in front. Fire waterfall, hot, stop calling." Poppy stopped the barking of the 2 shepherd dogs loudly, and then looked at the girl carefully, although the little face was hidden in the shadow, making it impossible to see her appearance. But the overall look is very pitiful, quite in line with the taste of such a little boy. Poppy quickly adjusted his collar, actually coughing a few times, trying to imitate the tone of his father or brother-in-law. "Hello, my name is Bobby, what's your name?" The little girl didn't speak, but stepped back with some fear. Poppy hurriedly said, "Don't be afraid, I am not a bad person." "Are you afraid of dogs?" "Don't worry, these 2 dogs will not hurt you, because I will protect you." Before Bobby finished speaking, a shepherd dog suddenly called again. The little girl immediately turned her head and ran without saying a word. "Damn stupid dog!" Poppy cursed, and quickly chased the little girl. And faster than him was a shepherd dog, who rushed forward first to clear the way for Poppy, while the other shepherd dog was behind. Then just as Poppy crossed the huge rock, a stone the size of a water tank suddenly rolled down from above. Looking at the road blocked by rocks in front, Xiaolun had no choice but to stop, and asked in a deep voice, "How far is there?" Bob gritted his teeth and said, "It takes 10 minutes to drive." 10 minutes? Xiaolun looked sideways at the sun hanging on the top of the mountain, frowning. "Then we have to hurry up, because when we arrive, the sun is probably going to set." Saying, Sharon pulled a body armor from behind and threw it to Bob. Bob looked at him dumbfounded, and Shellen conjured up the back seat, revealing the arsenal below. "It's only been a few years since you retired, so is your Nia equipped already? I don't think this is enough." After Xiaolun armed himself, he backhanded an explosion-proof helmet on Bob's head, and finally took out a huge satellite phone. "If there is support, it is not called Chibai. This is not a superhero movie. Special Agent Xiaolun, number, security code." Xiaolun quickly reported a series of numbers. "The fifth situation appears, the coordinates are, and I now request emergency support from nearby departments." There was a nervous female voice on the phone. "Received, agent number, the identity has been confirmed, the request for help has been sent, please persevere." Hung up the phone, Xiaolun directly opened the insurance of HK416 and said to Bob, "Are you ready?" Bob gritted his teeth. "Don't worry, I'm ready at any time." "Go." The two jumped out of the car, one after the other, and moved forward cautiously and quickly. Located at the NIA headquarters in Washington, Holly is rubbing his temples, looking at the file on the table. There was a photo on the case file with a paperclip, and it was Edmund's face on it. Suddenly the landline on the desk rang. Holly took it and said, "What's the matter, what? That bastard, what did you make of a moth? Wait, I'll pass right away." Holly put the file in the safe, got up and left the office, and walked quickly to the communication room. Seeing Holly's arrival, several people in the communication room quickly got up and saluted. Holly waved his hand. "Don't be so rules, talk about the current situation." "Yes, 5 minutes ago, the New Mexico branch received an urgent request for assistance from Agent Chilen. After positioning, and the coordinates of Agent Xiat, we found that he is now at the Candle Training Ground in New Mexico." A subordinate explained, and pictures flashed across the screen. The Candle Training Ground was the place where the military secretly experimented with nuclear weapons in the last century. It is said that it has accumulated 331 experiments. However, that training ground has been abandoned for decades because, theoretically, it is no longer suitable for human habitation. It's not surprising that criminals appear there. The fifth situation refers to the unknown enemy and the danger of hostages. In view of this situation, in addition to the nearest police station, we also notified the nearest garrison. They have agreed to our request and are preparing to send a team to search and rescue. Hearing that the military was dispatched, Holly was a little relieved, frowned, and asked, "Then where is Agent Sharon?" Just now we lost the position of Agent Xiaolun." www.readaloud.com. After analysis, it should be due to magnetic field or radiation interference. This will run around, there's nothing to run there to do. Such a high radiation, you is not married yet. Holly cursed a few bitter words in his heart, but on the surface he said blankly, "Okay, continue to monitor, and report to me as soon as possible." Xiaolun was a little optimistic about the time. They were only halfway away, and the sun was blocked by the mountains in the distance, and the darkness was shrouded in this desolate land. Although the road was very peaceful, it was not attacked by the enemy. But Xiaolun could feel that on the mountains on both sides of the road, there were a pair of vicious eyes staring at him. Once he has any flaws, the guys hiding in the dark will rush out without hesitation and put themselves to death. Flaws. Xiaolun's heart moved. Passive beating is not his style, it is his nature to attack actively. But flaws is not so easy to perform. How to take it for granted and let the other party believe it, but it's an extremely test of acting skills. At this time, Bob next to him suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. "My feet, damn, I got caught in a trap, be careful." "Yes." Xiaolun gave Bob a thumbs up in his heart. Really deserves to be a veteran police detective for many years, full of tacit understanding, professional acting, although they have not yet ventilated with each other, but they already know what to do. Look at their facial expressions, screams, and twisted facial features, how real and believable. I admire you. Chapter 34, Acting. The Virgin Mary is here, you are really hurt. Xiaolun's eyes widened, his expression unbelievable. Bob clutched his right foot, and yelled angrily, "Nonsense, what do you think?" Xiaolun touched his nose, I thought you just got a foot." Bob rolled his eyes, pulled down the wooden thorns that pierced his feet, and grinned, "These grandsons are really sinister." Xiaolun knelt down, pretending to check Bob's injury, and lowered his voice, "They are staring in secret. We have to act a scene to bring them out." Bob's hand paused slightly, and then he yelled at Xiaolun suddenly, "I can't do it anymore, Agent, thanks, leave me alone, hurry, go and save my family." This old guy is fast enough to enter the scene. Sharon was taken aback by Bob's voice, but then he also howled, "No, Bob, I will abandon you, I will definitely bring you to your family." While howling, Xiaolun stretched out his hand to help Bob, "Stand up, let's go." Bob pushed Xiaolun away and shouted, "You see how I am on the road like this, it can only be a burden to you. Go away, otherwise." Bob suddenly pointed a gun at his head, "If you don't go, I'll shoot. Take a look, what is dedication? This is called dedication?" Although he is not a professional actor, he has no script and no lines, but when he enters the play, the acting is so natural and smooth. Looking back at those little fresh meats from the previous world China, Xiaolun just imagined it in his mind, and he shuddered all over his body. "Don't get excited, Bob, don't get excited." "Okay, I'll go first, you must hold on until I come back," yelled loudly, and Xiaolun ran forward with a quick step and 3 turning back. After a few minutes, his figure disappeared into the darkness. Bob sighed, and moved the muzzle away from his forehead with his hands trembling slightly. The wound on his foot is now itchy and numb, and the foreground of his eyes is beginning to distort. Obviously, unknown poison was smeared on the wooden thorn that stabbed him. "It looks like I really can't do it anymore, and the rest, I beg you, Agent." In the increasingly distorted picture, Bob saw in a daze, it seemed that several dark shadows were approaching him sneakily. He raised the pistol feebly, trying to fire, but at this time he didn't even have the strength to pull the trigger. There was a shock to his head, and Bob completely lost consciousness. Looking at the old man who fainted at his feet, the tall black shadow waved the thick wooden stick in his hand and let out a triumphant roar. Then amid this inhuman roar, a crisp gunshot sounded, and in the blink of an eye, all 5 or 6 shadows near Bob were knocked down. "You killed a freak and gained 5 experience points. You killed a freak and gained 5 experience points. Your experience points are full, do you choose to upgrade?" Xiaolun did not choose to upgrade, but continued to hide in the shadows, carefully observing the surroundings, especially on the hillsides on both sides of the road. Sharon's waiting was not in vain. About 10 minutes later, 2 dark shadows sneaked down the hillside. Perhaps the other party felt that he was very concealed, but it was a pity that under Xiaolun's military night vision goggles, his whereabouts had long been exposed. "Papa!" There were 2 more gunshots. While Xiaolun opened fire, a black shadow quietly touched him from behind, holding Bai Senson's dagger in his hand, and stabbing Xiaolun's heart viciously. It's a pity that the dagger had just been pierced halfway, and countless black tentacles were suddenly ejected from the ground, which instantly wrapped the black shadow into a zongzi. Sharon's eyes didn't move away from the scope, and he kept staring at the nearby mountain. After a while, there was no more movement on the slopes on both sides of the road. Xiaolun turned around and looked at the Zongzi who was still struggling behind him. The state of weakness is the state of weakness. It used to be able to resist rockets, but now it can't even kill a big human. Xiaolun curled his lips. Open a hole, I will help you. Before S words fell, the Zongzi cracked a hole on the surface, revealing a terrified but extremely ugly face inside. Xiaolun shot that face without hesitation. You killed an injured freak, gain 3 experience points. Your pet grass swallows a deformed corpse, the estimated digestion time is 1 hour. Zongzi squirmed and quickly turned into a tattered scarecrow. Xiaolun nodded at Bob, those corpses are also handed over to you. By the way, don't eat that old man, maybe you can earn some points if you save him. The scarecrow didn't speak, and of course he couldn't speak either. He just took a stiff step and walked slowly towards Bob. With the ambush of a few shots and the addition of grass, it is estimated that other freaks will not dare to attack Bob again in a short time, so Sharon can concentrate on rescuing Bob's family. At the RV, Bob's wife Ethel is crying anxiously to her youngest son Bobby. It was completely dark, and dinner was ready, but my husband, son-in-law and youngest son had not yet returned. For Ethel, the 3 men who have not returned home worry about their little son the most. Since that is the most concerned, then why not take care of it? Isel has no time to think about this problem now. She can only use the housekeeping skills of most women and yell at the out of sight. It was a pity that he called for a while, but his youngest son didn't call him back. Instead, the man who appeared in front of him was the man he hated the most, son-in-law Doug. For the thin and weak son-in-law who also wears a pair of black-rimmed glasses, Ethel is 12 points dissatisfied in his heart. If it hadn't been for Doug to get on the boat and buy the tickets, Ethel would not agree to his marriage to his daughter if he was killed. Even after marriage, Doug's income supports the family's consumption. www.readaloud.com. Isel did not change his view of Doug. Why did you come back? Ethel was like driving a dog, sweating profusely, panting, and exhausted. Hurry up and find Bobby, if he has any accidents, you don't need this rubbish. Came back. Well, it seems that Bobby's loss has nothing to do with her. Doug wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, panting, don't worry, mother-in-law, think about where Bobby went before he disappeared. Oh, how did I know? I was cooking dinner inside, and he would disappear when I came out. While talking, a group of red lights suddenly lit up on the opposite hillside. From a distance, it seemed that someone was lighting a bonfire. At the same time, a sharp and thin voice resounded across the night sky, Mommy, help, Mommy. I'm hurt. Come and save me. Ethel was anxious, it's Bobby, Doug, go and save him. Doug helped his eyes, and he was always the only one, but his expression was a little firm at this time. Mother-in-law, listen carefully, this doesn't seem to be Bobby's voice. Fart, Ethel slapped directly over, this is clearly Bobby's voice, hurry up. If you don't go, then I won't live anymore. Doug sighed and said helplessly, well, I'll go over and see what's going on. You must be careful yourself, I think something is wrong. Watching Doug walk cautiously to the opposite hillside, and finally disappear into the darkness, Ethel breathed out a long sigh. Holding both hands tightly, I secretly prayed for a long time that my son would never have to turn around and return to the RV after the incident. A terrifying human face with a huge tumor suddenly appeared in front of Ethel's eyes. Chapter 35, Rescue. This time Ethel failed to perform her special skill screaming, as if the freak could not stand her voice like an old crow. Before Ethel screamed out, he rushed forward and took a mouthful. Tore her throat open. Ethel, who has almost never shut up in his entire life, can only make a weird noise, watching the scarlet blood spurt out from his eyes. Just before the eyes fell completely into darkness, Ethel seemed to hear the woman's screams. Is the eldest daughter Lynn? She just came out and called herself to get in the car, but she didn't expect to see an extremely cruel scene. The freak with a tumor on his forehead chuckled at Lin, who was screaming frantically, holding Ethel's body and continuing to bite. And another freak rushed out from the side, and simply pressed Lin to the ground. At the same time, 2 more freaks appeared and rushed into the RV. Immediately there was a scream in the RV again. Only a few ping-pong sounds. The youngest daughter Brenda, wearing a nightdress, got out of the side window of the RV disregarding his bare feet. He ran in the direction he came. The 2 freaks in the RV poked their heads out of the car window, screaming in regret. But soon, the cry of the baby in the car attracted their attention. That is the daughter of Doug and Lynn, Catherine, who is just 1 year old. Brenda gritted her teeth, crying, and ran forward. Despite the pain in her feet, she did not dare to stop at all. Those guys are not people, they are terrible monsters. Mom, elder sister, younger brother, and lovely Catherine, they should all be hopeless. You can only escape by running without turning your head. Brenda didn't know how long he ran, and eventually his knees weakened and he fell heavily to the ground. The fine stones on the ground immediately penetrated the thin pajamas on her body and cut wounds on her body. Brenda was sobbing and trying to stand up, but after struggling a few times, he fell to the ground weakly. Just when she was about to give up, a tall figure appeared in front of her. Dad! Brenda looked up dimly with teary eyes. Then a weird man with 2 heads on his neck appeared in front of her. Ah! In Brenda's heart-piercing scream, the double-headed man shut his mouth and opened his trouser belt, and then stretched out his big furry hand towards the white and tender Brenda. Boom! The 2 ugly heads of the freak shattered and turned into a rain of blood which just poured on Brenda's face, which also happened to make Brenda close his mouth. You killed the double-headed monster and gained 10 experience points. You saved Brenda at a critical moment, changed his fate of being overpowered, and gained 20 points. Xiaolun walked forward with HK416 vigilantly and looked at Brenda, who was lying on the ground, and stupefied, frowning and shouting, "What does Bob Carter have to do with you?" Brenda slapped a spirit, "He is my dad." "What's your name?" "Brenda, Brenda Carter." Xiaolun nodded, "I am a NIA agent. Your father was injured when he came, so I came here first. By the way, what about your other family members?" Brenda cried again, "They are all dead. They are all dead." "Are you sure?" Xiaolun grabbed Brenda and shouted in a deep voice, "Did you see your family members die?" Brenda was taken aback and stammered, I saw my mother and sister." Catherine was still in the RV. Brother-in-law went to look for his brother. "But they are gone. So you didn't see all your family members die?" Xiaolun snorted, then threw Brenda to the ground, and said in a bad mood, "I will save your family, you continue along this road. In 10 minutes, you should be able to see your father." Brenda shook her head frantically, "No, please don't leave me, Wu, I'm so scared. If you can keep up, then follow me." Xiaolun dropped a word and ran forward quickly. With the agility attribute blessing at 21 o'clock, Xiaolun can run at full strength comparable to an electric car. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for Brenda to catch up, let alone her now scarred. Before Brenda could react, Sharon disappeared into the darkness. Brenda opened his mouth, looked in horror at the empty darkness around him, then glanced at the corpse on the side, shivering involuntarily all over his body, and stumbled to chase Sharon. When Xiaolun arrived in the RV, the freaks had already retreated, leaving only the broken body of the old woman on the ground. Inside the RV, a thin man was holding a female body and crying. Xiaolun calmly aimed the gun at the man's head, and said in a deep voice, "Nia. Raise your hands and hold your head, turn around slowly." The man stiffened, gently put down the female corpse in his arms, and slowly turned around. An angry light flashed under the glasses, and he yelled fiercely at Xiaolun, "You killed my wife." Sharon unceremoniously smashed the opponent's head with a rifle butt, then grabbed his calf and yanked him off the RV abruptly, put the gun against the opponent's head, and said in a deep voice, Bob Carter and you what relationship? Or say that this person is cheap, not being honest. The man was smashed into the of a rifle by Sharon, but he became sober, covering his forehead and said, Bob Carter is my father-in-law www.readaloud.com. My name is Doug Ben, and the one in it is my wife. Lynn said. Doug's eye circles started to redness again. Xiaolun did not move the gun, and continued to coldly said, I am a NIA agent. After receiving your father-in-law's call for help, I came to rescue you. Do you hear clearly? Doug nodded, I heard you clearly, agent. Sorry, my wife was killed. I was so emotional just now. I can understand, now you need to answer my question honestly. Xiaolun said solemnly, apart from Bob and Brenda, what about anyone else? Brenda is okay? Great. Doug wanted to cry without tears. Inside is my wife, and next to me is my mother-in-law Essel. In addition, my daughter and my brother-in-law Bobby are missing. Taken away. Bobby? Daughter? Sharon has slowly recalled that Bob's family ended up miserably. Those who were killed, and those who were rounded were rounded. The seemingly cowardly man in front of him exploded. He drove into the lair of the deformed man alone, killed several deformed people, and rescued his daughter. In other words, it is possible for Doug's daughter to be rescued. And rescued, it represents points. Xiaolun put away his gun, and said in a deep voice, do you know where those people took your daughter? Doug shook his head. At this moment, a black shadow came from the side. It was a big wolf dog with blood all over. The dog put a shoe in its mouth next to Doug, whimpering and wagging its tail. This is Bobby's shoes. Doug grabbed the blood-soaked shoe excitedly. Hot, you came to take us to save Bobby, right? The shepherd dog barked loudly, turned his head and ran into the darkness. Chapter 36, Carter. Xiaolun stopped Doug, who wanted to get up and chase the dog. I'll go, you still stay here and settle your family. Doug gritted his teeth and said, no, I want to save my daughter. Xiaolun shook his head and said, as far as your current situation is concerned, you might not be able to save your daughter, but ended up getting yourself in. While talking, Brenda stumbled over. This seemingly delicate girl actually gritted her teeth and chased her back all the way. Xiaolun raised his eyebrows in surprise, and said to Doug, look, your sister-in-law still needs your care. Xiaolun handed the confiscated revolver to Doug, don't worry, I will try my best to rescue your family. Although Doug was unwilling, he understood that Xiaolun was right. Whether it's killing or saving people, he doesn't have the specialty of NIA agent. Then, I beg you. Doug took the pistol and nodded vigorously at Xiaolun. Xiaolun patted him on the shoulder, turned and rushed into the darkness. And the shepherd dog named Hot was waiting not far away very spiritually. Seeing Xiaolun following up, he called twice again, and ran up the hillside. Just when Sharon, led by the shepherd dog, raided the freak's nest. In the other direction of this Gobi desert, an armored troop carrier and a military truck were driving slowly on the dilapidated highway. Inside the armored car, the captain was holding the headset and responded loudly, yes, sir, I promise to complete the task. After returning the headset to the correspondent, the captain said helplessly, brothers, there is a new order from above, asking us to search and rescue a NIA agent. Before the words fell, there was a sigh in the armored vehicle. No, head, where did you go to search and rescue this night? That is, what does the NIA care about our army, why should we save them? It's disgusting enough to come out to give supplies this night. Still looking for someone? We are just logistics soldiers, not in the Middle East. The captain also knew the virtues of his gang of junk soldiers. He heard the complaints about it, and then he didn't sullenly shouted, shut up all of them, a bunch of bastards, what's the use of so many words? He looked around for a week, staring at all the soldiers under his hands, bowing their heads, and then said with satisfaction, of course, the upper side is not ignorant of our difficulties. Therefore, under the order we have given us, the delivery of materials will be given priority, and if conditions permit, we will continue. Do you understand the search and rescue work? Everyone's eyes lit up and they nodded one after another. I understand. The officials above are still very sympathetic to the people. The first-class car suddenly braked, and the driver was a little nervous and said, "Captain, there is a situation ahead." Captain frowned, opened the inspection hole and looked out, only to see a person lying motionless on the road in front of him under the illumination of the car lights. The captain hesitated for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Get off the car, start the formation, stay alert." The soldiers complained, and got out of the car slowly, laying out the formation on both sides of the convoy very lazily. There is no way, these are logistics soldiers, and their daily tasks are to supplies, and there is no opportunity for actual combat. What's more, here is the US mainland. Who dares to attack the US Army blindly and seek death? So these soldiers are laughing and joking, smoking cigarettes, and going to the toilet, just like getting out of the car, and they are not nervous at all. Although the captain said that he wanted to stay alert, he did not take it seriously. With a pistol on his waist, he led two soldiers and slowly walked towards the man lying on the ground. After approaching, the captain realized that it was a middle-aged white female. Although her clothes are ragged and dirty, she still can't hide her beautiful curves. The face is a bit dirty, but the figure is indeed strong enough to be able to stand tall while lying on the ground. This directly caused the three soldiers including the captain to swallow. The captain coughed vigorously, suppressed the evil fire in his heart, maintained the quality of a soldier of the United States, and knelt down to check the woman's condition. But he just got down on his knees, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, her hands firmly grasped the captain's clothes, and screamed desperately, "Help, please, help me." The two soldiers behind were startled, and hurriedly raised their guns. "Let go, I warn you, let go." Seeing that the muzzle of the soldiers under his men covered himself in, the cold sweat on the captain's forehead instantly came out, and he hurriedly shouted, "Put down the gun, don't go away." In a panic, other soldiers also surrounded him. As a result, the situation at the scene was even more chaotic. Some old dough sticks even took out their mobile phones and shot them at the captain. "You bastards, especially those who are watching the excitement, how to clean up you when you go back. Oh, don't bite me. Don't hurry up and help and pull this crazy woman away." Seeing that the captain was really mad, these soldiers rushed forward and forcibly pulled the woman away from the captain. During this pulling process, I don't know whether the soldiers' hands are too strong, or the quality of the clothes on the women's body is too poor. Anyway, I only heard the sound of bang la, and the clothes that were already in tatters on the woman were completely scrapped. Gudong! The scene fell into a deadly silence, all the men's eyes were staring out, and even the drivers in the two cars behind them poked their heads out of the windows. When everyone's eyes were attracted by the white flowery object, a few dark shadows quietly fumbled out from both sides of the highway and got into the back of the truck. These private squadron captains are the oldest, and they can be considered well informed. They are a little bit more immune to white objects. www.readaloud.com. They tried to remove their eyes, quickly took off their coats and threw them to the woman, and then ordered others. The soldiers returned to their posts. With the frivolous whistle, the soldiers turned their heads one step at a time, reluctantly returning to the sides of the convoy. It's just that the attention is still on the woman. No one thought that there were already a few mysterious visitors in the truck. The captain looked at the woman wrapped in her jacket and frowned. "What is your name and why do you appear in such a place?" The woman panicked and said, "My name is Carter. Our family went out for a road trip. When we came here, our RV suddenly broke down. While repairing the car, a group of weird people suddenly appeared, killing my husband, and taking me. Kidnapped," said. The woman burst into tears. "Sir, my son and daughter are still in their hands, Please save them. Men, you can't see women crying, especially beautiful women crying, let alone crying beautiful women who have a special relationship with you. After the little episode just now, these soldiers felt that their relationship with Carter was a bit special. Captain was also helpless when Carter cried, and some stammered asking, "What's the matter with those weirdos? How did you escape?" Carter cried and cried, after they fell asleep. "I bit the rope with my teeth and ran out secretly. Sir, please, I remember the way, I can take you there." They should still be asleep at this time. A soldier approached the captain and whispered, "Head, isn't it just a group of robbers? With her leading the way, we sneak in, and a few shots can scare them." "That's right, Head." Another soldier also came over, "Our logistics soldiers don't have many chances to shoot. We just practiced guns, and had a handy addiction." Chapter 37, Village. Although most people think that their leaders are idiots, it turns out that these idiots are indeed smarter than most ordinary people. Such as the captain. Although he was also upset by the beautiful blonde women in front of him, he didn't get on his head like a bunch of rascals. Even if Carter's crying Ewa was weak and pitiful, the captain still ordered the of supplies first, and then rescued Carter's family. The sky is big and the earth is big, and they are not as big as the commands of their direct leaders. Under the suppression of the captain, even if the other soldiers were willing to save the beauty, they could only honestly sit back in the armored vehicle. This beautiful woman who called herself Carter also got on the car with them, and soon the convoy started again and headed to their destination. Is just the speed of the team this time, obviously a lot faster. Obviously, the drivers also want to deliver the supplies quickly, so that they can do business. After driving along the bumpy road for nearly half an hour, the convoy turned into a hidden path. Barbed wire fences were inserted on both sides of the path, and rusty warning signs hung on them. "Warning, no traffic ahead. The road collapsed. Fatal radiation zone, please turn around immediately." The motorcade ignored these signs and drove along the trail for more than 10 minutes before arriving in front of a valley. Just as the armored vehicle drove into the valley, the lights passed over the rock wall, and 3 large characters were deeply carved on it, 116. The captain picked up the walkie-talkie, 116, "I am 117, security code, I have been ordered to deliver supplies." There was no response from the walkie-talkie, but the rock wall on the side of the valley suddenly rumbled to the left and right, revealing a dark passage. The convoy drove into the passage without any hesitation. After driving along the dark passage for a few minutes, the space suddenly became clear, and a huge platform appeared in front of the convoy. After the convoy parked the car at the designated location, the captain pressed the red button on the side according to the usual procedure. Hearing the sound of the banging metal gears turning, the platform on which the military truck was parked slowly rose up. "Okay, it's over." The captain clapped his hands and comforted Carter, "Now we can go to rescue your family." Carter looked around with some fear, "Where is this place?" It turned out to be a nuclear test base, but it was abandoned a long time ago. Now it's just an ordinary warehouse. The captain shrugged, his face didn't matter. "It's just that there is no guard inside to open the gate, and ordinary people can't get in at all." Looking at Carter with a curious look on his face, the captain smiled, "Well, there is nothing good to see here. Maybe in a few years, this place will open up and become a new tourist attraction. After all, our state will sell quickly. The pants are gone. Let's go, let's rescue your family." Ka nodded, bent over and got into the armored vehicle again. But no one saw it. When she bent down and lowered her head, a grinning smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Xiaolun crouched on the top of the mountain and looked down with the scope on the rifle. And the shepherd dog called Hot was lying next to Xiaolun, very well behaved. At the foot of the mountain is a small village that is even poorer than all the slums in the world. There is no light, only a bunch of bonfires in the center of the village that are about to go out. According to the Hot guide, Xiaolun turned 5 hills and crossed 3 valleys before he found the lair of the freaks. In Sharon's scope, there are round pits outside the small village. That is the trace left by the explosion of nuclear weapons. So these freaks are all due to the mutation caused by nuclear radiation? Who cares? In Xiaolun's eyes, these freaks have become mobs for learning experience. Good dog, now you can go home. Xiaolun stroked his fiery head and whispered in a low voice, "Don't worry, I will definitely rescue your little master to safety." Hot and lightly licked Sharon's palm a few times, whimpered a few times, and wagged his tail back along the way. Then next, System Upgrade. You have successfully reached level 4, each of the 5 attributes will be upgraded by 1 point, and you will get 5 additional attribute points. Please assign it. Still all at agility. Attribution points are allocated. Your personal information is as follows. Name, Xiaolun. Level, 4. Physique, 15. Magic, 11. Power, 20. Endurance, 15. Agility, 28. Experience value, 12/800. Detective points, 30. Xiaolun stretched his arms slowly, feeling the power that appeared out of thin air in his body. After a while, he picked up the HK-416 again, screwed on the silencer, and looked at the village at the foot of the mountain with a grin. Well, it's time to clean up the monsters. He was holding a rifle, and although he squatted down the mountain with his knees bent, his speed was frightening. Just like the rocks that fell from the top of the mountain, but Xiaolun did not roll, but steadily rushed down from the top of the mountain. When he was on the top of the mountain, Xiaolun had already observed clearly that there were no traces of dogs, cows, horses, and other animals in this small village, and there were no freaks patrolling and guarding the village. Probably these freaks would not have thought that humans would dare to attack their lair, right? Since there is no dog warning, Xiaolun does not worry that going down the mountain will alarm the freaks in the village. Soon Xiaolun came to the foot of the mountain www.readaloud.com and approached the first house. These houses are made of scrap iron, paper shells, straw, and other items, and they are extremely simple. The large gaps in the walls can be used as doors and windows, so Xiaolun can easily observe the situation in the house. There are 2 freaks in the small room. The older one is lying on the ground sleeping, and the other small freak, wearing a dress, is humming a little curly and carrying Xiaolun on his back and doesn't know what to do. After a while, the little deformed man turned around, and Xiaolun could see what it was doing. That is a human head. To be precise, it was the head of a boy. Although Sharon had never seen Bobby, from the freshness of the head and recalling that he had been on a hillside and saw a body smashed into meat sauce by a boulder, it can be guessed that this head should belong to Bobby. I saw the distorted facial features, the hideous head, in the hands of this little deformed person. It looked like an ordinary toy. He kept combing his hair, and even held it up at the end, wanting to kiss him. Xiaolun's face was pale. He raised the pistol twisted into a silencer, and shot the little freak headshot. He is determined once again to absolutely kill these freaks, regardless of men, women, and children, leaving no one behind. With a muffled sound, while Bobby's head fell to the ground, Xiaolun also headshot the sleeping great deformity. You killed a freak and gained 3 experience points. You killed a freak and gained 5 experience points. Xiaolun narrowed his eyes and summoned the grass-guarding Bob out of thin air. Swallow, I will use these freaks tonight to fill your period of weakness. Chapter 38, Harvest. You killed a freak. Your pet grass swallowed a deformed corpse. Xiaolun is like a machine without emotions, ruthlessly and meticulously harvesting the lives of all deformities. Even if the pistol is equipped with a silencer, it will still make a muffled sound. Fortunately, most of the freaks were already asleep at this time, and they all snorted, completely covering up the sound of shooting. During this period, Sharon also discovered another shepherd dog raised by Bob. It is a pity that this dog has only 1 piece of skin left, which is used as a blanket for sleeping by a certain deformed person. Xia Lun shot a headshot, which is considered revenge for the dog. Since Xia Lun turned the circle to kill the freak from the outside to the inside, when Xia Lun touched the center of the village, except for the big house by the bonfire, all other freaks had become corpses into the grass. In stomach. This little grass is also incomprehensible with common sense. After devouring the corpses of no 180 freaks, it looks like that tattered scarecrow, and it seems that there is no change at all. Losing those rumbling snoring sounds, the village seemed extraordinarily quiet. Xia Lun frowned, he was worried that such a change would attract the attention of the enemy in the big room. But when he came to the window of the big room and looked inward, he realized that he was a false alarm. This big house looks like an ordinary tent from the inside, and a bonfire is lit inside. Around the bonfire, there were a dozen sturdy and tall freaks sitting on their knees. And above these freaks, there is a huge recliner. On the recliner lay an elderly female freak with a pimple on her face and a toad. I saw a baby in its arms. Although Xia Lun couldn't see the baby in the baby, it should be Doug's daughter, Catherine. The old freak patted the baby with his three-fingered palm, his ugly mouth closed, and spoke a series of hoarse English. "You can't touch this girl, until Carter becomes a mother in the future. It's your new Carter." "Carter? What do you mean?" Xia Lun was startled slightly. "The old man Bob is named Carter. There is no connection between these, right?" While the old freak was talking, he held up the swaddle with some effort, and then the strong freaks who knelt down in front of it, shouted inexplicable slogans, and bowed their heads at the swaddle. Xia Lun sneered silently, gently pulled the HK416 insurance, secretly instructed the grass behind him, "After I shoot for a while, you must the baby over and protect it as soon as possible." Xiaoko still did not respond, but Xia Lun knew it was ready. The muzzle of the gun stuck out through the gap in the window, and the old freak headshot with a single shot. At the same time, Xiaoko suddenly turned into countless black tentacles, drilled in from various gaps in the room, and wrapped the swaddle in the arms of the old freak before all the freaks could not react. "Retreat!" Xia Lun sifted the two sturdy freaks who rushed over howling, pulled a grenade and threw it into the room. There was a loud bang, and the fireball rose into the sky, engulfing the entire house directly. The American soldiers, who had finally climbed the top of the mountain, looked at the fireball rising below, and stunned. "What's the situation? Did the gas tank explode?" Carter's face changed drastically. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly yelled, "My child, my family!" Shouted, "She ran down the mountain first." The captain didn't hold Carter, so he had no choice but to lead his men to follow quickly. So these 10 American soldiers, with no outposts for reconnaissance and no reinforcements behind, almost rushed into the enemy's nest in confusion. Fortunately, the entire village has been cleaned up by Xia Lun, otherwise the fate of these soldiers would be no different from that of Asan who attacked the highlands in the dark. Boom boom boom! Xia Lun killed the last freak who rushed out of the house. Before he threw the grenade, the grass that escaped at the fastest speed, wobbled out of the shadow at this time. The belly, which seemed to be woven from corn stalks and straw, was cracked, and the swaddling was spit out from it intact. "You rescued Catherine Ben and you got 50 points. Xia Lun held the swaddle, looked at the baby who had been sleeping for some reason, and raised his eyebrows gently. "You little guy is very valuable." He turned his head abruptly. The movement of the soldiers running down the hill was too loud. Could it be that those freaks came to help? After letting Xiaoko swallow the bodies of other freaks, Sharon once again stuffed Catherine into Xiaoko's belly, and the cat quickly flashed into the shadows. Not long after, Carter ran down the hill first and rushed into the village. She ran so fast, the purpose is to remind herself of the same kind, ready to ambush the soldiers attracted by her. But as soon as he entered the village, Carter felt wrong. Quiet. Is too quiet. She knows the quality of these freaks very well. Except for those strong freaks who are responsible for fighting, other freaks are only responsible for eating and sleeping. For example, at this point, it should be the loudest time for snoring in the village. But Carter didn't hear the slightest sound, except for the big burning house in the center of the village. www.readaloud.com. Carter knew that it was the residence of the tribal mother. Not to mention Carter, who temporarily crashed his brain because of panic and sadness. The soldiers following her finally succeeded in descending the mountain. Strictly speaking, it should not be considered a success. Because of the large amount of slippery rocks on the dark road, 2 soldiers accidentally smashed their feet. They are now lying on the hillside, holding their ankles and moaning while guarding the guard. The remaining 8 soldiers, after being close to the village, only remembered what if there was an ambush inside? He panicked and opened the insurance, and entered the village cautiously according to the required formation during training. But after inspecting several rooms, except for a little blood, no people or other creatures were found. Captain picked up the bullet shell on the ground, turned it gently at his fingertips, and said coldly, "It's still fresh, there has been a firefight here, everyone, be careful." It's a pity that the captain's words are tantamount to playing the piano to a cow. Those of his men who have never actually been on the battlefield, the hands with the guns are shaking slightly, and they don't know if it is because of excitement or nervousness. At this moment, Xiaolun, who was hiding in the dark, could basically see the situation of this group of unknown visitors. These are a bunch of pure rookies. Judging from the clothes and equipment, those men should be American professional soldiers, but the professionalism is too bad. Just, what's the way of the leading woman? Analyzed from the walking posture and the aura of the eyes, the few soldiers in the back are not necessarily the opponent of this woman. More importantly, this woman seems to be familiar with this small village. P.S. I didn't mean to be black, the performance of Mi Jun in movie 2 is more stupid than what I described. Chapter 39, Return. Looking at the mother's house burning in front of him, Carter seemed expressionless, but if you look closely, you can see the suppressed anger in her green eyes. "Carter, Carter!" The captain yelled several times, and finally gave her a little push, and Carter came back to his senses and turned back suddenly. "What's the matter?" The captain was startled, and looked at Carter, who was a little bit disoriented with a little astonishment. "Are you okay?" Carter took a deep breath, shook his head slowly, and said in a low tone, "I only worry about my children." The captain thought he was very warm and patted Carter on the shoulder, and comforted him softly, "Don't worry, we will definitely rescue your child safely. Only you idiots." Carter cursed viciously in his heart, and his nails were involuntarily deeply embedded in his palms. At this time, a soldier ran over, panting slightly, and said, "Report, head, we searched the entire village and found nothing." The captain curled his eyebrows and said, "Not even a corpse was found." The soldier nodded. It seems that the organization that attacked this village was very professional, and it cleaned up very cleanly, leaving no traces of value. The captain was a little puzzled. Could it be that other troops are one step ahead? The soldier shrugged. In any case, the organization that attacked this village should have retreated and is not in the village. Carter suddenly said, "Then what about the explosion we saw on the top of the mountain?" Captain pondered for a moment, and explained as much as possible. "It may be a preset bomb, and finally some things that are too late to be taken will be destroyed." "Really?" Carter gritted his teeth. After a while, she suddenly seemed to think of something, and hurriedly said to the captain, "Cave. There is a cave hidden nearby, maybe my child was hidden in the cave by them. I was attacked, and a small number of people stayed to resist, and most of the people retreated to the cave. That's why the place is so clean, except for the bullet shells, no corpses were left." The team leader analyzes the knowledge he has learned from the books, and the more he analyzes, the more he feels that his analysis is reasonable. After all, this buddy is not a Chinese, and he has never learned the idiom talking on paper. The captain slapped his thigh and said to Carter, Do you know the specific location of the cave? Carter stepped forward quickly. I will show you the way. Xiaolun looked suspiciously at the team gradually moving out of the village. These rookies, under the guidance of that mysterious woman, where do they want to go? He quietly followed behind, bypassing the narrow valley between the two hillsides, and a hole hidden on the hillside appeared in front of everyone. The location of this cave entrance is so good that you can't see it from the top or the top of the opposite mountain. You can only find it when you stand in the narrow valley and look up. But who would go to that rugged and narrow valley without doing anything else? Do these dudes really follow the woman into the cave? Xiaolun's eyes widened. From the conversation he overheard between the captain and Carter, it can be judged that these soldiers and the woman are not in the same group. In all likelihood, these soldiers were caught in the beauties, and were pitted by the beautiful woman who still had the charm. But no matter how you say you are also professional soldiers in the United States, your alertness is too low, and you haven't figured out any situation, so you dare to drill into the dark cave. God knows what's hidden inside. In case there are 100,000 freaks ambush inside, only awaiting Carter's order, the cup is a sign, the swords and axe are all out, and they are chopped into minced meat. Xiaolun just imagined it for a moment, and then he was shocked. Whoever loves to go, he decided not to go in any way. I'm not familiar with those soldiers again, and wiping my buttocks is under the control of the military, which has nothing to do with the Nia. Besides, Catherine had already managed to rescue him, so he should return it to Doug as soon as possible, because receiving the task reward is the right way. Xiaolun took the grass and turned his head and left without any muddle. When Xiaolun hurried back to the vicinity of the RV, the distant skyline had already appeared white. He put away the grass, held Catherine in his arms, and walked towards the RV from the hillside. Doug, who hasn't slept all night, is holding the revolver tightly, leaning against the door of the RV with his red eyes open. Seeing Xiaolun come with the baby in his arms, Doug stepped into the air with excitement and fell directly from the RV, throwing his revolver all the way out. With a bang, the revolver went off. The bullet whizzed past Xiaolun's ears, and Xiaolun was frightened instantly. "Uncles, it's too dangerous. I didn't fold it in the hands of the freak that night," and the person who was almost rescued collapsed. Xiaolun let out a long sigh and glared at Doug with an angry look. Instead of handing the baby to Doug first, he quickly bent over and confiscated the revolver. "If you missed the first shot, it's a blessing to you. In case of another shot, God knows that God can't open his eyes." Doug also knew how big a mistake he had made. Despite his eagerness, he did not dare to take the baby from Xiaolun's arms. She could only stand in front of Xiaolun angrily, with an awkward smile on her face. "This kid is much cuter than you." Xiaolun snorted and handed the child to Doug. Doug took the child with joy and sorrow, and looked at the sleeping Catherine and the infant. Doug couldn't help crying. It's strange to say that the baby who didn't even wake up the grenade exploded, but at this time opened his eyes because of Doug's cry, waving his two small arms and crying, "This is just great." As the little guy cried, Doug couldn't stand it even more, and cried louder. As the father and daughter cried, Brenda also ran out of the RV, and the three cried together. It was inconvenient for Xiaolun to join such a family gathering, and hit his chin to the side. Although Catherine had handed it over to Doug, the system did not indicate that the case was over. "How is this going? Isn't this baby Catherine?" Xiaolun turned his head to look at Doug, to see the appearance of these two young people crying. "Don't they look like fakes? Or, because I didn't follow those soldiers into the cave?" Xiaolun pouted his mouth. www.readaloud.com. Fuck off, I'm not Shabai. I will not consider re-entering the cave until I go out and bring 1,800 special forces. Xiaolun coughed a few times, and said to Doug Yang, "Okay, I have time to make you cry in the future. Let's leave this ghost place now." Doug wiped his tears and handed the baby to Brenda carefully. He bowed to Xiaolun gratefully. "Thank you so much, sir, You are my benefactor for life, and Catherine and I will remember you forever. Kindness. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Xiaolun waved his hand. What's the current situation of the car? Can it be repaired? You know your old father-in-law is still waiting for us to pick him up by the roadside. Doug sighed. The puncture is not a big problem, just replace it with a spare tire. It's just that the engine doesn't know what's wrong, so it can't start. Looking at the hood opened in the front of the RV, it was obvious that Bob and the others had checked and repaired it, but they failed. The puncture is caused by a trap set by a freak in the RV, but why does the engine strike for no reason? Xiaolun guessed that this should be the ghost of the gas station worker. Obviously, the gas station worker is in the same group as the freaks. He was responsible for selecting targets, showing the way to the victim, and adding something to the gasoline that caused the engine to malfunction, forcing the car that the victim was driving to stop halfway. As a reward, the freak will pack the victim's belongings and give it to him, so that the guy can exchange for money in turn. Now think about it, when Xiaolun shot him 3 times, it was still cheap. An inhumane baton like this should be grilled on the stove and fed to the freak. Chapter 40, New Command. After Xiaolun and Doug worked together to change the spare tire, he said to Doug, "Go to the driver's seat and I will try to repair the engine. Remember, when I call you to start the car, you must start the car in time." Doug nodded vigorously, and quickly climbed into the driver's seat. Xiaolun pretended to come to the front of the car, leaned down as if he was checking the engine, but actually just pressed the ring on his finger to the engine. The system restores the target to the most basic starting state. According to the order, the target is being scanned, recovered to your request, 10 points need to be deducted. Is it repaired? Repair, anyway, I just earned 50 points from that little baby, so I won't suffer. Repair is successful, 10 points are deducted, you currently have 70 points remaining. Xiaolun clapped his palms, raised his head and shouted, "Doug, make fire!" Doug, who was ready for a long time, turned the key immediately after hearing Sharon's order. Just listening to the muffled sound of the engine turning buzzing, the touring car started successfully. Success, Agent Xiat, you are so amazing. At this time, Doug has only infinite worship for Sharon. At first, he and his father-in-law Bob worked together for a long time, but they didn't repair the engine. However, Xiaolun only touched, and the car was able to start without getting his hands dirty. Maybe this is the gap between ordinary people and Nia agents? In the eyes of Doug Worship, Xiaolun closed the car cover, jumped back into the car, and waved, "Turn around, let's go back." Doug and Brenda had already moved the bodies of Ethel and Lina into the trailer behind the RV. As for everything else left outside, they turned directly to the road. At this time, the morning sun has slowly risen, and the golden sun is spreading on the ground. Under the sunshine, the whole Gobi desert reflected golden light, as if the ground was covered with gold. Is such a beautiful sight, no one except Xiaolun has the intention to appreciate it. Brenda, who suffered shock changes at a young age, changed his lively and cheerful personality, and since getting into the car, he has been holding Catherine in a dead face without saying a word. Doug was also silent. Although the old man and his family always looked down upon himself, he always loved his wife deeply. But in one night, the family broke down and the people died. If it wasn't for his own daughter, I'm afraid he couldn't hold it anymore. Just in this depressive atmosphere, when the touring car is driving forward quickly. Soon, Bob, who was lying on the side of the road, appeared in front of Doug and Shellen. Doug was taken aback, and he hurriedly stopped to check, only to find that Bob had just passed out in a coma and was still breathing, and he was relieved. With the help of Sharon, he moved Bob back into the car, and the RV was on the road again. When he came to the pile of rocks blocking the road, Xiaolun saw his SUV parked on the opposite side unharmed. Just when he greeted Doug to change the car, suddenly Xiaolun's cell phone rang, which had been silent for a long time. Perhaps because of the influence of the radiated magnetic field, the quality of the call was very poor. Xiaolun turned several times and finally climbed onto the roof of the RV, only to understand what the other person was saying. "Hey! Sharon! I'm Holly, did you hear that? Deputy Chief Holly, I can hear you now. It's just that the signal on my side is not good. Why don't you wait for me to get out? How are you now? Everything is normal, and besides that, I have rescued several victims, some of whom are in urgent need of medical assistance. The support is on the road, and it will take about 20 minutes to reach your location. But now I need you to go to another place to investigate and gather intelligence." Xiaolun was startled. "Deputy Director, please speak. We have just received a notice from the military that 2 hours ago, an underground warehouse belonging to the military lost contact. The convoy sent to deliver supplies to the warehouse, the military intended to let them complete anything to rescue you. But now I have also lost communication." Xiaolun's mind came to mind. The group of soldiers who bravely drilled into the cave quietly curled their lips. On the phone, Hollis continued, "At present, the only official person closest to the underground warehouse is you. Since you are all right, plus the military requirements, I now, as the Deputy Director of the NIA, order you. Go and investigate." "Don't look at what Holly said," very serious on the phone, but Sharon, who was brought up by her since she was a child, couldn't hear the subtext in her words. If Holly solemnly called Xiaolun's full name as a family member, then he had better be obedient. But in what official capacity did he give the order? Xiaolun rolled his eyes quickly, and it seemed that Hollis didn't want to let himself go, but because of the pressure from above, he could only turn around like this and tell himself. "Boy, don't go, just talk about the reason, any stomach hurts and leg cramps. Anyway, the Emperor is far away, you can't live or die, no one of us officials is wrong." But Xiaolun glanced, still showing the in-progress task window. Perhaps this is the system secretly reminding itself that where is the key clue to the conclusion of this case hidden? Xiaolun was silent for a moment, and said, "Yes, Deputy Director Holly, www.readaloud.com. I promise to complete the task." "Okay, hey." Hollis got over it, and after a while, she stammered a little, "My signal is not very good, so thanks agent, please consider it carefully and repeat it again, okay?" Xiaolun's tone became much firmer, "I have considered it clearly, Deputy Director, please send over the target information." There was a deep inhalation sound on the phone, and then, the communication was simply hung up. Sharon grinned bitterly, and it seemed that he really made Holly angry this time. But soon he received an encrypted text message on his mobile phone. After decryption, the text message contained only a very simple sentence: Base 116, coordinates XXX/XXX, password 7803ZM. Xiaolun collected his mobile phone, jumped out of the RV, and said to Doug, "You stay here for a while, and support will arrive in less than 20 minutes. I just received a new task and need to turn back, so the RV temporarily borrow it." Doug shrugged, and after moving the trailer with the corpse on the back, he said solemnly to Xiaolun, "You can use the RV. You don't have to return it to me in the future. I don't want to see this car again." Xiaolun patted Doug on the shoulder, thought for a moment, then handed the revolver to Doug again, and exhorted, "Don't go wrong this time." Doug gave a wry smile, took the gun, and shook Sharon's hand vigorously. "Thank you, sir, you must pay attention to your safety and take care." Brenda, who had been silent for a long time, also walked over, hugged Sharon heavily, then turned away silently, and went to take care of Catherine. Xiaolun did not continue to have a relationship with his children, drove the RV and turned around, and began to rush to the opposite side of the Gobi Desert. Chapter 41, Die Again? Password, 7803ZM. After entering the password, only a ding sound was heard, and the closed iron door flashed a gap. Xiaolun gently opened the iron door, turned on the flashlight, and looked inside vigilantly. It looks like this is a maintenance passage. The ceiling and the left side of the passage are full of pipes and cables, resulting in a very narrow space that can be passed by at most one person. Xiaolun thought for a moment, picked up a small stone and stuck it in the crack of the door. Looking at the iron gate from a distance, it was closed, but in fact, as long as he applied force, he could push the iron gate open. After ensuring that he retreated, Xiaolun carefully walked inward along the passage with his gun. The chandeliers above his head are still on, but they are far away from each other, and the dim yellow lights are still on and off, typical of a horror movie style. Xiaolun carefully walked through this long and narrow passage and pushed a heavy iron door again before he successfully entered the so-called 116 military warehouse. Obviously, this place should be some kind of underground bunker. From the analysis of the spacious space, maybe some big guys have been stored. But now it has been emptied, leaving only a few large wooden boxes that are well preserved. Xiaolun took a look at the label on the wooden box. It was full of outdated weapons and equipment that were eliminated by the army. Some of the weapons were produced during World War II. I guess it's really worthless, so I just throw it here and don't bother to destroy it. Xiaolun was looking at these wooden boxes, when suddenly there was a scream from the top of his head. Then a figure fell from the sky and slammed heavily on a wooden box. Hearing a loud bang, dozens of Springfield rifles fell out of the wooden box. Along with these old-fashioned rifles, there are corpses that have been smashed into flesh. Xiaolun leaned on the wall tightly, waited for a while, made sure that nothing fell on it, and then proceeded carefully. Judging from the clothes on the body, the deceased should be a soldier stationed in this warehouse. I just don't know if it was slipped or dropped by someone. Xiaolun glanced at the upper patio of Haigulongdong, walked along the corner, and quickly found the iron stairs going up. Then Xiaolun hurried forward along the stairs, and the entrances of the 3 successive floors were welded to death, making it impossible to enter. It was not until the 4th floor, which is the top floor, that the door was opened wide. The blood began to appear here. Xiaolun held up the gun and moved forward slowly, scanning the surroundings vigilantly with the peripheral light of his eyes. Judging from the fallen corpses around, these soldiers were attacked suddenly, and they did not even have time to open the insurance of their guns. However, the enemy who attacked here also left traces. A string of clear blood footprints on the ground indicated the enemy's movement. Just judging from the footprints, the enemy seems to be barefoot and no shoes. Xiaolun followed his footsteps carefully, and soon came to a larger secret room. The huge and heavy insurance door slanted outward to open a gap, and the sound of overturning cabinets and cabinets continued to be heard from within the gap. Xiaolun just wanted to throw a grenade inside, but the old weapons below suddenly appeared in his mind. God knows what is hidden in this secret room. If 1 or 2 of the big killers are not taken away, and the grenade of oneself is thrown in, it will be a lot of fun. Xiaolun curled his mouth, put away the grenade angrily, and gently pointed forward. Xiaoko appeared silently behind Xiaolun and rushed in with a fearless spirit. A few unexplained wow in the house calls rang out in the secret room, and a moment later, your pet Xiao Cao has been fatally injured and enters suspended animation again. It is expected to resurrect in 20 days. Xiaolun, who just wanted to rush in, stopped abruptly. Dry. What's the situation? Although Xiaoko is still in a period of weakness, it is not something ordinary people can kill with bare hands. But there was no gunshots in the secret room just now. Could it be that there are some stronger monsters hidden inside? The sword fairy who has the Tao? The knight who broke through the air? Xiaolun chuckled his mouth, took out the grenade without hesitation, pulled the safety latch and threw it in, then pushed the safe door hard. As soon as the heavy door was closed, there was a loud boom inside, and the walls on the ground trembled slightly 3 times. You kill a mutant freak, get 1.8 experience points. You wounded a mutant freak, gain 5 experience points. Mutated freak. Xiaolun was slightly surprised, still pushing the door hard. However, the system suggested that a mutant with deformity was only injured by the bombing. Who knows whether the injury is serious or not, and whether he can move around freely. If one of the toenails blows up, as soon as he opens the door, the guy rushes out again, then he is in trouble. Xiaolun was a little upset why he stopped taking a few more grenades. He exploded once in the freak's lair, and once exploded here, the grenades were all used up. Next time I have to bring 180. If you feel better, lose one, if you feel unhappy, lose one, see who dares to refuse. Xiaolun put his back on the door, thinking wildly. Suddenly, there were a few metal rubbing sounds from the ceiling above. After a while, a ceiling fell from the sky and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A black figure jumped down immediately. Uncle, who designed the secret room with vents. Through the dim light, Xiaolun could barely see that the other party seemed to be unclothed, and it seemed that he was missing an arm. Before the others had time to watch, the enemy on the other side screamed and rushed over. At the same time, two more figures sprang down from above, and they sprang out quickly without looking back. Hey, are you ready to sacrifice yourself? www.readaloud.com to cover your companions. Xiaolun's body was like a spring, and he rushed forward to face the enemy, unfortunately, too naive. Xiaolun has already seen that this mutant freak is a lot stronger than ordinary freaks, but only in terms of speed, it is almost the same as himself. When two people of similar strength play against each other, which side has a higher chance of winning? The answer is simple. The one with the gun wins. Passive skills, low-level close combat specialization activated, power and agility are temporarily increased by 5 points. Passive skills, low-level car shooting skills activated, 3 meters away from the target, 2 meters, 1 meter, shooting accuracy increased by 50%. Xiaolun flew a rifle and slammed it on the chin of the freak, forcing the opponent to stagger back 2 steps, pulling the distance between each other. Then he raised the muzzle, aimed at the opposite door and squeezed the trigger. Boom boom boom. Blood spattered, the mutant freak staggered back. The mighty military rifle shot through its head instantly and lifted its skull. You killed a mutant freak. But that's the case. Xiaolun sipped. After that scarecrow was incorporated, the strength has shrunk too much, right? The original gang of militants beat it, but now it can't even beat this thing. Before S words fell, she suddenly tightened her ankle, and then Xiaolun was thrown out severely. Hit the wall, falling dizzy Xiaolun, and was surprised to see the deformed body with half of his head missing. At this time, he was slowly standing up. Fuck, system, didn't you prompt that the guy was killed by me? Xiaolun roared in his heart, what is going on now? From An Eye on the Mountain to Resident Evil. Chapter 42, is this done? Although I haven't figured it out yet, whether this mutant man with half of his head is in his current state is dead or alive. But Xiaolun quickly realized that although the power of this deformed man who relaunched his attack had increased a lot, his speed had dropped a lot. Even in the face of absolute power, any technique is a joke. Can be in vain without strengthening the body to resist bullets, no matter how strong it is. Because he didn't watch out, he was caught by his ankle and flew out. Now that the reaction was over, Xiaolun broke the opponent's limbs with a few shots. But without his limbs, the mutant freak is still struggling desperately on the ground, like a fish out of the water, trying to move in the direction of Xiaolun. Yes, tenacious enough. Xiaolun grabbed the back of the mutant freak's neck, pulled open the door of the vault, and threw the guy in. You can move inside now, and I'll take yours in a while. Brothers will be arrested, let your family reunite. Xiaolun had already thought about it, if all the mutant freaks had this kind of immortal body, then he would be put on gasoline and burned. Do not believe that you can't kill these monsters. But after delaying this moment, the 2 mutant freaks who fled, have long since disappeared. Xiaolun could only search carefully again, and when he searched the second floor again from the upper floor, a sudden burst of gunfire rang out from below. Not much time, Xiaolun looked at a woman, supported a soldier, and staggered out of the darkness. The soldier among them was running and shooting backwards, as if blocking the enemy's pursuit. Xiaolun knelt down, hiding in the shadow, carefully observing the movement below. He has recognized that the soldier is one of the group of soldiers who entered the cave rashly. As for that woman, she was the weird woman who led the soldiers into the cave. This soldier is the squad leader. After they entered the cave, they were quickly attacked by unknown monsters. The subordinates who were not much better than rookies attacked and died one after another. In the end, he was the only one left to protect Carter and barely escaped from a narrow hole. Although the captain often delivered supplies to the 116 warehouse, he really hadn't been inside the warehouse, so he didn't recognize that he had returned to the 116 warehouse. Carter, who seemed to have no power to bind a chicken, held on to the captain who was injured in his leg. Even now, the captain, who can't turn his mind, still doesn't doubt Carter. Carter asked with some trepidation, "How do we go next?" The captain said weakly, "How do I know? Haven't you been leading the way?" Carter's pretty face seemed to be about to cry, "But I don't know the way, I just ran forward with my head covered." "Then continue." The captain dropped the rifle that had been shot out, drew the pistol, and pointed to the darkness opposite. "I trust your instinct. After all, the sixth sense of a woman is always accurate." Carter gave a wry smile and helped the captain just about to move forward. Suddenly a depressed roar sounded all around, and then a tall freak appeared from the darkness, slowly approaching the two Carters. Carter seemed frightened and leaned close to the captain. The captain gritted his teeth and fired at the nearest deformity. The marksmanship is very accurate, the gun grabs a headshot. It is a pity that just like the freak that Xiaolun had thrown into the secret room before, those freaks who had been headshot quickly got up from the ground again, staggering and continuing to walk towards the captain. Soon the pistol ran out of bullets, and the captain looked desperately at the freaks that came up with the crackling sound of the firing pin in the empty chamber. "Help, anyone!" Carter grabbed his hair and screamed, "Help, please! I don't want to die yet." It's a pity that Xiaolun was indifferent. Just in the shadow of the second floor, he watched these two people be overwhelmed by the freak. The screaming and screaming stopped quickly, and the sound of chewing echoed in the dim bass, which made the scalp numb. Xiaolun looked as usual, and even took the time to change his posture to ensure that he can watch the show more comfortably. How could this kind of scene frighten Xiaolun? In the last world, he was the master who looked at the plasma tablets and drank instant noodles. "Well, stop acting." The chewing sound stopped abruptly. The deformed people squeezed into a group, quickly dispersed, revealing the corpse of the captain who was already out of shape. And the safe and sound Carter. This alluring blonde beauty shook her hair lightly, raised her head and smiled, "You are so cruel that you can't help it. Or, you were so scared that you didn't dare to show up?" Xiaolun didn't say a word, just watched the mysterious woman's performance quietly. Waited for a while and did not respond. Carter was a little boring. "It's boring, do you think I can't find you if I hide? Don't be kidding, I'm more familiar with this base than you." Said, Carter waved his hand gently, "Search. Those freaks, whether they are incomplete or intact, whether they were shot or unscathed, all roared and scattered." But just after these freaks left Carter, a black muzzle quietly stretched out, aimed at Carter's head and fired. Boom! Blood splashes. Carter's pretty face is gone, replaced by a transparent hole the size of a bowl. But Carter didn't fall as Sharon imagined, and the system didn't give a prompt. She twisted her terrifying head and pointed the transparent hole in the direction of Sharon. "Got you!" The deafening howl suddenly sounded. www.readaloud.com. All the deformed people swarmed up and rushed to Xiaolun frantically. Xiaolun sighed and stood up. Regardless of the freaks who pounced on him, He held the HK-416 at Carter and unceremoniously lit the magazine. Carter was shaking like a plastic bag in a storm. The 5.56 45 mm caliber bullet easily penetrated her body and beat the ground behind her into a pockmarked face. "You killed a special freak, Carter, rewarded with 100 points and 200 experience points." As the system prompt sounded, the deformed people who were about to rush to Xiaolun's side seemed to have been unplugged, and at the same time fell to the ground motionless. "The case There Are Eyes on the Mountain has been solved. You personally get 50 experience points and 10 points, because the pet is in a state of suspended animation, so you can't get the experience points." "Is this done?" Xiaolun was stunned. What's the situation? Anticlimactic. But Xiaolun also noticed that after the completion of this case, the reward experience points and points were the least so far. Considering that the system finally rewards according to the degree of completion of the case, it is obvious that the degree of completion of the case is not high. Xiaolun guessed that it was because he didn't follow the soldiers into the cave. But Sharon does not regret it. There are these mutant freaks who can't be killed. Once he enters that strange cave, God knows if he can survive. Looking at Carter, who was beaten into a hornet's nest, Xiaolun thought for a while, and finally decided to drag her body to the 4th floor. He wants to go back to that secret room to see what these freaks are looking for in it. Chapter 43, New Case. Last Drop of Blood. Opened the heavy vault door, and oncoming it was a rancid smell of burning meat. Xiaolun narrowed his eyes, pulled up his collar to cover his mouth and nose, and dragged Carter's mutilated body into it. "Why do you have to take this corpse?" "Because Xiaolun is afraid of defrauding the corpse again." The mutated freak whose limbs were broken by Xiaolun was lying motionless on the ground at this time. It seems that Carter is their main station. Once Carter dies, other deformed talents will die. Xiaolun threw Carter's body into the innermost part of the secret room, and indeed he could see it at any time, before he began to search the surroundings carefully. Most of the safes originally stored in this secret room are already empty. Judging from the dust accumulated above, it should have been transported away very early. Now only a few piles of seemingly insignificant waste paper are stored in it. Judging from the scattered paper, it is estimated that those deformed people are rummaged in this pile of waste paper, but they don't know what they are looking for. Xiaolun looked through it a few times and found that most of them were scrap paper drafts, and a few of them were painted with messy numbers, but they couldn't understand them at all. Finally, under the mutant freak who was killed by the grenade, he pulled out a dirty black notebook. XX19XX, Sunny. I tested the X nuclear bomb today. Through my design, the radiation concentration was increased 10 times compared to before. It was very successful. X day, light rain, the experiment target showed a tendency to be irritable, and most of the subjects were abnormal. Drive S instructed that further observation is needed. It's clear, the experimental subjects died in large numbers, and valid data was obtained, and the upper part was very dissatisfied with them. They demanded that all the subjects be cleaned up and the experiment should be aborted. The last piece of equipment was also pulled away. Starting today, this base will be reduced to an ordinary military warehouse, which is still a spare. Drive S has disappeared, soldiers were dispatched from above, and the whole base was searched up to the sky, but no trace of him was found. Many people say that he has escaped abroad, but I have a hunch that he is still here, hidden in this 116 base. It is detected that you have touched the evidence broken notebook and opened the case 116 base suspect cloud. The case is a long-term difficult case and does not need to be resolved as soon as possible. Once the case is solved, a generous reward will be given according to the degree of completion. Xiaolun tucked the notebook in his hand. Although most of the content on it is already vague, one or two facts can still be inferred from the lines. These freaks may be related to the mysteriously missing Dr. S. And what does all this have to do with the Carter family? More than 3 hours later, Xiaolun sat boredly at the gate of the base, looking up at the sky, 5 gunship helicopters that had been overdue. General Ross. After seeing the leading middle-aged soldier, Xiaolun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why are you here? Hey, it's not like wiping the old waste. Rose, with a mustache and full of majesty, looked at Sharon. I haven't seen him in a few years, and the mounted boy has become an adult. That, General Ross. Rose raised his hand and interrupted Sharon's words. Okay, kid, don't get close to it. Business affairs, from now on, I am responsible for everything here, Unia can leave. This is my opinion, it's just. Enough, kid, I'm already looking at James' face, otherwise you have to stay for review. But it's nothing, now take the number 27 helicopter and leave here immediately. This is an order. All right. Xiaolun wanted to give the notebook to Rose. Seeing this general's resolute and vigorous action, Xiaolun decided to keep it first. Boarded the helicopter number 27 and just took off. The helicopter pilot signaled to Xiaolun to put on the headset, and there was a communication call. Xiaolun put on the earphones with some doubts, and a gentle and calm man voice came from the earphones. Xiaolun, this is James, how are you doing now? Xiaolun was agitated, straightened up subconsciously, and said in a deep voice, Auntie, cough cough, Deputy Minister James, thank you for your concern, I am in good condition and safe. That's good, otherwise Holly will get angry, and neither of us will have a better life. There was a hearty laughter from the earphones, and Xiaolun also hurriedly laughed with him. After a while, the earphone laughter stopped abruptly, and the other party's tone became calm again. But you can't go back now, I have a personal matter here and I need to ask you. Xiaolun's heart tightened, and he cautiously said, Uncle, do you have an illegitimate child outside? There was a moment of silence in the headset, and he hesitated a little. It shouldn't be, I've always been very careful. Then it's okay. Xiaolun breathed a sigh of relief. Let's talk about it, Vice Minister, what task do you have? Not busy, I have to tell you some things in advance. This matter is not visible, so you can't show up openly, let alone reveal your identity. More importantly, this matter is not in the country, but in a strange and dangerous foreign country. The voice in the headset said calmly, you think carefully about whether to accept this task. Xiaolun laughed strangely, Vice Minister, you said these are useless, even if I promised you. Something happened in the end. www.readaloud.com Holies can't spare you. Boy, if it wasn't for me that there was no one under my staff, I wouldn't be looking for you. The gentle and calm voice was a little frustrated. Well, one of my old men had an accident in Mexico and needs you to be alone. Dive into the past and rescue him safely. The case is activated, code-named Last Drop of Blood is detected. After the case is solved, rewards will be given according to the degree of completion. Before talking in the headset, Xiaolun's mind sounded a system prompt. Xiaolun curled his lips and interrupted the other party. I agree, Deputy Minister, I accept this task. Really? The voice in the headset was obviously unbelievable. You can imagine that the security situation in Mexico is very bad, with gangs and conflicts. And there is no other support besides you. The system is turned on, can I still refuse? Xiaolun muttered in his heart, but he said righteously, as an American detective, how can you not be saved? Don't worry, Deputy Minister, even if there is a sea of swords and flames in front of you, I promise to complete the task. Smelly boy, the more you say that, I don't know what to do. The voice in the headset asked with some confusion, are you sure? Okay, 100% sure. Xiaolun nodded vigorously, like a hero on the battlefield. Well, put all the weapons and equipment on your body, and all the items that can mark your personal identity, into the black bag under the seat. Don't worry, when you come back, these things will be returned to you. Now the helicopter will take you to the next meeting point, where someone will take you out of the border and into Mexico. Then, you can only rely on yourself. Chapter 44, Jilun. Zhou. In the spacious and luxurious office, a handsome middle-aged white man put down the phone in his hand and rubbed his eyebrows weakly. Then I picked up the phone next to me and dialed a familiar number. "Hey, my dear, it's done, I've already paid that kid out." Holly, who also stood in her office, said with a serious expression, "Where did you let him go?" "My dear, you know the rules, it's about state secrets, I can't tell you." "Then tell me, is his place dangerous?" The man blinked his eyes and answered carefully, "Well, within my power, the place he went has the lowest risk factor. Yes, no matter how chaotic Mexico is, it is safer than the Middle East battlefield, the dark war between Europe and Mao Zedong, and the turmoil in Africa, right?" "Hey!" Holly sighed, turned to look at the desk, pinned Edmund's photo files, and said coldly, "How long can it last? How can it take a week?" The man murmured, "There are not many clues, plus the unfamiliar place of life, it takes 2 or 3 days to find the goal." Hung up the phone, the man sighed for a long time, and looked at the documents that were laid out in front of him. The first one was impressively a recent bust of Xiaolun. If Xiaolun saw these documents, he would be scared in a cold sweat. In addition to the most basic personal information, there are also information on all the cases that he participated in after entering the NIA. Including 3 cases of a snake-infested flight, a woman in white, and a last fight. In particular, in the Woman in White folder, in addition to the detailed witness transcripts, there are also all the old case files that Sharon looked for, the map drawn with a pencil, and the copy of Beth, the original file of Fu Green. After reading these documents carefully again, the man snorted, and faintly whispered, "This kid is interesting." After more than an hour of flying, the helicopter landed on a remote road. On the highway, there were 3 pickup trucks waiting for Sharon. No nonsense, Xiaolun got into the car directly, 3 pickup trucks started immediately, and left. In the pickup truck, sitting in the passenger seat is a man with sunglasses and a beard. He handed a black backpack to Xiaolun and said in a deep voice, "There are things you need in it, so please put it away carefully." Xiaolun opened the zipper of the backpack and found that in addition to 2 black M9 pistols, 4 magazines, and a stack of green banknotes, there was also a set of personal identification documents in a plastic bag. Opened the ID and saw a new name, Zhaolun Zhou, printed next to his photo. Xiaolun raised his eyebrows and looked suspiciously at the beard in front of him. The beard shrugged his shoulders. "What's wrong? I don't understand Chinese." The name was finally found on the internet. "Is there any problem?" "Forget it," Xiaolun put away his credentials, "although he is a little better than me in terms of talent. But if he is handsome, I am still a little better than him." Then the inside of the car returned to quiet again, and neither of them spoke any more. Xiaolun didn't bother to inquire about their identities, and the other party was obviously not interested in Xiaolun's purpose. The 3 seemingly ordinary pickup trucks drove along the highway for more than an hour, and finally arrived at the Mimo border station in the sunset. The broad immigration control battle used thick stone piers to divide the road into 2 halves. On the right is the meter exiting and entering the ink, there are few vehicles, and the left side is the exiting ink and entering the meter, the vehicles are crowded and you can't see the head. Is different from the security check on the left, which is as detailed as it is almost infringing on personal privacy. The security check on the right is just a mere formality. The beard handed the passport to the security inspector who came up. The security inspector just glanced at it at random, then returned the passport to signal for release. Of course, the pile of dollars in the passport has disappeared. When the convoy drove into the nearest Mexican town, the sun had already set. The pickup truck stopped in front of a very dilapidated hotel, and his beard threw a key to Sharon, room 216. Xiaolun nodded, took the key, and got off the car with his backpack. The pickup truck drove away, leaving Xiaolun alone at the door of the hotel. Seeing from both sides of the street with unkind eyes, Xiaolun sneered disdainfully, turned around and walked into the hotel without fear. But instead of going directly to 216, he opened a room on the second floor at the front desk. Hand stuffed a green banknote to the front desk, and even the identity registration was exempted. The hotel room near the border, what conditions can be imagined? The sheets covered with weird spots made Xiaolun give up his plan to sit on the bed and rest. Close the curtains and turn on the lamp. On the table covered with dirt, I checked the pistol carefully, and only after confirming that there were no problems, did he wear the pistol and magazine with him. After finishing the work, Xiaolun turned off the lamp, sat at the table, closed his eyes and rested. Time passed by minute, and soon it was late at night. Suddenly Xiaolun opened his eyes, and a series of slight footsteps passed by the door of his room. Xiaolun stood up slowly and gently opened the curtain to open a gap. There were 5 unfamiliar SUVs parked in the street below, and a dozen men in flowered shirts, directly holding weapons of different lengths, were standing on both sides of the vehicles. Xiaolun's eyes flashed, he drew his pistol, calmly prepared for battle. Soon there was a muffled noise outside the door www.readaloud.com followed by a mess of Mexican. After a while, there was the sound of smashing the doors of other rooms, and the screams of passengers in horror came one after another. Boom, the door was kicked open. The one who kicked the door was a dark-skinned Mexican man. Before he could see the situation in the dark room, a transparent hole appeared in his head. Xiaolun flashed out of the room like a ghost, and several militants in the corridor did not react at all, so they were shot and killed one after another. You kill a member of the Scott gang, you will be rewarded with 2 experience points. You killed a Scott gang member. No wonder the experience value given by the system is so low, these militants are too low in combat effectiveness, and they usually bully ordinary civilians. When encountering a real elite killer, there is no resistance at all. Narrow corridors and street battles are not suitable for shooting with a rifle held flat. Xiaolun squatted, panning quickly left and right, and swiftly moved forward in a Z shape. Within 5 meters, any militants exposed under his gun would have a headshot with 1 shot. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Xiaolun calculated the remaining bullets of the pistol in his heart. After the last bullet was shot, he picked up the pistol and knocked an armed man who was leaning on the door to the ground. Grabbed the AK in his hand and headed it. Stop, stop me! A mob hijacked a woman, put a pistol against her head, and yelled, otherwise I will punch her head. Xiaolun did not hesitate, and shot the woman in the thigh. The woman screamed and fell down weakly. Then in the horrified eyes of the mob, Xiaolun directly swept him into a hornet's nest. Chapter 45, Trouble Marker. Okay, stop screaming, just scratch some skin, you can't die. Following Xiaolun's anger, the middle-aged woman holding her thigh on the ground wailing, immediately closed her mouth in horror. At this time, all the militants in the second floor had been massacred by Xiaolun. Before the gang mates outside the hotel recovered, Xiaolun rushed to room 216 to see if there were any valuable clues inside. But when he came to room 216, he was slightly surprised to find that the door of room 216 was safe and sound. Didn't those gang members rush to 216? Then what are they doing? Xiaolun didn't want to think so much, took out the key to open the door, and quickly stepped in. Quickly searched the room, and quickly found a sealed portfolio on the bottom of the desk drawer. Too late to check, folded the portfolio and stuffed it into his personal pocket. Xiaolun leaned to the window. At this time, the gang members outside finally noticed something was wrong, and screamed into the hotel. Xiaolun guessed how much, he probably made an oolong. But I can't blame myself for this. Who told those militants to speak Spanish, and no one speaks English? Low-level language specialization does not include Spanish. This is the end of the matter. Regardless of whether these gang members rushed toward them or not, they have already killed so many of them, this beam must be settled. Seeing all the gang members on the street rush into the hotel, Xiaolun opened the window and jumped down from the second floor. It's a pity that Xiaolun didn't expect that when he jumped out, there was a person above him, on the third floor, who also jumped off the building. So Xiaolun just fell to the ground and was smashed into the mud by a dog. Your uncle. Xiaolun stared at Venus and almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Fortunately, his physical fitness has been strengthened a lot now. If he is an ordinary person, he will not die or become disabled. But this is not the most annoying. What's even more hateful is that the guy who used Xiaolun as a mat, a chuckle got up and wanted to run without saying a word. Xiaolun's eyes were quick, and he grabbed the opponent's ankle. Fuck, run away if you smashed it. Is there any kind of ethics? Xiaolun dragged the opponent to the ground neatly. It's also reasonable. Obviously, after the guy on the opposite side was thrown by Xiaolun, he finally understood something. So he took out a pistol and pointed it at Sharon. Let go. The voice is low, hoarse, and with a little sweetness. This guy turned out to be a female. But, so what? Xiaolun is not the master of Liangxiangziyu. The moment after he pulled out the gun on the other side, Xiaolun's finger was already pressed on the AK trigger. Suddenly several militants yelled and rushed out of the hotel. The woman hurriedly turned her gun and fired at the militants. The gunshots were loud, but unfortunately none of the enemies on the opposite side fell down, but was scared to hide behind the hotel door, and then stretched out the gun and fired indiscriminately. You broomstar, this young master must be killed by you this time. Xiaolun didn't care to ask for compensation for this woman, and took up the AK to shoot over, temporarily suppressing the firepower on the opposite side. Then quickly got up, rushed to the nearest SUV, pulled the door and sat in the driver's seat. At this moment, the woman also ran over. Without saying a word, she got in directly from the window of the fallen co-pilot. Why are you following? Don't be wordy, drive fast. Xiaolun didn't care whether the woman's two calves were still outside the window, and he stepped on the accelerator heavily, and the SUV roared and burst out. The militants in the hotel rushed out, firing frantically at the car going away. It's a pity that nothing else was left except for the shards of glass in one place. Fack. A bald man ran out of the hotel and roared, "A bunch of trash, so many people can't keep that woman. What are you still waiting for? Why don't you hurry up?" Under the anger, the other militants seemed to come back to their senses, and they got into the car and chased them. Unfortunately, after chasing the two alleys, in the end, no one saw anything except an SUV that crashed into a telephone pole. Outside the small town, Xiaolun checked the AK rifle in his hand while staring bitterly at the woman next to him, and said in a bad mood, "What are you doing with me all the time?" The woman also said in a bad mood, "I also go in this direction, why should I say that I will follow you? Okay, then I'll change direction." Xiaolun immediately turned around and walked to the side, but the woman immediately followed. Xiaolun raised his AK, "I warn you, don't follow me. Since you appeared, I haven't encountered a good thing. It's fine if you smashed it. I can still drive and hit a telephone pole because of hide and seek. Bad luck. What is your name? My forehead still hurts now, did I say something? Nonsense, who told you not to fasten your seat belt? Deserve it. In that situation, how did I wear a seat belt? As soon as my legs were retracted from the outside and I didn't sit upright, you crashed. After all, you still didn't know how to drive. What? Xiaolun glared, "Believe it or not, I will let you see now, what is an old driver." The woman spread her hands, "Okay, but there is no car, how can you let me see?" Xiaolun rolled his eyes helplessly, "It's really playing the piano to cows." The woman took off her hat, her long dark brown hair fell like a waterfall, and then she shook her head in a sensual way. www.readaloud.com. The ends of her hair flicked in front of Sharon, and a pair of big eyes glared vigorously. "Handsome guy, it depends on your skill. Are you a killer or a mercenary? It doesn't matter. How about a deal between us? As long as you send me safely to the United States, I will let you do. Get out." Xiaolun was brushed by the tips of her hair, causing some itchy nose. In this big night, there was no light except for the moon overhead, and the woman's winking eyes were nothing. A woman who is quite confident about her appearance, seeing that Xiaolun has such an attitude, surprised, "Aren't you gay?" Xiaolun didn't bother to take care of her. He threw the AK, which had been shot down a long time ago, into the bushes aside, and strode forward. The woman followed closely. "Don't be shy, handsome guy, I am actually more happy that you are the one. Because I know many people in your circle, one is more handsome than the other. As long as you promise, I can introduce you to you." Bang shot through the night sky. Xiaolun and the woman lay down at the same time, pulling out a pistol and watching the surroundings vigilantly. Quietly, except for the sound of insects and the sound of breathing from the other side, there was no other abnormal movement. After a while, there was another shot. This time Xiaolun judged that the gunfire came from behind a hill not far away. He and the woman looked at each other. Although he couldn't see the other person's eyes because of the darkness, Xiaolun could feel that the other person was staring at him. The woman made a gesture to tell her to leave her business alone and slip away quietly. Xiaolun thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Now he has run out of ammunition and has no supplies or means of transportation. It is too dangerous to go on like this. In any case, he must first get a car and a mobile phone. Chapter 46, Border Killer. Behind the seemingly low hill is an abandoned quarry. In the low-lying field filled with white rocks, a few cars were parked in a circle, and the huge incandescent lamp illuminates the neighborhood like daylight. 7 or 8 men with their heads in sack and tied with rope all over their bodies were like zongzi, kneeling on the ground. And beside them, 2 headshot bodies had fallen down. Behind these people are a few shabby-clothed teenagers. One of the teenagers held a huge desert eagle in both hands and pointed it at the back of one of the men's head. Xiaolun lay on the top of the hill, looked down suspiciously, and asked softly, "What are they doing?" "Pick the killer," the woman who finally followed, explained in a low voice. "These children should be orphans. After being selected by the gang, they should be trained as border killers." Border killer. Xiaolun narrowed his eyes and looked at the young gunman quietly. The boy tried several times, but finally didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. There was a loud laughter behind the teenager, and a man in a flowered shirt and bell-bottom trousers wandered over, took the gun from the teenager, said something to the other teenagers, and then shot the teenager with a shot. Headshot. Xiaolun's pupils shrank slightly. The interview process is very cruel. Of course, once you join a gang in Mexico, you choose a life of either you die or I die. The woman looked at Sharon suspiciously. "You're not a killer? You don't even know this." Xiaolun said in a huff, "When did I say that I was a killer? Isn't a killer? But when you were in the hotel, you started very neatly." The woman guessed, "Veteran Special Forces? Agent." Xiaolun ignored her. The trial in the stone field was still in progress. With the lessons learned, the other teenagers obviously started more quickly. No matter how timid the person was, he closed his eyes and squeezed the trigger fiercely. Accompanied by the sound of a gunshot, the remaining teenagers all completed the trial, but most of them spit on the side after firing the gun. "That fancy guy is called Zakrik, the second in command of the Thumb family," the woman introduced to Sharon softly. "Members, in short, they are all innocent people." While speaking, the flared pants man named Zakrik clapped his hands, and soon 2 more men dragged a sack up. Untied the sack, a blood-stained man rolled out from the inside. It was obvious that this man had been severely tortured. The woman sighed. Needless to say, this must be a police officer who doesn't cooperate with the gang, so he abused him like this. Zakrik snapped his fingers, and an older teenager walked out from the darkness nearby, looking at the man lying motionless on the ground with some fear. Fikao, in order to thank you for your loyalty, I specially left this man and let him be your meeting gift for your growth, how about? Zakrik said, handing a pistol to the boy named Fikao. Fei swallowed, took the gun with trembling hands, and slowly walked forward, aiming at the man who had turned into this tragic situation because of her report. After a while, Zakrik became a little impatient, and suddenly the gunfire rang. Looking at the man who was shot in the face, Zakrik laughed and walked forward and hugged Fikao. Good boy, from today onwards, you are a member of our Tum family, and I am Zaknik. Brother. While the frenzied gang members were screaming and celebrating, a group of convoys galloped from a distance. Before he got close, Zakrik quickly ordered his men to prepare for defense. Those who come to this kind of place in the middle of the night will definitely not be good civilians. Black eating black is too common in Mexico. Fortunately, the convoy stopped at the entrance of the stone field, and soon an SUV came out of the convoy. When he came to the vicinity of Zakrik and others, a bald man got out of the car and walked quickly towards Zakrik. This bald head is called Scott, the boss of the Scott gang. For some reason, the woman gritted her teeth a bit. Oh, isn't this Scott boss? With the support of the Gabriel family, you are the nearest celebrity now. Zakrik said in a weird voice, then Mr. Celebrity, it's so late. What are you doing here? Scott said coldly, Zakrik, have you seen any strangers nearby? An Asian man and a woman with long brown hair. Zakrik shrugged, strangers are lying there, you have to go find it by yourself. Don't give me sloppy eyes, Zakrik. Scott said in a deep voice, that woman was asked by name, don't be negligent. I know, how could I let go of the big fat sheep with a reward of 20 million? Zakrik lazily said, but as you can see, there are only people around me and dead people, other than that. There is nothing left. Scott looked around, this black lamp is blind, he can see a fart. After nodding at Zakrik, he could only turn his head in anguish and leave. Seeing Scott's motorcade far away, disappearing into the night, www.readaloud.com, Xiaolun and the woman dared to emerge from the hill. Then Xiaolun looked directly at the woman, watching the woman's whole body hairy, and said in his heart, does he hear the conversation between them? Impossible, the distance is so playful, I can't hear it clearly, he can hear it. Clear. That. Xiaolun paused, then slowly said, what did those two guys just say? The woman raised her eyebrows, you don't understand Spanish. Xiaolun touched his nose with some embarrassment, I was distracted during class. The woman sighed in secret, and whispered, it's nothing, just asking if Zakrik has seen us. It looks like Scott's people are still looking for us outside. Xiaolun frowned and said, by the way, I haven't had time to ask you, why are those gang members arresting you? The woman looked inconvenient and said, because I am Scott's junior, I ran away from his small vault. Bah, I even made up such a low-level lie. Xiaolun raised his at the woman unceremoniously, then licked his waist and flexibly touched the quarry below. You let the wind out here, I'll get those guys done. Hey? There are so many of them, you are alone. Okay. The woman looked incredibly like a ghost. Xiaolun, who wandered down quickly, recalled in her mind the scene of Xiaolun killing all around in the hotel, opened her mouth, and finally closed her red lips. A few minutes later, accompanied by a panic cry, there was a rapid gunshot in the quarry. But within 2 minutes, the gunfire stopped abruptly. Chapter 47, Monica. Xiaolun was laying the collected weapons and equipment on the car hood, turning his head to look around at Will, just when the woman walked to the car lights, her eyes lit up. Under the lighting, Xiaolun could see that this woman was very young, but she was very beautiful in her 20s. Although the facial features are a bit tough and the lips are a bit thick, they have an inexplicable temptation for men. Like this kind of woman, the older she gets, the more attractive she is. Looking at Xiaolun with straight eyes, the woman smiled openly, and stretched out her hand. Get to know me again. My name is Monica. I can be said to be a fugitive at the moment. Looking at Bai Shenshen's little hand stretched out in front of him, Xiaolun raised an eyebrow and gently held it. Hello, Monica, my name is Jilun, Jilun Zhou. My dear, your name is fake. To each other. Hey, what someone told you is the real name. Haha. After Xiaolun inspected the weapons, he picked out the suitable ones for him, and then went to check the cars next to him. And Monica was a little bored wandering around. You are really amazing, a dozen gunmen, you were killed almost instantly. Mr. Jilun, I am more and more curious about your true identity. Xiaolun ignored her. No matter how beautiful a beauty is, her life is not as important as her own life. He had just arrived in front of a modified off-road vehicle, and suddenly Monica cried out in surprise, "Oh my god, this man is still alive!" Xiaolun quickly drew his gun and looked back, only to see Monica squatting next to the scarred man who was finally headshot by Fei. Xiaolun snorted badly, retracted the gun, and continued to check the vehicle. Monica strenuously laid the man flat on the ground and said anxiously, "Come on and help." Xiaolun said coldly, "A shot headshot, even if you don't die on the spot, it won't be saved. Beauty, I advise you, you'd better hurry up and collect some supplies. After a while, let's go halfway, and never again. Not see. Why are you such a cold-blooded man?" Monica ran over, found a first aid kit from the inside of the car, and ran back, carrying him. "My father is a sacrificial undercover police officer. I will never die." Saved. Xiaolun shrugged, everyone has their own ambitions and cannot be forced. He got into the off-road vehicle, turned on the lights, and drew out his portfolio. Now I finally have time to see what is in this portfolio. Hey! Tore off the ceiling strip, and there were only a few thin sheets of paper in the portfolio. John Rambo, former Green Beret Special Forces member, mountain jungle survival expert, participated in the Vietnam War, Gulf War, Afghanistan War, Purple Star Medal winner, secret special instructor of the Ministry of State. After retiring from such a hunk 3 years ago, he has been living on a remote farm in New Mexico for many years. But half a month ago, he suddenly sneaked into Mexico secretly for some reason, was attacked by a local gang, and was seriously injured behind him. Fortunately, he was treated by a good-hearted person. After half a month of his injuries, Rambo woke up and sent a distress signal. Looking at the black and white photo on the copy, Xiaolun curled his lips, making it as if it were his death photos, which was unlucky. At the end of the file is a series of numbers, which is exactly the phone number used by Rambo to call James for help. This off-road vehicle is even equipped with a satellite phone. Xiaolun unceremoniously picked up the phone and dialed the number. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Password. A low man's voice came across the phone. Agate Stone. Security code. 73x867M. The password is correct. I have already sneaked into Mexico, and tell me where you are now. Sangzi City, a small city 60 kilometers away from the border. For the specific location, we will contact you after you arrive. Good. After Xiaolun hung up the phone, he pulled out the landline and crushed the chip inside. Sangzi City. Xiaolun looked around. Master, where am I now? At this time, the rear door opened, and Monica, who seemed weak, dragged the man over, and then pushed hard into the car. Xiaolun's eyes widened. What are you doing? He was okay, the bullet passed through his mouth, only smashed his teeth, and didn't even hurt his tongue. Monica panted and said, just a simple treatment, he will soon be healed. Xiaolun stretched his hands. I mean, why did you push people into my car? The man woke up, trying to squirm his lips, spit out a few characters vaguely. Sharon did not hear clearly, but Monica widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Sharon with a little surprise. He said he knew you, and he came to Mexico with you. What? Xiaolun leaned forward and carefully observed the embarrassed, blood-stained man. It took a long time before he remembered that the person sitting in the passenger seat of the pickup truck in front seemed to be the man in front of him. It's just that he was wearing sunglasses at the time, and Xiaolun just glanced at it quickly. I don't remember it very clearly. Xiaolun hesitated and asked in a low voice, "Who is sitting next to me?" The man uttered a series of words intermittently, and Monica acted as an interpreter. He said that there is no one by your side. The co-pilot sitting in front of you is called Matt. He has a full face and a beard, but that beard is actually fake. Well, he also knows that your ID is called Jilun Zhou. Xiaolun curled his lips. Okay, let him come up. Monica glared. Speak lightly, let's take a hand. It's not easy for a weak woman to drag him over, okay? 15 minutes later www.readaloud.com Xiaolun said while driving the car, say okay first, we will get to the place in a while, let's just part ways and never see you again. Monica pursed her mouth, do you hate being with people so much? Nonsense, it's all to blame for your being so good. First, it was because of you that caused him to conflict with the local gang for no reason, then he was smashed by you, then crashed, and finally because of your troubles, an extra fuel bottle was added. Xiaolun glared at Monica, turned her head and asked the man lying behind panting, do you have a temporary shelter or an emergency contact point? The man spit out a word laboriously, Sangzi City. Xiaolun blinked, where? How do I go? Monica's eyes lit up, and a triumphant expression appeared on her pretty face instantly. This handsome guy, do you need a guide? You can also work as a part-time translator for free. Xiaolun rolled his eyes silently. Is almost equivalent to the hotel that was demolished. Scotsman finally intercepted the image of Sharon from the shabby surveillance video at the entrance of the hotel. Only 20 minutes later, in Mexico City, the capital of Mexico, in a simple but extremely large manner. A well-dressed housekeeper hurriedly stepped into a luxurious bedroom and gently awakened the old man who was still sleeping. In his hand, holding a somewhat fuzzy photo, which is exactly the image of Xiaolun in the video. Patriarch, he has come to Mexico. The old man put on his glasses and held the photo with trembling fingers. There was no answer, but he nodded seemingly casually. After half an hour, 5 helicopters soared from Mexico City and flew toward the border. Chapter 48, Rambo. Looking at the row of corpses in front of him, the boss of the Thumb family, Huck clenched his fists tightly. His low tone represented that he was suppressing the terrible anger. Who did it? Bald Scott, who sat opposite him, threw the 2 photos in front of Huck as usual. It should be these 2 people. I know this woman, the 20 million fat sheep named above. Huck took the picture of Sharon. Then who is this man, this woman's concubine? I don't know, Scott shook his head, but there has just been news that Gabriel is offering a reward of 50 million green bills and calling this man by name. 50 million. Huck grinned, a big deal. Scott sneered coldly, but the requirement is that this man must be captured alive. Think beautiful. Huck suddenly stood up and said angrily, kill my brother, and still want to live? Whatever the power of the Gabriel family, this is the border, not the easy Mexico City. He threw the photo on Zach Rick, who was not looking at him, gritted his teeth and said, pass the order, block the border, and search the whole process. Even if you dig 3 feet, you must find this pair of dogs and men. Suddenly, a rusty 3-wheel tractor, spraying black smoke, drove suddenly on the streets of Sangzi City. There is no rule that exhaust emissions are not allowed on the road, because this is not the most broken car. You can occasionally see horse-drawn carts and donkey carts on the street. As for the man and woman sitting in this tricycle, it is Sharon and Monica. That off-road vehicle was too conspicuous, so on the way to Sangzi City, Xiaolun used that vehicle and added 50 yuan green banknotes to buy this tractor from a farmer, plus some sets of old clothes. As for the seriously injured man, he was stuffed into the back of the tractor with a mess of agricultural products on it. His face was deliberately smeared with dirty mud, and then he put on a big brimmed hat, and at first glance he thought that he was a farmer who came in and sold vegetables. No one could see anything unusual about Xiaolun and Monica. Driving a tractor seemed to stop by a secluded alley at random. Xiaolun clutched his hat and walked down the corner of the wall to the public phone booth next to him. After stuffed a few coins in, Xiaolun dialed the phone again. After the call was connected quickly this time, the voice of the man with a low and slightly hoarse voice was still, "Where?" Xiaolun replied very simply, "In the city." "Well, see you in Millie fast food restaurant, 28XX Road in 1 hour." Xiaolun hung up the phone, and returned to the tractor seemingly casually, and whispered to Monica, "I have something to leave for a while, you just wait here, don't leave." Monica widened a pair of beautiful eyes. "What? Do you know what this place is? At least 1,000 people disappear every year in Mexico, and women account for more than 80%. You let me stay here alone, just wait to be kidnapped. You have a gun, so I'm afraid of a fart. In this horrible place, whoever doesn't carry a guy, I have a broken pistol for ass. Then, why don't you take that guy to find their companion? He fainted and didn't tell me the meeting place. Where should I go to find it?" Xiaolun snorted, "I don't care, anyway, I sometimes, you can't follow." Monica rolled her eyes and smiled slyly, "Are you sure you don't need a translation? Not many people who can speak English in this place. Millie Cafe, although its name is quite foreign, is actually a very simple low-rise bungalow." Xiaolun drove the three-wheeled tractor and stopped to the door, which didn't look so obtrusive. Pushed open the wooden door, walked into the dim room. Xiaolun looked around. There was no one in the cafe except the waitress who was wiping the table. "It's time." Xiaolun glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. "Is that guy not here yet?" The waitress stepped forward and lazily said, "What do you want? The latest agate stone coffee, do you need a cup?" She speaks English. Xiaolun raised an eyebrow. 73x867m. The waitress's face changed slightly. She reached out and pointed at the back door. "He is waiting for you at the back." "Yes, let Monica come here with Lucaria." Xiaolun motioned for Monica to stay in the coffee shop and went to the backyard by herself. A burly and tall man, leaning on crutches, was practicing walking in the small courtyard with difficulty. Seeing Xiaolun coming in, he said solemnly, "James sent you." "That's right." Xiaolun looked at the brawny man. Although he was getting older, his aura was still very compelling. It's just that there is a cross-shaped wound on his face, and the stitches on the wound have not been removed yet. "Rambo, John Rambo." Rambo first stretched out his hand. "Nia Special Agent, Xiaolun." Sharon shook hands with the legendary lone hero in the Last World movie. Rambo was a little surprised. "Nia? I also think you belong to the Ministry of State, or someone from the military." Xiaolun shrugged, "There is no one under James' hands, so I was temporarily caught." "No problem, I believe James's vision." Rambo took a crutches and motioned Xiaolun to follow him into the cabin in the courtyard building. After being seated separately, Rambo sighed, "I'm sorry to get you involved in this kind of thing, but I can't do it. I want to fully recover my combat effectiveness, and I have to take at least 2 months of injury. www.readaloud.com. By that time, I'm afraid that girl would have died long ago." "Girl?" Xiaolun was taken aback and asked in a deep voice, "You sneaked into Mexico privately for a girl?" "She is Dora, the granddaughter of my neighbor. Since I retired, she has been taking care of me, so it can be said to be my family." Rambo sighed, "But this child is too kind, too naive, and too easy to trust others. In order to find the father who abandoned her back then, she came here secretly, not listening to my dissuasion, but was betrayed and fell into gang hands. And I underestimated the enemy. When I came here to look for it, it attracted the attention of the gang. When I found out, I had already entered their encirclement. Rambo pointed to the cross-shaped wound on his face. This is what they remembered for me, and I will never forget the name of that guy. Zach Rick, a scumbag. Zach Rick. Xiaolun smiled faintly. You don't need to worry about him. Last night, I shot his skull open with my own hand. What? Rambo was slightly surprised and looked at Xiaolun. Why did you conflict with them? Xiaolun smiled. It's nothing, a small matter. I want to borrow their car. They don't agree, so I'm at least a little tougher. Borrow the car? They. Rambo felt that his lips were a little dry. Apart from Zach Rick, who else did you see? I don't know, anyway, those dozen people, like Zach Rick, are all formed. I know that the people under James are not simple, but I didn't expect it to be so cruel. You are polite, Senior, you had more people who died suddenly than I did. Chapter 49, Fate is Wonderful. As we all know, Mexico's domestic drug trafficking is rampant and shocking the world. But few people know that there is a dark chain here, and the profit is not much lower than that of drug trafficking. Celaya, the wife of the coffee shop part-time waitress. Trafficking in human beings, especially in women. Every year, Mexico has over 1,000 missing persons, not to mention that many disappearances are not reported to the police. Most of these missing persons are women, including me. Sister. Celaya pursed her lips, resisting the choking voice. 3 years ago, my sister went out to buy food and never came back. Oh my God, I shouldn't let her go out alone on that day. Monica gently held Celaya's shoulder, and thoughtfully handed a tissue. Rambo said in a deep voice, since then, Celaya has become an underground fighter against the gang, and it is she who saved my life. Xiaolun, who was sitting on the side, remained silent, just constantly wiping the M9 in his hand. Xiaolun did not say a word, which made the atmosphere in the room a bit awkward. After a while, Monica suddenly said, actually, I know a little bit about human trafficking in Mexico. As far as I know, local gangs are in charge of searching for targets in streets, bars, hotels, etc., mainly focusing on those who are alone. Women going out. After the kidnapping, professionals in the gang will be responsible for the screening. Those with poorer quality will be forced to become addicted to drugs, and then forced to sell themselves to earn money. Those women with higher quality will be bought online and passed through secret channels, sold abroad. Monica turned to look at Xiaolun. Among them, the United States is the largest trading market. Sharon still had no response. Rambo suddenly asked in a deep voice, how do you know this information? Monica sighed and said, because I am an intelligence agent stationed in Mexico by the United States. Rambo calmly said, could it be that your online is also involved in this matter? My upline is dead, I sacrificed to cover me. Monica said with a bleak expression, according to the intelligence we control, at least 2 members of Congress are involved in this kind of thing. So you are a whistleblower. Rambo grinned, it's an honor to know you, ma'am, you are a hero. Monica smiled bitterly, I just want to send the information back to the country, so that the people will know the truth, so that my boss will not sacrifice in vain. But my identity has been exposed. In any case, those people are not. I hope I will come back to the United States alive. That's why those gangs raided the hotel at night, with the purpose of finding you. And I just got involved in this matter by mistake. Xiaolun suddenly laughed, fate, it's really wonderful. Now. Okay, you guys are singing and talking here, so much nonsense, don't you just want me to rescue the girl? Xiaolun spread his hands, I can make a move, but a detailed plan is needed to fight for a hit. After all, once the grass is scared, we might not be able to leave all of us, This place is comparable to hell. Hearing Xiaolun's words, everyone's confidence increased greatly. Zelaya spread out a map on the table and pointed, I have been secretly collecting information about the Thumb family over the years. In Sangzi City, there are more than a dozen hidden women selling themselves, but the largest is only here, Tata Hotel. Zelaya pointed his finger on the map, marking the place with the red dot. I also inquired about during the time when Mr. Rambo was in a coma. More than one man who had been there proved that there was a girl in the hotel who looked very similar to the girl Mr. Rambo was looking for. What's more important is that the price of the girl is very cheap. It is so cheap that it is obviously a means of revenge. Rambo's fists creaked, and gritted his teeth, at least she's still alive, just alive, just alive. Sharon looked at the location of Tata Hotel on the map. How is the security situation around and inside the hotel? Since it is the largest sales place in the Tum family, the security level is naturally relatively high. In addition to the 4 security guards at the door, there are at least 10 gun-armed gang members inside. Anyone who enters the hotel will be searched. In addition, there are eyeliners arranged around the hotel. If there is any abnormal movement, they will immediately notify them to go online. So we must fight quickly. Before the support comes, we must go in, rescue the hostages, and then quickly evacuate. Xiaolun rubbed his eyebrows and said in a low voice, if there is only me, it should be no problem. But I also have to take you out safely. Monica said in a deep voice, give me a laptop. I can hack into a nearby signal tower and temporarily block all communications there. This can really buy some time, but it's not enough. Sharon flicked across the map. I still need a driver to lie in ambush here. Once I take the girl out of the hotel, he will rush to meet him. Evacuate that street quickly. Zelaya quickly raised his hand and said, I can. I happen to have a pickup truck. Xiaolun squeezed his chin and muttered, calculating quickly in his mind. After a while, he said solemnly, Mr. Rambo, you can also get in that pickup truck. And Zelaya, you have to pack your luggage. Once they act, they will find this place soon. So after the reception is successful, we will not return to the coffee shop, but go directly out of the city, find a way to cross the border and withdraw back to the United States. At this time, there was a loud noise from outside www.readaloud.com. Everyone looked out of the house vigilantly. Zelaya motioned everyone to keep quiet, left the house by himself, and went to the front cafe to check the situation. 10 minutes later, Zelaya returned with an ugly face, it's from the Tum family. They are searching for a man and a woman. I gave them 2 money and sent them away, but the streets were obviously tense. There are gang members everywhere. It shouldn't be too late, do it tonight. Xiaolun handed the gun to Rambo, and said in a deep voice, since you will be searched when you enter the hotel, you don't need the gun anymore. Keep it for self-defense. Do you want to get in? Monica said on the side, then I have to put on makeup for you. You look too glaring. What's the meaning? So handsome. Monica, you are too polite. Don't stop, just say a few more words. Rambo looked helplessly at the man on the bed next to him who was still in a coma. You planned for a long time, did you forget someone? Night, in Scott's residence. Scott looked at him with a little fear. The dozen or so heavily armed masked men in black standing in front of him cautiously said, everyone, please stay calm, I have already thrown out all of my men. Tum the family is also being searched across the city, and I believe there will be news feedback soon. One of the big black-clothed men with a mask said with an earned sound, never mind that woman, Gabriel Boss specially ordered that the Asian man must not be let go. Don't worry, Scott said with his head bowed, you all come from afar, go to rest for a while, and when I have news, I will notify you as soon as possible. Before Scott could finish speaking, the door of his house was blasted open. Chapter 50, There is no harm without buying or selling. 5 heavily armed invaders advanced quickly and professionally into the courtyard from different directions. Scott's men were not able to withstand a single blow, and most of them were killed without even seeing the enemy. The rest can only curl up behind the bunker, shooting randomly outward. What's going on? Scott's face changed drastically. Couldn't the Thumb family stand up to their rise and want to take the opportunity to destroy themselves? Boss, help! The masked man headed by disdainfully sneered, "Sorry, you are not the goal of our mission." Scott's bald head was covered with sweat beads, but, once I die, no one here really obeys Mr. Gabriel's orders. Well, what you said makes sense. After all, we are all for the Gabriel family. The masked man patted Scott on the shoulder and smiled sensibly, "Well, Boss Scott, we will help you solve it. This matter, but the reward? 500,000 green bills per person." Scott cried, "If I can catch an enemy alive, I will pay an extra 800,000 green bills. Boss Scott is really generous." The masked man waved his hand, "Brothers, work, let those guys see what the real elite of the Gabriel family is." Silently, the militants who had stood neatly behind, instantly spread out like a ghost, silently, blending into the night. At the same time, at the entrance of the Tata Hotel, which belongs to the Tum family, a blond man wearing a floral shirt and big pants, carrying a wine bottle, staggered over. Before he approached, the stench of alcohol had already made the guard at the hotel's door frown. "Hi, drunkard, get out!" A guard waved at the blond man, yelling in Mexico. "Hey? Isn't this a place to have fun?" The blond man spoke in English. "Did the bar security lie to me? Damn, I gave him a green tip of 20 yuan. Fortunately, some of these guards can understand English. After all, there are foreigners who come here to have fun." One of them waved his hand, motioned the blond man to come forward, and checked him at random. After confirming that he was not wearing a weapon, he pinched his nose and let him roll into the hotel quickly. This blond man is exactly Sharon after makeup. Monica's makeup skills are quite brilliant. She just simply dyed Sharon's hair blonde and spotted a spot of freckles on her face. She immediately looked like a different person. Xiaolun wandered into the hotel. The front desk of the hotel was separated by glass and barbed wire, a bit like a bank's checkout counter. It's a pity that bulletproof glass is used in the bank, but here is just ordinary glass. A brawny man with a shotgun greeted him, blocking Xiaolun's path, his eyes beckoning Xiaolun to pay the money at the front desk. Xiaolun took out a few green bills, threw them to the front desk, and shouted boldly, "Be younger." The cashier at the back of the front desk seemed to be quite familiar with such a drunkard. He quickly took the green banknotes from the window under the glass window, and then began to select keys A and D. Condoms. Taking advantage of this time, Xiaolun glanced around. Diagonally across from the front desk, there are 4 guards sitting in the security room, smoking cigarettes, talking and laughing. The shotgun was placed around randomly, not in his hand. Going through the front desk is the upward stairs. On the stairs is a strong man with a shotgun in his hand and a pistol on his waist. This is just the security situation on the first floor. If Zelaya's intelligence is correct, there must be at least 4 or 5 guards upstairs. During this time, the front desk has thrown the key and condom out of the glass window. And the brawny man who stood in the way also stepped aside and signaled Xiaolun to hurry upstairs with something. "Go to the room corresponding to the house number on the key ring, don't run around, or don't blame us for being rude." The brawny man on the stairs asked Xiaolun to pass by. "Thanks." Xiaolun squinted, and the key between his fingers slammed into the strong man's throat. At the same time, he reached out and drew the pistol from the burly man's waist, turned and pulled the trigger. Snapped. While the strong man on the stairs fell down while holding his bloodied throat, the man standing in front of the front desk was also headshot. The guards in the security room were startled, and before they picked up the gun on the side, a pistol had already been extended in. Papa, Papa, bang! The last muffled sound was when Xiaolun smashed the glass window on the front desk with a shotgun, sifting the cashier holding the gun inside. Hearing the sound of gunshots inside, the 4 guards at the entrance of the hotel didn't know what to think. They opened the door and rushed inward with a sullen head. Then they saw the muzzle of a black hole. The shotgun was very lethal at close range, and it was easy to shoot through 2 shots. Bang bang 2 shots, all 4 guards fell. Screams sounded from outside the hotel, and the eyeliner near the hotel quickly took out his mobile phone, preparing to inform. However, no matter how they dialed the number, the busy tone was always ringing in the phone. Xiaolun quickly found ammunition from the body, reloaded the bullet, and then quickly walked upstairs. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, 5 gang members were holding guns of different lengths, hiding behind the bunker, and nervously aiming at the stairs. After a while, with a heavy footstep, a dark shadow suddenly sprang out of the stairs. There was a loud gunshot, and the howling bullets hit the black shadow like a plastic bag in the squally wind. www.readaloud.com trembling crazily. Stop shooting, cease fire. The gunshots stopped quickly. At this moment, most of the guards' guns had been shot out. Just as they were hurriedly changing the magazines, another figure quickly rushed up, flashing in front of everyone like a ghost. When they changed their magazines, they only saw a black hole muzzle when they looked up. The sound of gunshots echoed in the corridor, and the heads of the 5 corpses blossomed and fell to the ground. As for the shadow shot by them just now, it was the brawny man whose throat was cut by Xiaolun with a key. After taking care of all the guards, Xiaolun flew up and kicked open the closed doors on both sides of the corridor. Holding the photos provided by Rambo in his hand, Sharon contrasted with the women in the room one by one. As for the men who hid in the room, as long as they had weapons in their hands, Xiaolun broke their necks. As for those without weapons, Xiaolun was very kind but interrupted their third leg. After all, there is no harm if there is no business. These men are also one of the perpetrators of these poor women. But after searching the entire hotel, Xiaolun couldn't find the girl. Just when Sharon thought it was a trap and ran down quickly from upstairs. He glanced at the back of the stairs accidentally and found that there was a relatively hidden door behind the stairs. Opened the small door, and behind it was a quiet and damp passage. Down the passage, at the end is a basement lit by candles. Rats run rampant in the corner, with a mattress in the center. On the mattress lies a woman in a thin sheet with her back facing Sharon. "Dora, is that you?" Xiaolun gently stepped forward, carefully put his hand on the girl's shoulder, slowly turned it around. And then took a deep breath. Chapter 51, Shed the Last Drop of Blood. The girl in the photo provided by Rambo is a little fat baby and has a sweet and cute smile. But the girl in front of Xiaolun, although her facial features were similar, her face was pale, her lips were purplish, haggard and scary. What's more terrifying is that there is a deep cross wound on the girl's cheek. Its location is just the opposite of Rambo, but Rambo's wounds have been effectively treated, and the wounds on the girl's face have begun to pus and rot. These pigs and dogs are not as good as beasts. Xiaolun looked at the girl's arm. It was like a honeycomb, densely packed with needle eyes. Many of the pinholes were blackened and rotten in the same condition as the wounds on the face. That is the trace left by the injection product. In addition to these, the naked body under the sheets is covered with wounds and scars. It is hard to imagine what kind of torture and abuse this girl who has just entered university has suffered in this short period of more than half a month. Please, don't. The girl's swollen eyes can no longer see the appearance of the person, and she can only make a faint trembling sound. Xiaolun sighed and said in an ear, "Dora, don't be afraid, Rambo asked me to rescue you." Rambo. The girl's body stopped trembling, but the relaxation of her spirit caused her to fall into a coma. After wrapping the girl's body with a bed sheet, Xiaolun reached out and picked it up and walked quickly out of the basement. As he walked out of the hotel, a pickup truck rushed over and stopped at the door of the hotel for a little more than 10 seconds, and then quickly left. On the back seat of the pickup truck, Rambo's fingers trembling slightly, stroking the girl's hair. He, who has always remained a tough guy, has already burst into tears at this time. It's fine to live, and there is hope when you live. It's okay, Dora, you are safe. Now we go home, your grandma is still waiting you. Everyone else in the car looked at the girl in grief and angrily, only Sharon's face was calm. Zelaya, you should know where the boss of the Tum family lives. Celia, who was driving, was taken aback, and subconsciously nodded and said, I know, it's just east of Sangzi City, but why are you asking about this? Blood debt is paid, can't let this girl's blood flow in vain, right? While speaking, Xiaolun steadily loaded the pistol. As the largest gang in Sangzi City and the surrounding area, the Tum family, the residence of its leader Huck, is not comparable to Scott in terms of luxury or security. In addition to dozens of gunmen's bodyguards, dozens of police dogs, and snipers high above the villa, there are even 2 machine guns at the gate. What's the situation with Scott? Huck stood in front of the bulletproof French windows of the villa with his hands on his back. Behind him are 5 or 6 people, standing or sitting, all of his confidants and family backbones. Hearing Huck's question, one of his subordinates quickly replied, the gunshots have gradually stopped. The inside line we have placed beside Scott has also fed back information. The 5 masked men who raided Scott's residence, the armed men of the United States, are quite strong. Without the support sent by the Gabriel family, Scott's gang of trash would never be able to stop the enemy. Can the identities of those armed men be determined? It can only be said that those people are extremely well trained and very tenacious. Even if they were besieged by more than a dozen elite Gabriel killers, they were still able to evacuate in an orderly manner, and even took away the bodies of their companions. Huck sneered, I heard that Scott was set up at a stronghold on the opposite side and was served by a U.S. police officer. How many police officers did he kill? One of his subordinates nodded and said, it is said that the American policemen triggered the bombs that were preset in the warehouse and were all bombed into the sky. Huck turned around and said, then guess that the attack on Scott this time is related to the other side. The U.S. government. The men talked about it. It is very likely that the bottom line on the U.S. side is that no lives can appear. Scott did too much that time. After so many police officers have died, how could the U.S. government let him go? Amidst the discussion, a mobile phone rang on the desk of one of his men. When he heard it, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stood up and reported to Hacker, Boss, something has happened to the Tata Hotel. Huck frowned and said, what's the situation? Half an hour ago, there was a gunshot in the hotel. The nearby eyeliner wanted to report, but neither the landline nor the mobile phone can make a normal call. So until now, the guys below have not passed this news up. Trash, in half an hour, even if you use running, you can come and deliver the letter. Huck roared angrily. One of his staff asked carefully, is it necessary to send someone over at the hotel? Nonsense, of course send someone over. No. A middle-aged man in a suit suddenly said, Boss Huck, it's been half an hour, and it's too late to send someone over. Now, the more important thing is here, who can guarantee wouldn't the same thing as Scott happen here? Seeing his most loyal and trusting confidant www.readaloud.com, the anger on Huck's face instantly disappeared. Frowning for a moment, he nodded slowly and said, yes, Bilbom, you are right. It's just a hotel. I can rebuild it any time I want, but here. He sneered, and said humanely to the middle-aged man in the suit, call 2 more teams. The middle-aged man nodded and just wanted to call. Suddenly there was a piercing gunshot outside, followed by the screams of people and the barking of dogs, a noisy movement. Xiaolun is like the governor in Terminator, dually wielding 2 machine guns and shooting frantically at the left and right. The neatly decorated lawn has now become a Shura field, full of dead bodies. As for the sniper on the top of the building, a crossbow arrow shot from nowhere directly penetrated his head. Rambo sighed slightly, drew an arrow, and put it on the bow again. And on the ground in front of him, a row of homemade feather arrows were neatly inserted. Huck's men were stunned. It was not easy for ordinary people to hold a machine gun. However, the man in front of him not only double-held, but also firmly pressed the muzzle, resisting the recoil produced by the shot. The terrible machine gun fire, like a storm, suppressed everyone from raising their heads. Even if someone wants to shoot cold shots occasionally, a feather arrow will always fly silently in the dark, head shots with incomparable precision. The old dog also has a few teeth, not to mention a tough guy like Rambo. Even with grey hair and serious injuries, the battle has deeply penetrated his bones and blood. As long as he wants to kill, he can surely make the enemy blood flow. Shed the last drop of blood. Chapter 52, 10 Smiley Faces. Accompanied by a few screams, a man was covered in blood, flying upside down from the air, and slammed heavily on the French window. Huck and the others were so scared that they hurriedly stepped back a few steps. Looking at the blood-stained floor-to-ceiling window, the figure of a strange man gradually emerged. Xiaolun is like a demon who climbed up from hell, his body exuding visible gunpowder smoke, carrying a thick and long machine gun in his hand, and walking to the French window step by step. Looking at the terrified Huck and others in the room, Xiaolun smiled slightly, stretched out his hand on the blood stain on the floor-to-ceiling window, and drew a big smiling face. Then, draw a cross on the cheek of the smiling face. Looking at the weird cross smiling face on the window, everyone felt that the back of their heads was swishing. Suddenly, Bill Baum, the man in the suit, yelled, "Damn it, I remembered who this guy is. Quickly, contact Scott immediately and tell him that the man wanted by the Gabriel family is here." Huck was taken aback, and quickly took out a photo from his pocket, and carefully compared it with Sharon. Sure enough, he killed Zach. Said, he drew his pistol and aimed at Sharon. And Sharon outside the window also raised his machine gun and aimed it at Huck and others. Compared with the thick and large machine gun in Sharon's hand, the small pistols of Huck and others are not enough. Wow, Zayat! Bill Baum grabbed Huck and dragged him directly to the ground. At the same time, the machine gun in Xiaolun's hand roared, and the blasted bullets turned into a torrent, hitting the French window in an instant. Even if it is bulletproof glass, under the 7.62 mm military bullet, at the speed of fire of the machine gun, the 3 mm thick bulletproof glass barely lasted for a second before being shot out. Hole! Withdraw, withdraw quickly! Bill Baum is indeed Huck's most loyal subordinate, braving the stray bullets flying above his head, dragging Huck to the inner room. Take the boss to the safe room, you, go to contact Scott, call for support. Other people follow me, and I must prevent that guy from entering the house. With the mainstay, the other talents settled down a little bit. Several strong bodyguards set up Huck and rushed to the back room. The other bodyguards, under the leadership of Bill Baum, hid behind the bunker and fought back at Sharon. It's a pity that the bulletproof glass that has been riddled with holes, although it can't stop Sharon's machine gun, can easily block their pistol bullets. This is nothing. What's more terrifying is that the shelter that Bill Baum and the others are looking for is not as strong as bulletproof glass. Don't be fooled by the plots of movies and TV shows. Some cars, tables, or even corpses can block bullets by hiding behind them. In fact, an ordinary rifle bullet can easily penetrate 3 cars stuffed with cotton newspapers. Bill Baum saw with his own eyes a wall of 2 men who hid behind and were beaten into briquettes by stray bullets. Then he lay in the corner for the first time, not even daring to lift his head. Fortunately, this terrible fire suppression consumes ammunition extremely. In just 10 seconds, the machine gun in Sharon's hand was completely misfired. No bullets. Bill Baum was taken aback, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Hurry up, get on at this time, and kill him." The other surviving bodyguards got up one after another, and then they saw in horror that Xia Lun raised the machine gun that had been shot out, and slammed it against the glass window. The French window that was swept by the machine gun and resembling a spider's web crashed to pieces. Then, among the shards of glass flying in the sky, Xia Lun strode into the room, with the indomitable momentum he carried, and the shocking Bilbom had forgotten to shoot. After Xia Lun walked 7 or 8 steps into the room, Bilbom and others reacted. But before they raised their pistols, the machine gun in Sharon's hand flew over like a cannonball, smashing the head of a bodyguard. Immediately after, Xia Lun drew his gun, aimed and fired in an incredible way. Papa papa! 3 shots, the heads of the 3 bodyguards blossomed, and they fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 4 of his companions were killed, and the others were so scared that they had no time to take aim, so they pulled the trigger frantically at Xia Lun. However, Xia Lun's figure flashed before disappearing before their eyes. Bilbom was taken aback, and then shouted, "Be careful, he is on the floor." Before the words fell, Xia Lun lay on his back on the floor and quickly slid over. At the moment of passing through the door, he fired several shots and knocked down the bodyguards hiding behind the wall. Bilbom swallowed and looked around blankly. Except for him, everyone else had been killed by Sharon's gun. Seeing the stunned middle-aged uncle, Xia Lun stood up slowly and slowly changed the magazine, while asking, "Look at what you look like, you have to be a boss here, right? Just tell me. Where did Huck's grandson hide? I will spare your life." Bilbom swallowed a few times, pressed his fingers on the trigger several times, and finally he said, "Really?" Xia Lun smiled slightly, "Of course, I am a police detective." In the basement safety room of Huck's mansion, Huck threw the landline to the ground, then picked up the phone and pressed the button frantically. "What's the matter? Damn it, there is no signal at all. What is going on?" Suddenly there were a few rapid gunshots from the monitor on the side. Huck turned his head and saw the 2 bodyguards guarding outside the safe room fell. After a while, Bilbom appeared in the picture blankly. Behind him, followed the black-haired young man who was slaughtering everywhere. "Fack? That fellow Bilbom betrayed me." Huck's eyes widened. www.readaloud.com. Outside the door of the security room, Bilbom turned his head and cautiously said to Shellen, "This is it." Xia Lun picked his chin, "Open it." Bilbom smiled bitterly, "No one can open it without a password and fingerprint. Please, I can only take you here." "Well, I'm the one who talks, now you can roll." Sharon waved his hand, and Bilbom ran out panicked as if he was amnesty. However, as soon as he turned the corner, a feather arrow flew out suddenly, passing directly through his eye sockets, and nailing it to the wall. "I'll let you go, but I didn't say anyone else." Xia Lun shrugged and patted the alloy door in front of him, "Then the question now is how to open this thing." It's okay, it's okay." Huck murmured while looking at the monitor nervously, "I am a safety door imported from Germany, electromagnetically closed, automatically locked, and the latest upgraded anti-theft technology, even with explosives. It's impossible to explode." A beautiful and seductive woman suddenly appeared in the screen, holding a notebook in her hand, and started to play against the code lock on the door. Huck suddenly felt bad, and before he rushed over, he stuck the door with a table and chair. Hearing only a few puffs of air pressure leaks, the heavy alloy door slowly dodges aside. "Made in Germany, American chips," Monica put away the computer and said triumphantly, "Don't these idiots know that the US government likes to add backdoors to systems and chips?" Boom! Xia Lun threw a flash bomb into the door. After a while, he walked in easily and interrupted the limbs of Huck, who was in a dizzy state. Chapter 53, Hack. When Huck opened his eyes, he was horrified to find that he was hung upside down on the chandelier on the roof and fixed in a cross shape. Before he could react, a deep bone marrow-like pain came from his limbs, which made him scream involuntarily. "Oh, you woke up? Well, you have good physical fitness. I woke up so fast." Xia Lun tied the last knot, walked over with a slap, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the show is about to go on stage." "You bastard, bastard!" Huck uttered a series of unbearable words, but it was a pity that Xiaolun couldn't understand what he was saying. Instead, Monica on the side couldn't stop, picked up the vase on the side and patted Huck directly on the head. "Calm down, beauty, don't be so impulsive." Xiaolun hurriedly stopped Monica. "This kind of behavior is not in line with your aura, besides, you killed him, and the one behind is about to go crazy." Was smashed so much, Huck woke up instead. As the saying goes, heroes don't suffer from immediate losses. How can one not bow their heads under the eaves? Although Huck hasn't read much since he was a child, he has never heard of similar words, but as the gang boss, he still knows the truth. So Huck immediately changed his tone, and said pitifully to Xiaolun, "This brother, we have no grievances and no grudges. My Thumb family has never troubled your excellency. As long as you let me go today, no matter how much money I can hear you, and a woman, I can find any woman you want, as long as you can spare my life." Xiaolun blinked, and looked at Monica suspiciously. What did this grandson say? Monica curled her lips. "What else can you say? Please forgive me. After that, as long as you let him go, the money and the woman are yours." Xiaolun laughed, squatted down, and patted Huck's cheek lightly with a pistol. "Don't beg for mercy, I'm just helping. The real debtor is behind you," said. Xiaolun flashed aside. Then Huck saw a white male with grey hair but still tall and strong, holding a bow and limping in from the door. Huck was a little confused, because he was standing upside down. He didn't recognize Rambo for a while. Until Rambo squatted down, let him see the cross scar on his face. "It's you." Huck's whole body was shaken, and he looked at Rambo incredulously. "You were from that night, you really didn't die?" "Yes, I'm not dead, I'm back from hell," Rambo said slowly in Spanish. "Now I want to return everything that Dora has encountered, completely, bit by bit. Give you." As he said, Rambo took out Dora's photo and showed it in front of Huck's eyes. "Of course, when doing all this, I will be Dora's noodles." Looking at the smiling young girl in the photo, and then at the expressionless Rambo, Huck's body trembled uncontrollably. He knew very well in his heart that he would not be able to live tonight. When Zacharick put a knife on Rambo's face that day, he was there. And he ordered everything to do to the girl Dora. New grudges and old grudges, it's a good thing to be able to ask for a happy one. But Huck was unwilling in his heart. He was the boss of the Tum family, and he controlled the entire Sangzi city. In time, he will be the next Gabriel family. What's more, which gang doesn't have such a thing as a prostitute? Why are you fighting so hard? Why can't you bear it like the other untouchables, and accept your own destiny honestly? Huck earned his flushing eyes and stared at Rambo. Rambo didn't talk any more nonsense. After putting Dora's picture on Huck's forehead, he took a knife and started cutting Huck's face. He wants to engrave a big cross on both cheeks of Huck. The screams echoed in the room, and Monica moved her neck uncomfortably, and said in a low voice, "Time is tight, I can kill him with a single knife." Xiaolun played with a pistol and said casually, "Okay, you go and talk to that tough guy." Looking at Rambo, who was working on Huck like a flower, Monica swallowed. "Forget it, don't bother him." Huck had just planned to pretend to be a tough guy. Yes, even if he screamed in pain, it wouldn't be a shame as long as he kept yelling, right? But just 2 minutes later, when Rambo was about to cut his belly, Huck couldn't hold it anymore. His nose and tears flowed miserably. "No, please, give me a good time." "Yes, you are not. Have you always wanted to know who sold me that girl? I can tell you, just please give me a happy one, ah ah ah." Rambo put the tip of the knife on Huck's heart, and said solemnly, "I promise you, as long as you name that person." "Scott!" Huck yelled. The girl was pulled into the bar run by Scott at first, and then she was smitten by them before she sold it to me. Looking at Rambo, who was still expressionless, Huck said in horror, "What I said is true. Please, you promised." Before Huck could finish, Rambo stabbed him hard in the heart. Huck made a chuckling sound in his throat, accompanied by a large amount of blood pouring from his nostrils and mouth. He was completely breathless. "Scott!" Rambo stood up and said to Shellen, "www.readaloud.com, you can go, the next thing will have nothing to do with you." Xiaolun punched directly and knocked Rambo to the ground. "Listen to you, is it human? Now it has nothing to do with us. Fart, I'll take care of this matter." Monica looked at Rambo, who was sitting on the ground with her nose in her hands, and shook her head. "Although I understand your feelings, what you said just now was indeed a bit hurtful. I apologize." Rambo stood up and reached out to Sharon, former Green Beret specialist, John Rambo. Sharon shook his rough big hand. "Sharon, special agent of NIA." Monica also stretched out her hand. "Monica, the former intelligence officer of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Xiaolun looked at Monica in surprise. "What you told me was my real name." Monica shrugged. "Of course, is it the same as you? Liar." Xiaolun laughed, looked around and said, "The Tum family left us a lot of good things. Let's pack up and let Scott's bald head try it. I have seen a good thing a long time ago." Rambo looked outside. Lying in the courtyard full of corpses, and an armored vehicle was parked diagonally. On top of the armored vehicle, there is also a heavy machine gun. So 2 hours later, Scott's house had just settled down. When most of the guards and bodyguards were already in deep sleep, an armored vehicle roared in. An elderly tough guy with a red ribbon on his forehead is controlling the heavy machine gun and shooting frantically around him. Seeing those gang members like rice under a sickle, with blood bursting all over, falling one by one to the ground, Rambo felt a little regretful in his heart. This heavy machine gun would be fine if it was replaced with an anti-aircraft gun. Chapter 54, Die Before Leaving the Teacher. Scott felt like he was going crazy. "What's the situation? I just sent away a wave of attacks, and I haven't slept well yet, but there was another wave. What do you take me for? Is it a public toilet? Come as you want, leave as you want." Scott, holding a small pistol and wearing only a pair of underwear, curled up in the corner of the wall, carefully opened the curtain and looked out. Seeing an armored vehicle rampage in the courtyard wantonly, massacring his men on a large scale, Scott wanted to cry without tears. He is a new gang in the border area, and he has not recruited many men, let alone able to fight. As a result, those subordinates were almost killed and wounded in the first wave of attacks. The only thing left now is his confidant, and I will be reimbursed for all my eyes. Fortunately, I still have support. At the thought of support, Scott felt like a knife in his heart again. The elite killers of the Gabriel family, TMD, is a group of uncles, no, a group of ancestors. Because there were casualties among them in the first wave of attacks, and because they couldn't even leave the body of the opponent, these elite killers of the Gabriel family went crazy. This is a bitter Scott, and it is sending money in a woman. If it wasn't for his wife's old age, Scott would have liked to contribute his wife. But even so, Scott still sent his sister out, and casually caught up with his just 16-year-old daughter, so as to calm the grumpy uncles. Now Scott can only pray for his sister and daughter, not to serve those uncles too comfortably, so that they don't have the strength to get up from the bed now. Scott thinks too much. The dozen or so big men are not ordinary gang fighters, but they are all former special soldiers from various countries who have gone through rigorous military training. Although life has indeed fallen a lot after joining the Gabriel family, he still maintains a very high level of vigilance. So at the same moment the armored vehicles rushed into the manor, they all got up one after another, took up their weapons, and were ready for battle. It is a pity that when they just rushed out of their residence, they looked up and saw a person standing on the top of the opposite wall, carrying a black, round, long, and thick cylinder, looking around. This person is Xiaolun. He was worried that he could not find the target to shoot. He looked at a group of big men who rushed out of a small building with guns, and a shot was directed at the small building apart from anything else. Tekken, the German Hasig company developed during World War II. It is an anti-tank rocket launcher known as Tank Killer, but it is more used to fight helicopters and attack fortresses. After all, it has a louder slogan RPG. Although the official production has been discontinued in name, in fact this kind of rocket launcher with a large volume and high-cost performance is still active on the battlefields of all sizes around the world. Even if he is a gang, he still loves this thing. For example, the former leader of the Tum family, the carry handle of Sangzi City and surrounding towns and slums, and the lover who likes to be carved by human bodies Huck, also collected several. Happened to be all cheap to Xiaolun. These elites of the Gabriel family, former special forces from various countries, just came out of the room and saw a ball of fire flying towards them. With the sound of "fack," the small building exploded. Looked at the upper half of the small building shrouded in flames, and then at the few big men who jumped off the second floor when the explosion happened. Xiaolun drew another ammunition from behind, inserted it into the cylinder, and then sent another round to the first floor of the small building. He died before he got out of the teacher, and it made the hero tears full of tears. More than a dozen elites of the Gabriel family, who opened up their postures, posed their styles, and laid out their positions, how could they withstand the attack of hundreds of ordinary soldiers, but they were so confused that they were wiped out by Xiaolun with 2 RPGs. This shows what? This fully shows that the gangsters did not end well. Is this done? Xiaolun still has some ideas, but he is carrying 3 shells on his back. In the end, only 2 shots were fired, and the battle ended. Listening to the gunfire on Rambo's side, it gradually weakened. It is estimated that this old tough guy can basically kill almost everything. So uphold the principle of not wasting. Xiaolun drew the last cannonball and raised his hand to the burning building. With a bang, the small building completely collapsed. There were still a few elites who avoided the 2 RPG explosions and were desperately moving outwards. As a result, with Sharon's frenzied 3rd RPG, they were completely buried under the ruins of the small building. Looking at the fire outside the window, Scott's face turned pale. He knew very well that all the hope he had imagined had been buried in that sea of fire. Soon, Scott heard gunshots in the villa where he lived, and it was clear that the enemy had invaded the villa. Scott clenched his pistol. The elites of the Gabriel family were all annihilated, and the wine and rice bags under his hand were even more useless. As expected, in the past 10 minutes, the door of his bedroom was kicked open from the outside. Scott used the bed as a cover and fired several shots at the door. It's a pity that there was no one outside the door, but the glass window behind him shattered, and a figure flew in the air, kicking Scott from the side of the bed to the other side of the bed. The little gang is the little gang, it's much easier than Huck's side. Xiaolun moved his neck www.readaloud.com strode forward, picked up Scott, who had been kicked by him, forcibly pulled out from the window, and threw it on the lawn outside. Then Rambo replaced Monica from the driving position, drove the armored car himself, and ran over Scott with a roar. Listening to the creak under the wheels, Monica turned pale and got into Xiaolun's arms. Xiaolun patted her back gently, and asked warmly, "How about waiting for the braised pork to go back?" Although Monica didn't know what kind of dish braised pork was, she couldn't help but rushed to the side and threw up when she only needed the word meat. Xiaolun smirked, and Rambo drove an armored car covered with red and white things, and slowly stopped in front of him. "Okay, everything is up, it's time to go." "You can go, you have to change the car, driving this thing is too conspicuous." Xiaolun pointed to the garage not far away. "I just saw a few Hummers parked over there, they look pretty good." The walkie-talkie in this fashion car suddenly rang. "Someone, help!" With a murmur, communication was interrupted. The expressions of Xiaolun and Rambo went cold in an instant. They heard it. And it was Zelaya who was calling. These two evil spirits just pushed two gangs' nests and killed at least 100 militants. This is not enough, I didn't expect someone to send it to the door now. Xiaolun rolled over the car, and Kacha put the heavy machine gun on again. And Rambo kicked the accelerator, and the armored car roared and rushed out like a mad beast. Monica, who was vomiting while holding on to the wall, stared blankly at the back of the armored car in the distance. I wipe, two big brothers, have you forgotten something? Chapter 55, The Flood Washed the Dragon King Temple. Kiki squatted in the back of the pickup truck and looked closely at Alejandro, who was still in a coma. After a while, she said, Matt, Sandro is okay, but her mouth was opened, drinking may leak in the future. In the cab, he restrained Zelaya's Matt, without looking up, look at her, I'll go to Scott's side. Kiki poked her head from behind and looked at Zelaya, who was pressed by Matt in her seat. Sandro has been treated well, and she is probably her own. My own person. Matt sneered, in such a ghost place, can there be a person we trust? Don't forget why Sandro became like this, not because of the so-called own person. But... Kiki opened her mouth, but in the end she couldn't say anything. As soon as they turned over and got into the cab, Matt and Kiki heard a deafening engine roar, and they quickly approached from far to near. Matt and Kai-Chi were surprised, and quickly drew their guns and aimed them outside the car. But they were greeted by a rain of bullets. The 12.7 mm armor-piercing bullets equipped with the terrible heavy machine gun passed by the pickup truck and interrupted the nearby trees. Listen to the people in the pickup truck. I'll give you 5 seconds to hand in your gun and surrender, otherwise you will end up just like the trees next to you. Sharon held a trumpet and roared carelessly. The small forest hiding the pickup truck was flattened by a machine gun, and Matt and Kiki looked at the scenery outside the forest dumbfounded. Damn, where did this armored car come from? There is also the heavy machine gun above. Are the gangs in Mexico so awesome these years? Are all equipped with this kind of equipment? What kind of gang? You can directly become a warlord. 5, 4. Sharon, regardless of the dumbfounded Matt duo in the pickup truck, directly shouted the countdown. Matt. Kiki's voice trembled a little. 3, 2. Matt swallowed and squeezed the trigger several times to relax. 1. And many more. Matt threw the gun out of the car window and raised his hands. Rambo got out of the armored car, held his gun, limped and drove towards Pi, and said coldly, Get off. Matt got out of the car slowly, and said in a deep voice, Listen, buddy, this is just a misunderstanding. Which gang are you? Maybe we are still our own. Rambo did not reply, waved his muzzle, signaled Kai-Chi in the cab to also come down, then asked, Zelaya, how are you? Zelaya panted heavily and screamed, Don't shoot, Rambo, these two people are the same as the man lying in the back of the car. Rambo's expression remained unchanged, he still pointed his gun at Matt, and said coldly, Frankly explain, who are you guys? Are you a group? Matt's eyes turned suspiciously from Rambo and Zelaya, You saved Alessandro? Are you from the Thumb family? My buddy, your news should be updated. Xiaolun wandered over with a gun in his hand, The Thumb family's nest has been destroyed in 2 hours. It's you. Matt's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Xiaolun who appeared in amazement. Yes, it's me. But, who are you? I remember the beauty next to me, but I don't remember your appearance. Matt was very anxious, and hurriedly covered his chin with his hand. Beard, don't you remember, there was a beard sticking to my face at the time. Xiaolun laughed, patted Rambo's arm, motioned him to put down the gun, and said, We really rushed into the Dragon King temple, and we hit our own people, what? You don't understand? It doesn't matter, that is an allegorical sentence. I say this just to express my knowledge level, which is a little bit higher than you. Everyone. Okay, don't be poor, Rambo asked Matt in a deep voice. "You haven't answered the question I just asked." Matt said helplessly, "We are the U.S. Federal Special Squad. We were ordered to sneak into Mexico secretly and capture the gang leader Scott." Rambo raised his eyebrows and glanced at each other with Xiaolun. Xiaolun coughed dryly and said, Does it have to be captured alive?" Matt was taken aback, and a faint feeling suddenly passed through his heart. A few minutes later, everyone returned to the still-burning Scott Manor. As soon as Xiaolun got out of the car, he flew over with one foot. "You two bastards, you left me alone. Do you know what Liangxiangziyu is?" Xiaolun flashed slightly to the side, and Monica kicked the armored car sadly, clutching her ankle and wailing to the ground. No one cares about the beauty who fell on the ground, because everyone's eyes were attracted by a mutilated corpse. Xiaolun stretched his hands. "That's all there is. Do you see any value?" Matt squatted down beside the corpse, and said helplessly, "This is the end of the matter, it can only be this way." As he said, he took out his phone and took several photos of Scott's body, then turned his head and said to Kiki, "Go find a plastic bag, let's take our heads back." Xiaolun curled the corners of his lips. "Isn't it? You all speak so hard." Matt shrugged. "No way, this is requested by the big people above. Maybe after taking it back, it will be displayed in their office." With the addition of Matt and Kiki, Xiaolun and others cleaned up faster. 2 Hummer vehicles were replaced, and Dora and Alessandro, who were in a coma, were moved into the vehicle. Returned to the place where Matt's team was stationed, and moved the bodies of the wounded and sacrificed team members into the car. After everything was prepared, everyone drove on the road, preparing to return to the United States. On the way, after Matt's introduction, Sharon and others knew about the mission of Matt's team. www.readaloud.com. It turned out that a few months ago, Kiki's anti-drug team raided a residential house and ended up on the wall of the residential house. Inside, more than a dozen corpses were found. Later, during a larger-scale search, a police officer accidentally touched the trap in the basement and detonated the bomb that was set in advance, and a wave almost killed the Kiki team. The angry Kiki was selected by the upper hand, joined Matt's team, began to detect the black hand behind the scenes, and finally locked the target on Scott's head. However, Scott has always been hiding in Mexico. According to the official procedures, it is difficult to deal with him, so Matt's team was ordered to sneak into Mexico secretly and arrest Scott. Strictly speaking, this is against international law. But when did my country consider this stuff? It's a pity that the plan can't keep up with the changes. After Matt and others infiltrated Mexico, Alessandro, who first came forward to collect intelligence, was sold off the assembly line by himself, and was tortured by Zachrich to extract a confession. He was almost shot in the head. Then, Matt and the others stormed Scott's residence, and the gang of trash who had beaten them cried and called their mothers, and fled in embarrassment. As a result, a group of masked men appeared from nowhere. If Matt hadn't ordered the retreat quickly, I'm afraid they would be made dumplings. After setting up the wounded and sacrificing their companions, Matt and Kiki refused to accept them and prepared to kill another carbine. Then, they met Xiaolun and others. "Since you have planned this secret arrest, you must plan your retreat." Xiaolun frowned. "I can tell you in advance that someone in the country wants to kill this beautiful woman. Don't get to the border soon." We were swept into Hornet's Nest with people and cars. Before the words fell, Matt slammed on the brakes and looked at Monica in surprise. "What's the matter with you?" Chapter 56, Separate. This is the situation. At most, you are besieged by local gangs and corrupt police officers, and I was not only rounded up by the above 2 parties, but also pursued and killed by our own people. Monica said it seemed relaxed, but the bitter smile on her face revealed the fear and tension in her heart. Matt pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "In this case, we must separate." Just as Monica wanted to open her mouth, Matt stretched out her hand and said, "Please listen to me. I am not greedy for life and fear of death, and I will never see death without saving. But I know the quality of the police officers on the border. I passed the border in a fair manner, and I would definitely end up being shot to death indiscriminately. Monica pale. Matt continued, so you can only smuggle, and I will claim to take you with you. Monica was taken aback. You want to cover me? Matt smiled, just as I pay you back to help me kill Scott. Everyone is not an ordinary person, and there are not so many children in love. Now that it has been decided, Sharon and Matt separated immediately. Matt team continued to the border entrance and exit, while Xiaolun and others drove another car towards the desolate desert. Although Matt and the others are playing cover, it is estimated that it will not be too long, so we must enter the country as soon as possible. Rambo spread out the map and leaned over it to observe carefully. Although there are walls on the Momi border, not all paragraphs are wooden walls. There are still many places separated by iron railings. Let's just drive it away with a car and force it. It's okay to break in. No, Monica stopped. Those iron railings are traps with hidden sensors inside. Once someone breaks through, the country will immediately receive an alert. Shellen looked at the long border between Mexico and the United States on the map. After thinking for a long time, he slowly said, Zelaya, stop, I need to make a call. Zelaya, who has been in charge of driving, even though I don't know what Sharon meant, he still found a relatively secluded hill and parked the car. Xiaolun picked up the satellite phone in the car and dialed a certain number. Sergeant Lei, this is Xiaolun. Was knocking on Erlang's leg, and Lei, who was drinking coffee, laughed. Thank you, Agent, it feels great to hear your voice again. Shut up, I seem to be dead when you say that. Xiaolun laughed and cursed, are you talking now? Lei raised his eyebrows, you wait a moment. He quickly got up, closed the door of his office, and said, please tell me. What I want to ask is, has the bridge that Edmund built has been demolished? It was supposed to be demolished, but it was stopped by the mayor. Now that the bridge has been fenced, it has become a more famous tourist attraction nearby. Lei smiled and said, you have time to come and see, we will take a photo together there. I have time now, Xiaolun said solemnly, it's just that I have to go to your side from the opposite side and keep it confidential, can I? Lei put a smile on his face, lowered his voice and said, are you in Mexico? I see. Lei glanced at the time on his watch and said in a low voice, then you'd better pass at night. There were no tourists at that time, and we were all police officers on duty. I try my best, thank you, Sergeant Lei. I'm seeing you saying this, thanks Agent. Xiaolun hung up the phone, turned his head and said to the other people, okay, inquire clearly, take this path, and ensure that we return to the country unconsciously. Monica blinked blankly, where? This. Sharon pointed on the map, let's go back to Arizona. The distance is not close. It takes at least 20 hours. This has not yet calculated the time for rest and refueling. Rambo frowned, furthermore, it seems to be a natural rift valley here, and there is no way to cross it. Border. You don't know this, right? Xiaolun triumphantly exaggerated his triumphant achievement in the small town of Dingmingtu after deleting the plot of Xiaoko. Looking at the stiff expressions of Rambo and others at last, Xiaolun said with a weird smile, with this heavenly road, we cross the border and return to the country, it is simply a piece of cake. Celaya stammered a little, you took the eldest son of the Gabriel family back and beaten you to a fool. Rambo nodded admiringly, then you dare to enter Mexico alone. Monica murmured, no wonder Scott and the others, looking for us like a mad dog, it was because of you. Xiaolun touched his nose, don't look at me so admiringly, I will be proud if this goes on. Such shameless words, even a tough guy like Rambo could not help but roll his eyes. I'm sorry, thanks, I can't follow you that way. Rambo shook his head, Dora is in very bad condition. I am worried that something will happen in the end. I hope she can see her grandma for the last time, so I have to cut corners and rush back. The farm where I live. Are you sure? Xiaolun frowned. Once Matt's side is exposed, those people will most likely turn their attention to you. At that time, they will most likely target you. Exactly, Rambo's cross-engraved face showed a cruel hideousness. I will entertain those scumbags for you. Okay, www.readaloud.com. Since you are determined, then I won't say more. Xiaolun shook hands with Rambo vigorously. Then I wish you a good journey. Salaya said, but we only have this car. We drove away. What do you do? Xiaolun got out of the car and smiled and said, what are you afraid of? A living person can still suffocate urine. It's close to the border, so you can just grab one. Before Xiaolun could finish speaking, there was the sound of a car engine in the distance. After a while, a red coupe without a license plate drove over. Accompanied by a harsh brake sound, the trot stopped steadily. The window of the car fell, and a beautiful blonde woman poked her head out and said enthusiastically in English, "What's the matter? Is the car broken down? Do you need a ride?" Everyone looked at this blonde beauty warily. Only Xiaolun showed a bright smile and nodded, "Okay." As he said, he dragged Monica off the car and said to Rambo, "Okay, let's go, we are in this beautiful woman's car." Rambo moved his lips, wanting to warn Xiaolun a few words. But looking at Xiaolun's weird eyes, and recalling his skill, Rambo swallowed the words that were in his throat, nodded heavily at Xiaolun, and told Zelaya to drive away. Seeing that Rambo's car had been driving away, Xiaolun turned around and smiled at the blonde beauty. "My name is Jilun Zhou, this is my girlfriend Bula Kui, this time I really trouble you, beauty." In Monica's dumbfounded expression, the blonde beauty stretched out her scarlet lilac tongue, licked her lips teasingly, and winked at Xiaolun, "You're welcome. Just call me Tina. P.S. Do you know where this beauty comes from? The next chapter will be announced. Chapter 57, Border Explosion. Matt revealed his real ID, and said to the border police of the United States who came to check, "A little tired, Federal Special Squad, it should have notified you." The border police carefully checked Matt's ID before he picked up the walkie-talkie on his shoulder and asked a few words. After getting the answer, he nodded and said, "Thanks, sir, but please drop all the windows and open the trunk. We need to check." Matt said angrily, "Did you not hear clearly? We belong to the Federal Special Forces, and we have inspection immunity. If your inspection delays our time and causes the mission to fail, can you afford it?" The border guard did not show any weakness. "Sorry, sir, I have been temporarily notified that there may be a terrorist attack here, and the alert level has been raised. No matter who comes, security checks are required, even if the president is in person." Matt snorted, and reluctantly dropped all the car windows. At this time, another border policeman walked to the car driven by Kuki, looked at the body covered with clothes inside, and asked in a deep voice, "What is that?" "What?" Kai Chi suddenly opened a piece of clothing, revealing an iron and twisted face underneath. "This is my comrade in arms, a warrior who died for the country. I will take them home. Do you have any comments?" The border policeman was taken aback by the appearance of the corpse. He staggered back 2 steps, and then became a little bit angry. Wanting to check more closely, he hesitated, looking at Kai Ki's angry expression and the deadly corpse. Although they have never known each other and are not in the same organization, the other party is loyal to the country after all. Compare your heart to your heart, and you don't want to be so humiliated after death, right? Just when the border police hesitated, something seemed to happen behind the convoy, and there was a rapid shout in the intercom. The border guards breathed a sigh of relief, and while waving to signal Matt and the others to leave quickly, they ran to the rear at a quick pace. Matt sighed slightly and drove Kuki quickly away from the security checkpoint. But when they drove 50 meters away from the security checkpoint, they were about to enter the highway. An approaching van exploded, and the Hummer driven by the two Matters was lifted off. A huge fireball with a diameter of 5 meters rose into the air. The huge shock wave even shattered the glass at the security checkpoint. Just as the sirens sounded loudly and amidst a wailing sound, a man curled up in the office of the security checkpoint sent a text message that had already been compiled. This text message that seems to be composed of meaningless numbers, the translated content is just 2 very simple letters, OK. After finishing the work, the man seemed to be OK. He rushed out of the office and began to command loudly to save people and put out the fire. Looked back to Xiaolun's side. Monica was sitting in the back seat of the red coupe angrily. She didn't react at all, and Xiaolun was stuffed into the car abruptly. And Xiaolun, sitting in the passenger seat, leaning on the seat like the street, his eyes do not live on Tina's wonderful figure. This Tina is not only beautiful, she is also very hot, and her key dress is also very bold. 2 small straps hung the dress, revealing smooth jade shoulders and bottomless career lines. Under the miniskirt barely covering the hips, 2 long, straight and thin thighs stretched out, almost all of Xiaolun's eyes were hooked out. Bah, man! Monica looked at the appearance of Xiaolun's pig brother, and spit in her heart secretly. This woman was not a good thing at first glance, but this guy Xiaolun got into someone's car even indiscriminately, and pulled a piece of himself. Furthermore, Monica thought that she was not inferior to this woman, but why Xiaolun never looked at herself with such a look? Is it because I wear too much? Monica lowered her head and glanced at the majestic mountains that she was different from ordinary people, and coughed dryly, as if she casually stretched out her hand to cover her mouth and yawned, but untied the top button of her short-sleeved shirt. Tina Beauty, your car is really good, with great horsepower, strong shock absorbers, and a very cool look. Xiaolun exclaimed, and he reached out and stroked the handlebar, and after a while, he touched Tina's smooth thigh. Tina just smiled for Sharon's hands and feet, without any resistance, even slightly separated her thighs. Xiaolun smiled more evilly, it's just that this car doesn't have a car logo. I don't know what brand it is. I modified it myself. Tina smiled and said, but it took me a lot of effort, and it took a lot of time to find various parts. Not bad, really good. Speaking, Xiaolun patted Tina's thigh twice, not knowing whether he was complimenting the car or the feel. Tina pursed her lips, actually, the best thing about my car is the front engine. I didn't blow it, it's absolutely unique, and there is no second one in the world. Really? Xiaolun said with a smile, when I have the opportunity, I must carefully observe and learn. You don't need to wait for a chance, just do it now. Tina squeezed her mouth, the warning light is on, the oil has reached the bottom, it's time to come on. As he said, Tina stopped the car slowly and raised her eyebrows at Xiaolun teasingly, my car has a special refueling position. I need to open the front cover and refuel directly into the engine. Mr. Jerun, would you like to help? Extremely happy. Watching Tina and Xiaolun both get out of the car www.readaloud.com, Monica reluctantly closed her eyes, cursing the dog and the man and woman viciously in her heart. It's a pity that Monica closed her eyes and sat in the car, and the front cover was lifted, so she couldn't see what was happening outside. Beauty, your engine is very unique. Xiaolun chuckled his tongue and looked at the weird-looking engine in front of him. Countless gears flew around, like a mouthful of fangs, between one and one, exuding a pungent smell of blood. That's right, the smell of blood. Sharon even saw the muscles stuck on the gears of the engine. Handsome guy, how about my engine? Tina threw herself into Xiaolun's arms like a girlfriend in love, followed by her, and there was an iron drill in her hand. I imagined that the sound of the iron drill penetrating the muscles did not appear, but the iron drill seemed to hit some hard object, and could no longer move forward a single minute. Tina was startled and looked down. I saw a big hand held tightly on the iron drill. No matter how hard I tried, the iron drill was as if welded to death, unable to move half a minute. I think you have a special ability, but I didn't expect that the power is about the same as ordinary people. The gentle smile on Xia Lun's face looked like a devil's smile in Tina's eyes. From Xia Lun's arms, there was a force that couldn't tolerate her resistance, and the iron rod pierced Tina's throat fiercely. Then Xia Lun raised Tina with one hand and stuffed her head down into the constantly expanding and closing engine. Along with a crisp sound of broken bones, a cloud of blood rose up into the sky. P.S. Tina comes from the first episode of the first season of the American TV series Hurricane on the Blood. Chapter 58, Feel Dizzy. The flames at the security checkpoint have been extinguished, and a corpse was carried out and placed on the side of the road, covered with white cloth. A man in a white coat and mask was talking on his mobile phone. No, confirmed, the target is not inside. Well, don't worry, everyone else is dead, there is no life. After hanging up the phone, the man turned his head and looked at the corpses again, sighed silently and dialed another number. Sir, the good news is that Scott is dead. I found his head in the wreckage. Bad news. Yes, Matt and them all sacrificed. Don't worry, sir, I will check carefully, and I will never let any clues go, and I will never let Matt and their blood flow in vain. New Mexico, on a remote farm near the border. A gray-haired old woman looked at Dora, who was still in a coma with tears in her eyes. My child, how did you become like this? It doesn't matter, you go home, it's safe to go home. Rambo's eye circles are also red, but he knows that it's not the shortest time for the parents, and he said in a deep voice, go to pack your luggage, Norma, you only have 1 hour. 1 hour later, you and Dora will leave here forever, never again. Don't come back. The old woman was taken aback, and then reacted, there are chasing soldiers behind. Rambo did not answer, but said to Zelaya, I'm going to refuel the car, and you will go with her mother when you are done. Zelaya said anxiously, where are you? Rambo didn't turn back and said, I am a soldier, and I should die on the battlefield in the end. My husband died on Iwo Jima, my son died in the rainforest in Vietnam, my daughter also disappeared, only Dora is left. I only have Dora. The old woman murmured, just like this, tightly holding the girl in a coma. In desperation, Zelaya could only force the old woman back to her home and quickly pack her luggage. Zelaya is very fast, and the luggage is almost packed in half an hour. Rambo, who had filled the car with gas, helped them put their luggage in the car, and said apologetically to Zelaya, I'm sorry, Zelaya, I originally promised to take you back to the United States, but didn't thinking of getting you involved in something like this. Zelaya held Rambo's neck, kissed hard, gritted his teeth and said, I believe you will survive. After the two of them are settled, I will definitely come back to find you. Wait for me. After watching the car disappear in front of him, Rambo took a deep breath, his vicissitudes of life shooting out a terrifying murderous intent. Within Mexico, Monica was closing her eyes in the car. She didn't want to see Sharon and Tina. You love me. But suddenly the car started to tremble violently without knowing what was wrong. Monica was startled, and after opening her eyes, she saw an incredible scene. On the driver's seat, red silk threads stretched out from the steering wheel, crossed in the air, and finally condensed into a blonde woman holding the steering wheel. From the look, this woman is Tina. Just how did Tina grow out of the steering wheel? The key is not yet dressed. The resurrected Tina didn't seem to care that she was naked, pushed the door to get out of the car, and walked up to Xia Lun generously, who are you? Xia Lun snorted, and his nosebleeds almost burst out, his eyes fixed on the place he shouldn't be looking at. I should ask you this sentence, right? Who are you, or what? Tina didn't answer, but tried again to Xia Lun. Although she is resurrected, her physical fitness has not been improved at all. So it turned out, a few minutes later, she stood in front of Sharon again. What do you want to do? Seeing that he was not the man's opponent at all, and he didn't pity Xiangziyu at all, and personally stuffed himself into the engine twice, one of which was naked. The man was not soft. So Tina decided to take it softly. I said it a long time ago, just take a ride. Xiaolun shrugged, but now, I want to kill him. Robbery. Tina straightened her chest without fear, and there was a wave of turbulent waves. There is no robbery, the robbery is casual. Children make choices. Adults, I said I want them all. Xiaolun unceremoniously reached out and pinched the red grape that was trembling wildly, causing him to dizzy. From now on, this car and you, it's all mine. Think beautiful, Tina sneered disdainfully. I admit that you are very strong, but unfortunately the strength of my backer is far beyond your imagination. If you don't want to die, you'd better get out. Xiaolun also sneered disdainfully, stretched his hand up the red grape, climbed over the mountains, and finally pinched Tina's neck. Look at my eyes. Tina's horrified expression was reflected in the scarlet eyes like blood. A moment later, Xiaolun dropped Tina and shook his head vigorously, resisting the needle stick headache, and sneered, so your life gate is there. Talking, Xiaolun staggered towards the driver's seat of the car. As for Tina, her pupils are dilated, her expression is dull, her mouth is slightly open, her saliva is flowing out without knowing it, she just curled up all over her body, squatting on the ground shivering. Xiaolun pulled the car door a little laboriously, panted and sat in, pulling out the car key, holding it firmly in his hand, and then let out a long sigh of relief. Monica poked her head from behind. Thank you, what happened just now? What happened to the woman? Don't ask so much nonsense, rub my head quickly. Xiaolun grinned and said www.readwn.com. You are sitting here, weirdly leisurely, but I don't know how much risk I took outside. Looking at Xiaolun's painful expression, Monica guessed that she might have seen something unclean. She stuck her tongue out and didn't dare to talk anymore. She obediently reached out and gave Xiaolun a massage. Don't say, Monica's massage is quite professional, her hands are not too hard, and Xiaolun hums comfortably when she presses her, and her headache is also reduced a lot. At this time, Tina Winonyo walked over and looked at Xiaolun with a look of fear. Seeing the woman who had been resurrected twice came over, Monica gave her a hand and looked at Tina a little nervously. Xiaolun patted Monica's little hand lightly, motioned her to continue, squinted at Tina, and sneered, What? The keys are in my hand. Do you dare to make trouble with me? Tina shook her head with a pale face. Naturally I dare not, but if you do this, that adult will know. Know what? As long as you pay the tribute on time. Xiaolun said nonchalantly, do you still think that big man really cares about you? Don't be kidding. In his eyes, you are just a prop for him to collect souls. It works, then he doesn't care if this Dao has a master. Feeling that his headache has subsided a lot, Xiaolun motioned Monica to sit back, reinsert the car key into the keyhole, and start the car. Then he said to Tina, go change into a nice dress and sit next to me. From now on, you are my exclusive vase. You are only responsible for giving me the eye-catcher, you know. Tina nodded obediently, causing another wave of waves. Xiaolun was dizzy again. What a pity, such a beautiful girl, you can only watch, not touch. P.S. Tina's origin will be explained later. Chapter 59, Tunnel War. As a field survival instructor and a mountain warfare expert, Rambo's life after retirement is of course not just horse riding, fishing, drinking and watching TV. In fact, this tough guy with a heart and a heart, who has nothing to do after retiring, dug an underground maze that extends in all directions like a spider web under his farm. Originally, Rambo dug this tunnel just to vent his extra energy. After all, he is a bachelor. Later, Dora was very interested and often came to help. Rambo was happy, and simply dug according to actual combat, and set aside countless traps in the tunnel. Of course, there was no actual installation, just pretending to be for Dora and her friends to play military exercise games in it. But now, Rambo has activated all those traps. What kind of mines, steel bars, dark arrows, in short, Rambo has installed any damaging weapons. Even 10 kilograms of gasoline was hung on the top of the barn, ready to burn the living at last. When everything is almost done, the sky has gradually darkened. Rambo stood in the window at the top of the barn, looking up at the sunset in the sky. Under the bright red sunlight, he clearly saw 5 black SUVs galloping from a distance. Coming! Rambo turned over and jumped out of the barn, and quickly ran into the tunnel. From the reserved observation hole, staring at the movements of the SUVs. Those 5 SUVs knew that they couldn't hide their tracks on this endless plain. So when they got off the highway, they immediately spread out, forming a semi-encircled circle, and pressed towards Rambo's farm. But Rambo was prepared. When these vehicles were about to rush into the farm, Rambo pressed the detonator in his hand severely. In an instant, 2 fire dragons, one from the left and the other from the right, suddenly rose up, forming a wall of fire with lightning speed to protect the farm. Those SUVs were unprepared. A car rushed too fast and plunged into the fire wall. Under the wall of fire was a layer of trenches that had been covered. The wheels plunged directly into it, and the car and the people burned into a fireball. With the lessons of the previous cars, the 4 cars behind have slammed the brakes. Looking at the wall of fire in front of them, everyone sighed a little. When they were discussing how to put out the fire, one of the cars found that the wall of fire was not completely enclosed, and there was a gap of about 3 meters. The gap was naturally made by Rambo deliberately. He knew that this wall of fire alone could not stop the enemy's invasion. The biggest purpose of this wall of fire is to force the enemy to go through that gap, so that they can receive the gift that they have carefully arranged in the gap. Those enemies are not fools either. They didn't squeeze in a swarm of foolish people, but ordered one person to drive and explore the road first. Then the sad buddy, driving the sad SUV, just passed the gap of the fire wall less than 5 meters away, and soared into the sky. Landmine! The remaining people's eyes widened. What's the situation? Didn't it mean that the target was just a NIA agent, a female intelligence agent without professional military training, plus a bad old man? How did you prepare so well that even the mines came out? The remaining masked militants did not dare to step forward for a while. God knows how many mines are buried inside. So the leader with a ponytail, don't think too much, he is a man, had to contact his superiors for support. But they are idle. Rambo will not be idle. He had considered this situation a long time ago, so he left countless hidden shooting holes outside the farm. These masked people were still sitting in the car and smoking cigarettes. Suddenly a gunshot fired and the head of a masked person sitting in the co-pilot exploded. These masked people are well trained, and the moment their companions are shot, they can determine the direction of the bullet. While firing back, he quickly got out of the car and used the SUV as a shelter. It is a pity that their counterattack is destined to fail, not to mention that the shooting hole hidden on the ground is so small that bullets can't be shot in. It's useless to shoot in, because Rambo turned around and ran away immediately after firing the shot. 2 minutes later, there was another shot, and a masked man clutched his thigh and started howling. The other masked men were shocked, and hurriedly turned their guns, and shot randomly at the empty rear. Bring the car over and make a circle. Under the command of the ponytail, the remaining 3 SUVs barely formed a semicircular line of defense. Unfortunately, this is still useless, because Rambo reserved a shooting hole just behind these masked men. Rambo slowly pulled open the baffle, a pile of sand poured in, and then a fist-sized hole appeared in front of him. He leaned forward to take a look, and he happened to see a huge buttocks twisting at himself. Rambo's cheek twitched slightly, and slowly pushed the muzzle into the shooting hole without aiming, and directly pulled the trigger. With a scream of "woo!" the poor masked man, like a toad, first jumped 2 meters high out of thin air, and then stuck his head on the ground without moving. Only his high-puffed part, like a fountain, is spraying blood out. Underground! Ponytail roared, and simply inserted the gun into the hole of the eye and squeezed the trigger frantically. But Rambo was tempered from the Vietnam War, knowing the truth about changing a place with one shot, and immediately moved after firing a shot. Ponytail also knows that this is of no use at all, but if he continues to stay here, he can't escape the fate of being shot. The only line of defense is to rush in, find the tunnel entrance, enter the tunnel and fight the enemy in street fights. www.readaloud.com. Although that is also very dangerous, it is better than it is now. After all, the Ponytail is also afraid that he will become the next person who gets animal with a gun. Abandoning the injured companions, the remaining 12 masked men climbed into the car in embarrassment. Regardless of the mine ahead, he rushed in through the gap in the wall of fire abruptly. In fact, they really think too much. No matter how good Rambo is, it is impossible to transform his farm into a minefield. He has 2 mines in his hand, one used in the gap and the other in the tunnel. Actually, Rambo wanted to lead the enemy to fight him in a tunnel battle, so when the 3 SUVs rushed to his residence, he lifted the plank at the tunnel entrance and leaned out half of his body to shoot at the enemy. Over there! The SUV turned around and rushed to the vicinity of the entrance. More than a dozen big men filed to get out of the car, lifted the plank very professionally, threw a stun bullet in it, and rushed down. It's a pity that they are professional, and Rambo is even worse than them. The first buddy who explored the way, just walked halfway down the wooden ladder, and suddenly a wooden plank full of steel nails ejected, and it happened to be caught between the buddy's legs. Amid the screams, the man rolled down holding the wooden plank nailed to him, and fell into the sinkhole below without a sound. The Ponytail behind wiped his cold sweat, and continued to urge his hands to rush in. The people behind didn't dare to rush forward, cautiously, step by step, tentatively down. Entered the tunnel and walked forward more than 10 meters. After no accident happened, a masked man in the lead just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. There was a muffled noise suddenly, and a crossbow arrow flew out from nowhere, just piercing his neck. Chapter 60, The Tough Guy Never Looks Back at the Explosion. To be honest, Ponytail doesn't want to go into the tunnel. From just a few confrontations, he knew that the enemy he was facing was definitely not good. But then again, the master behind me is raising them, he didn't want them to deal with good stubbornness. Therefore, within a short period of time, the deaths, injuries, and ponytails of his subordinates can only bite the bullet and make his subordinates attack deep in the tunnel. Then, in less than an hour, they experienced the terrifying experience that the Me Army encountered in the dense forests of Vietnam. The traps, quicksand, hidden arrows, and stumbling horses are all trivial. Rambo didn't know where he got a swarm of poisonous bees and stung 2 people alive. Rambo still kept hiding in the dark and shooting cold shots. He dug the tunnel with his own hands, even if he closed his eyes, he knew how to go. It's a pity that these masked men turned twice, and they couldn't tell the difference between the southeast and the northwest. In the end, under Rambo's intentional guidance, the 5 remaining big men followed closely behind Rambo. Then one of them raised his hand with a shot when he felt that there was nothing in it. Rambo snorted, his figure swayed, but the speed did not change, and he disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. A black object marked "This side" is aimed at the enemy suddenly appeared in front of the crowd, and the Ponytail immediately rushed to the side. It is a pity that the other 4 subordinates did not have such a fast reaction speed, and they were instantly beaten into meat by the shock wave and the iron pieces carried by the shock wave. Damn it! I didn't even see the appearance of the enemy, and my subordinates died tragically one by one, and the Ponytail was almost mad. Even though he was alone, he still held a gun, howling and chasing forward. Is the exit in front of him? Ponytail rushed up with a gun, looked around, and found that he was now in a barn. Before he could react, a feather arrow shot down from the top of his head and directly penetrated the sole of his right foot, pinning it to the ground. Ponytail screamed, raised his gun and shot it randomly. However, another arrow came and pierced his shoulder, causing him to be unable to hold the gun at all. He could only watch the gun fall to the ground. Who? Come out for me! The ponytail vomited blood and screamed desperately. Rambo holding the longbow slowly emerged from the upper floor of the barn, looking coldly at the ponytail pinned underneath. You? An old man? Just yourself. Ponytail looked at Rambo incredulously. Who are you? Rambo didn't speak, but took out the lighter and lit the knot tied to the stake next to him. He sees many people like this, they are all carefully trained dead men. Moreover, even if he could pry open his mouth, he didn't know the detailed information of his master. These people are tools. Regardless of the yelling of the ponytail, Rambo turned and got out of the upper window of the barn, jumped up below, and limped to his place. When he finally reached the second-story building where he lived, the barn not far away exploded and turned into a raging flame. Rambo, like the tough guys in all movies, never looks back at the explosion. Instead, he hurriedly opened the door and took out a bottle of beer from the refrigerator in the living room. Then slowly walked out of the door, and slowly sat on the recliner at the door. After taking a sip of beer, he let out a long breath. The blood leached from under his clothes and fell to the ground bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, I only took a sip of the beer bottle, gently slipped from my hand, and fell into the pool of blood under the reclining chair. Sharon still speeding in the Mexican wilderness, suddenly a system prompt sounded in his mind. The last drop of blood case is solved, 50 experience points and 20 points are awarded. Xia Lun's heart sank. He had a hunch that something must have happened on Rambo's side, otherwise he would not be prompted to solve the case. With such a small reward, Xia Lun is a little bit uncertain about what Rambo is now. Although he doesn't believe that tough guys like Rambo will die, after all, this is the real world, not a personal hero movie. In addition, Rambo is already injured. Once he is besieged by the enemy, the consequences are unimaginable. Xia Lun sighed and patted the steering wheel hard. Monica sitting behind was taken aback, and looked at Tina in the passenger seat warily. Thank you, what's the matter? Is this woman trying to make trouble? Nothing, Xia Lun gritted his teeth, I'm just worried about Rambo and them. Monica hesitated, should we call them? Xia Lun shook his head, what if we reveal our whereabouts? The sacrifices Rambo and Matt made for us are not wasted. Monica's expression dimmed, I killed everyone. Fart, Xia Lun yelled, and Monica shuddered, if you talk nonsense like this, I will throw you out of the car. Do you think everyone did it for you? Beautiful, they are for those innocent girls, for the sake of heaven, for justice, not for you alone, have you heard clearly? Monica's lips trembled slightly, and tears appeared in a pair of beautiful eyes. After a while, she nodded heavily. Since Sharon completely took control of the Scarlet sports car, the original owner, Tina, has been sitting in the passenger seat, expressionless and motionless. If it weren't for breathing, Monica still thought she was a plastic dummy. But since Sharon ignores Tina, Monica is too lazy to be nosy. Drove this weird sports car that doesn't burn gasoline, and continued to speed through the uninhabited Mexican wilderness for an hour, and a slender canyon finally appeared in front of Sharon. After driving along this rift for nearly an hour, Xia Lun finally saw the pontoon bridge across the gorge www.readaloud.com and came to the opposite side of the pontoon bridge. Xia Lun only saw the center of the temporary iron bridge. At that time, an iron gate was added. Xia Lun stopped the car, pulled out the car key after turning off the engine, put it in her pocket, and told Monica to stay in the car carefully before stepping onto the iron bridge. A beam of light suddenly lit up across the iron gate, and Xia Lun couldn't open his eyes. But soon the beam moved away, and a familiar man's voice sounded, "Oh my God, thank you, you finally came. I drank 3 cups of coffee and I was almost sleepy. Sergeant Lei, you have worked hard." Xia Lun walked to the iron gate and found that there were heavy chains hanging on the iron gate. He couldn't help but wonder, what does this mean? What else do you mean, I'm afraid that someone from the other side will sneak from here. Lei took out the key, and he didn't have a good air while opening the lock. Actually, the above knew that the door and the lock were useless at all, so we also arranged for our police officer 24 hours a day. The hour is staring here. Fortunately, there is a subsidy, otherwise I won't even be the sheriff. Xiaolun laughed, I'll drive, and after I pass, I will invite you to the police station to have a Chinese meal. That's great, but let's be accurate first, it must be authentic. I don't want to eat a specially made and improved version of the US. Xiaolun agreed, returned to the car quickly, restarted the car, and drove onto the iron bridge. Looking at the door closer and closer, Monica let out a long sigh of relief and turned to look out of the car window. The stars tonight, so bright, so beautiful. Monica's eyes widened suddenly, staring at the night sky blankly. After a while, she grabbed Xiaolun abruptly, almost shouting in her throat, Thanks, be careful, missile. P.S. Say yes first, no scolding, Rambo and Lei are not dead, there will be scenes in the future.